Have you ever put anything on tape? Well, okay, Connor. You thought more about?
Well, it's just in line of thinking. I would think we may start out with, say, the boss of the family. That's
Okay.
He.
Uh-huh.
That just to my observation of what I know of chief to be. It's me and what I've known chief in our time was the person, I guess, pretty much, so our president, or anyway, he had his taken along with other members that were along with him. But so-called big chief, I guess, was only a counselor for his group of people. He was more or less a great chief, was a warrior too.
Oh.
And to make itself fair, that is that in banning our Indians, we had several men, that they are Indians pronounced them as a men, or they were the bosses, and they say that, but they regarded them as their leaders in the groups that they had to participate in the various sections of different locations that they had going from, say, from spring of the year to fall of the year. And of course, the group always had a leader with them, and how big could be just along with them. And they maintained the movement of their camping sites and seasonal periods. They mean spring of the year, they have to move to a certain area where certain vegetation were ready for their use to feed. And
How big a group would this be, Connor?
I don't know, it varied. It varied. Some were small and others were larger.
Mm-hmm.
Some went in with more with the relatives. Close relatives, and their marriages or whatnot. Sometimes a person, a group that maybe married tribe and was being shifted over with the other group.
I see.
And they moved. And of course, their leader had to be pretty much on alert of most things being occurring from day after day. Not only their movement, but where was the best shelter and whether it was the best means for them to harvest what they had to do. And making them more or less like to get a rotation, just like rotating on the grazing. White people say it. Through area, and they followed this thing through over spring, summer, and starting to return back in the fall of the year. Of course, they're mostly all centralized in putting that one area. All the dams that have went into different areas of that portion of range. So, in that, I guess, winter period was the time that they discussed the problems, these various leaders or chiefs. Of course, they always have their chair, or when they went to their head chief, they all the problems that occurred and what they expected of the fortune of the winter. And things of all that detail were pretty much discussed by the chiefs and that meeting sessions and yes, in the evenings far into the night.
How big a circle? How big a...
Well, it varied. They most generally came into where the chief had his wigwam or whatever he was living in at that time. And they would, of course, form a circle in there and have a fire. And every now and then they would have a coffee break, or but they added in smoking. They smoked their pipe, and of course was lit up by the king. And he took his 2-3 puffs out of the smoke and it went round to some of the tobacco and then refill and continue on through. And sometimes they get this much smoke that they could out of their pipes, and they inhaled it. And it was just by 3 or 4 puffs they'd get out of there. And but one big cloud of smoke would be coming out of their mouth. So that's the way it so happened in the olden days. What I heard from my grandfather, he had roamed this area, getting through from Spanish Fork into Fort Bridger, along with the hills and the mountains here. And then other bands went into various other parts of the mountains, seeking for the berries or their meat that they had to harvest in the winter. But they more or less centralized down in Spanish Fork area for the winter.
How big a circle would they make through the year?
Well,
how far would they travel?
They rotated into, say, in the spring of the year, they were pretty much on the sun. Out in this area here, they had that kind of food that they would store. And as they went, and probably they'd drive and get a cave or something, and they would kind of have that for storage. And before they went, probably they'd come into other berries, and they'd like that do that. But they only killed their deer for the meat part during the spring and summer months.
I see.
But the rural Indians like pretty much of the fat along with the meat. And of course, they killed more of their venison during the period of when they were fat. And they studied quite a bit of nature. There's some people that studied the nature, and they would pretty much tell that there's kind of a weather and how the condition would be the following year. And of course, all this was all gathered together by the chiefs before they made their settlements in the winter months. And that's when the chiefs more or less told them experience as to what's happening and what's going to take place. The rule we had in another function with our chiefs are these medicine men. He had a part to play with our leaders. And all of these babies that came about by our Indians believed in their dreams quite a bit. They would dream and they would use that for their guidance, and they would have certain dreams stopping something to them. They took that quite sincerely in their dreaming. They could say it kind of helped them foresee as to what's developing. And they would pretty much have that in mind all the time, and that was kind of part of their belief in, as they employed pure medicine. And like he had to abide by rules and regulations to govern his own way of being a medicine man and performing whatever he could. He could foresee as to what's going to happen. And all these things he was pretty much in with what we called chiefs, who were the leaders of the band when they all got together. That's when they had their regular session during the winter period.
Could anybody dream?
Well, anybody dreamed, yes. If have the dreams, and then, of course, a lot of them never thought anything about it. But there are certain members of our people when they have made a kind of a prophecy or talked quite a bit about it. They translated into what the meaning was. Of course, if others, like any other people, they dream, well, that was just a dream. But to them other people, well, then they were kind of more sincere in their thinking in that line.
Were there some people who were known as being able to have dreams and tell what was going to happen in the future?
Well, it pretty much came in that line there. The biggest part of them was they can dream every night, but they would have some kind of a dream that would pretty much foretell as to just about what is going to take place in their movement. So that was, I think, in our chief's capacity. It came in, and I guess we'll relate a little longer in discussing about our side of life, but present time we're discussing this about our leaders and what they had stood for and what they were to do and what the meaning was. And that's where all of our people had recognized these men we call so chiefs. Of course, their children more or less inherited from, say, he was a great leader, or we call him chief today, that he had to set an example to the other members of his tribe, that he was worthy to be called leader, not only in hunting, but he possessed other things that the other people didn't, like having not the best horse, and they always seek to have the best in proving to the people that he was worthy of a man that was outstanding over the other group of people. And that's why they was always one to be looked upon to and bring down.
If two members of the group got in a fight over something, would the chief be the one that settled the argument?
Well, they had a ruling that was understood by these people. Of course, the other tribes, I guess they had their own laws, and so that was pretty much taken care of as to what this fight might be over. And they know as to the winner or the one being defeated. Well, then that was pretty much understood between the fight ever started or anything like that, because it had been understood by the people as to their fate or whatever you want to call it. Pretty much understood by the people that were there.
But they knew before the fight started which one was in the right and which one was in the wrong.
Yes, that was pretty much understood that way. They knew what the fight would be over. Was that they most generally had to go and swell some parties for a certain cause, one thing, other than probably it would be tried to be discouraged by some of the men to hit bloody horses and like people do. They get mad and they go through with it.
So let's try out a for instance. If a man stole a horse from another man, what happened then? What was the?
Well, it all has a background on it as to why. But we have some people just more or less in trouble, and to that kind of offense, where then it was pretty much for himself there and whatever the other party wanted to do with him, and he had privilege to do so, to upon his own accord. background on it in years that have passed that probably this thing's going to happen, and that they would reward a guy that did say steal. Probably he wasn't actually stealing it. He was more or less thinking that he had entitled to do that to either reclaim himself to something that he thinks he had lost or any part of his family or relative had been in some kind of in some time.
Mm-hmm.
So that murder to kind of that concerning say stealing the horse, but just outright stealing, of course, that habit of all walks of life. I guess of today we have some that could be stealing.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
And probably person the story running during their summer movements where he stole a horse from this particular band that he's with and going with the other band over there. Of course, they had someone that they always wanted to check, like, as to where this individual went and what he had done in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
So probably the two chiefs would get together and they would decide. So they say, well, you've done wrong, you better go back over there to where you stole his horse and either make it good with him or else whatever thing that these two councilmen or chiefs would get together and decide.
Mm-hmm.
But if he had to stay with that way, and probably the chief be man enough would say thought he was, probably replace him. And that thing was always understood. It didn't go free for all at all. Among any group.
Mm-hmm.
And they had to travel in a group from various things that there was always on alert for other tribes or anything that might come up. So they pretty much paired off or went in groups too, where they would have a little more strength than if they would say like individual families scattered all over.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right. That was pretty much looked into by these councilmen as to how their food supply was getting low. Sometimes they had to take off in wintertime, and here we have our storage. We going up to some more supplies that we have, and we know where we can go to get them.
Mm-hmm.
And so they would farm their own parties and go the way that they had came there to where they had stored these things, probably for meat that had to go quite a little ways. And of course they made provision, they counseled on it, and more or less they figured out just about how many days it would take them to make the trip and be back. Of course, if they didn't report back within certain lengths of time, well then that kind of lost the other group that had came in, and you start to wonder, and they would trace back, and probably they might have been wiped out or wouldn't tell, but they had to go and have this meeting again, and they would all decide, and they would say, well, this particular group that went to this area along with the group that he had been with that had went that route for the summer, so they kept tab of one another pretty well throughout their movements from one area to the other to wherever they was going. Their communications was pretty much line.
So each group had a pretty good idea where the other groups were all of the time.
They had a pretty good idea about where they were.
Mm-hmm.
Frequent visits from one band to another, and they in due time had to say, well, probably be gone for months and on the way. They say, well, but if the moon was full, why if you moved that time when the moon filled, well then he was due back. And it went beyond that, like I said, then they would arouse some suspicion as to whether he had arrived to his designation or had returned and have not made it back to his group to Ouray, and they would send other members to get the findings of whether he was still en route or whether he still went off to another band or not. But they would, from his last seen or heard of, or whether he made his designation or not, but then that would be pretty much be the thing that they would be interested in finding this individual.
Well, now, how many groups would know about each other that way?
We would say, for instance, I wouldn't know just how many bands that did come to the Spanish Fork area to what I'm talking about. My grandfather had joined the group, and we'd take men like John Duncan, probably in that line up there. He's the only one that's surviving at present time. But just to say how many there were in particular groups, I would not.
But it would be all of the Utes that were in one kind of a general area, like all the Utes between Fort Bridger and Spanish Fork, or know what all the rest of the Utes in that same area were doing.
Well, I think pretty much they were. We had our portions of our group, there's records from Mr. Wilkerson. He clear down into Monticello. That his findings after 30 years of research on what they call Ute Indians. Of course, they went into bands, and that's just a way that they made their movements here and there. A particular group here, the ones that we call the Uintas, we were moved over there time of Abraham Lincoln was president. And that's how we gave our Spanish Fork land up, and that president moved us over into what we call the Uinta Basin at present time. And of course that was being pretty much along with our leaders at that time. They accepted us and they moved over there. Of course, I think they were pretty much familiar with the people that had went to that area during their movements in summer. But more or less they come to where they would be in extreme cold, and that was a problem. As I say, the chief was he had to look out for the cold as well as the heat.
Now, when if you went from Spanish Fork to Fort Bridger, you'd have to go through the Uinta Basin, wouldn't you? Is that?
My grandfather always talking that I've always heard him talking about Cache Valley. And for a long time, and I didn't know where Cache Valley was. And that's up around Logan.
Yeah.
So from that train, I always thought that they could went round the hills here and circle round back into Fort Bridger side.
So they go from Spanish Fork right through Salt Lake City, actually, and up along the face of the Wasatch here, and then up over Logan Canyon and into Cache Valley.
According to falling back on what I have knowledge of my grandfather is that we more or less went through Grantsville.
I see.
Goshen, they call them.
Yeah.
But he'd migrate more or less over into here because up into recent years, his old lady, as I understand him, was his sister. He used to drive in from over on Grantsville, had wintered over there with my grandfather. Used to bring in a lot of pine nuts to us. And I think in that line there, in the different groups, they had their own, well, say for instance, they had buried certain berries from a certain place, or anything pretty much like garlic. There's two kinds of it. One is them little short-stemmed ones you find in the lower country, then there's others that grow quite tall and they're up in mountains, more or less on where it's wet.
Mm-hmm.
And of course they had their own tea. If you've seen them or heard them, they grow pretty much in mountains.
No, I don't know.
They have the small red berries on them.
Oh.
They have little green leaves on them. I've seen. They might be quite a bit bad, like Lipton tea there. Kind of you, not exactly brown or purple. It's kind of reddish looking.
Mm-hmm.
It's awful nice flavored tea.
Oh, is that right?
I have drank in that one during my mother's life. But these various things are pretty much forgotten by my generation of time. These various sources that they had in their food. But the food mostly maintained is meat. And that, of course, they had only could get and different parts of the animal they killed. Why then that was always used by the ladies for their use of working the hides and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's why I say the chief was pretty much a leader and always would tell. Of course, there's others probably didn't agree with certain leaders' idea, and that, of course, is not something that's not unnatural. We have our senators and congressmen who don't see things alike sometimes.
Sure.
They would have a kind of heated discussions on it, and they'll just finally understood. And if it's that way that he thought, why probably it would come out well, but just thinking why probably using the trial to go ahead to a proceeding with what he had thought.
Mm-hmm.
Probably be successful, probably not.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it would be always understood by the people as to what it was.
How did a man get to be a chief?
Well, I think he had to be wise enough to tell people as to instincts of, say, pretty much in nature, is to say, well, we should go here, we should do that, and probably his aspects in war that he would be pretty good leader and always try to save many lives he could in trying to win a battle or whatever he had to do, anything gaining leadership.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, he always would be to understand, to have the best that he could to qualify himself.
Mm-hmm.
As I said before, that he had proved himself to be worthy of this thing, of having the best kind of arrow or bow, and know just what kind of a tree or whatever he was interested in, to go about picking a way of making his bow and his arrows. And we have quite a variety of such things that they made the arrows out of. And of course, we have that time, I guess they had quite a variety of smoking tobacco that they had to grow. For instance, like lard, that's quite commonly known. It's quite common over on the basin at Nine Mountains. To me, today, it's just larbin, and any part that looks like larbin is tobacco. But they had kind of a taste as we take into our modern smoking today into different fillers. We see them advertised on television and they say it's the best tobacco. But they had that kind of a taste of their own. Because the Lord is pretty much of a mixture. It's kind of a saying you put in so much into other tobaccos and then you get flavor.
Mm-hmm.
And that is, I've smoked the Dwarf and it's, you can hardly taste the tobacco. It ain't cool. It ain't chewing anything like that, but you just don't know that you're inhaling tobacco at all. It's a lot of smoke. That's why they use that as a mixture. I have known several of them, but I've never actually had interest enough to go and say, well, I would try this kind of tobacco that has been used. And I guess other parts of our, well, where there's groups of tribes, I guess they had similar kind of a herb or bark or whatever it was, a plant that they used for tobacco. So each tribes are pretty well different from other tribes. We not all the same.
Would anything ever happen that a chief was kicked out? That he quit being a chief? Did they?
Well, I don't think they ever kicked the chief out. Probably there might be kind of a couple of rivals, but nevertheless, they've always considered them as their chief. It's only expired term they had, I guess, when they died. But like I said, he had any son or son with him, he was pretty much looked upon because they had to do quite a bit of counseling to show their thing being worthy of being leader and make wise decisions of any conditions they find. So that's how he became known as to replace his father someday. You find these older people, they counsel continually every day. From the time they get that boy up in the morning till the last thing he gets to when he goes to bed.
No.
They continually, probably not, might be different, but same thing. They seem like they hammer it into their head. And this is what's going to happen. What's going to take place. You have to be ready to stand for whatever you had to do. And I found that up into later years from our Ouray Indians, they continually.
They still do that today.
From the time they get up and just see you, and they I think my boy Robert will tell you that the same thing over and over, but I keep pounding it in his head and just think sometimes don't know whether he understands me or not, but that I guess the things that we had back and that's about the lectures that they always gave us at the time of my being used for a band. We expected to get up in the morning, get out, look around, know them things, never let the sun get you in bed. If you're only worthy. This is the time of day, everything's moving, and everything's getting ready to come to life. The sun comes up, but then everything comes to life. This is your waking up period. There's certain parts where the sun comes up. The same way in their night meetings. So they were astronomers too. They watched the stars. They watched the moon. And they would pretty much tell whether it's going to have stormy periods in a certain month. And that guided them through their night maneuvers. There has been times that these leaders lectured not only of their speaking operations, but the times that they had went out seeking other sources, the means of finding something, exploring into other territory of other tribes, and in moving through dark ways, they had to use the stars pretty much to guide them as to which direction it was moving, whether it was moving home, or whether it was getting too far to the north or south, or all of them things. They had a great deal to do with their lives. And that was discussed by the leaders, along with what knowledge he had from inheritance that he was told. He told it to the rest of his people. And was not only to the men folks, more or less some of the leaders or some of the men folks down at these meetings would relate these same stories back into the family, like the wives. I think we had 2 or 3 of our women folks that were captured one time by other tribes. And of course they saw jealousy on account of the chief wife capturing another woman from another tribe. They would get together, and of course this other lady would be interested in her escaping, going back to her own people. And that was always means that they would ever come back. Of course, this other woman was pretty much prepared for a long journey. Buying food, buying for footwear, and for other needed things she had to sew on her way. And of course, they couldn't understand one another's language, but they would pretty much know as to what the other woman was doing. Till a time as to how her husband's movement and everything, and was not the time she would make the break. And a lady that I'd known in later years, she's not been there too long, but the story that she had told me that her mother was big with her, and she was captured. In the hospital back east she went, but that's the way the movie was made. The other chief that captured her had a wife, and claimed this other cute lady as his wife, so that made a feeling for the own wife there, so she immediately prepared to have her escape. And through the means and through the directions and how to go about in concealing herself, everything was pretty much counseled on. They pretty much understood as to what they would do in the case. Things like that. So she made her escape on her way, she gave birth to this girl. Everything by this other woman, she knew just what she had to go through. Had been prepared for her. To kind of a diet that she had to go on before she had strength enough to continue her journey. But she continued her journey at nighttime. only guided by the starlight figure, been going through and feeling for the daytime too, where she would hide from everything and everybody. So all of them things are pretty much brought to our people's minds. It just was lectured to as to where to hide and what to look out for. And every day they was out where they were a little more or less suspicious. When they would come in, they would report the findings, their footprints, or if there was a sign of crack or some venison or whatever they had to report was always kind of more or less discussed to the groups or bands that they were in going about into their movements for their summer operation.
So the chief taught the other people everything that he knew.
He knew.
And then the father and the mother taught their children the same thing. Everything that they knew, they passed it on to the kids.
They pretty much knew as to what their thinking was, and what pretty much wrong in the program, I'd say. We call it today. Kind of that thing all lined out. And everybody was pretty well taken care of. Like I say, they never wrote or telephoned one another, but the only way they had to do was go personally.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't say, well, he was going to go to this different area where friends probably might even have relatives in that other group. Some wouldn't go visit. Probably be gone all summer, or say maybe one moon, or maybe so many sleeps. So that was the way they would leave, and that was their understanding why they left to the time they came back. And that was pretty much always understood among the leaders of these groups. Because another member from the other tribe came in, like Inga mentioned, if he stole horse or something, they would suspicion him for probably they'd question him to see what he's doing. Probably said he's visiting or something, kind of guy, and of course they'd find other means to finding out whether he's telling truth or not.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't be too long that if he'd done something wrong, that they would get the facts on it to why he went here.
Right. It seems to me as though then there was a lot of visiting back and forth, and they held a lot of conferences back and forth. But the bands stayed in the contact with each other.
Yes, they did. They more or less had to, because just say it wasn't always the band that was by themselves. They had the relatives from probably that went with the other bands there too. And in going in, not only each band had their own varieties of supplies that they had to harvest, and one thing, another, but thing probably that to do with this area that from this other party here they get, and they more or less riding around among groups. You get certain things that grew on this portion. From this portion, probably they pick up something that's over there. Probably they'd have 2 or 3 members of the band scattered out over by the area that they was going, and they was always working toward, I would say, harvesting for their coming season as they rotate, as I said before. And that's pretty much done.
If there was a lot of food in one place, would all the bands come together at that place? Or
no, more or less, see on these people that are going, probably some years be at frost or something, they didn't have it then. Probably they would gather enough on one group there to kind of supplement onto what they didn't have on the other side.
Was?
More or less, it was kind of a community thing that was taking place there. At all times, they're always looking out for one another.
And they kind of trade back and forth.
Then they would more or less kind of trade back and forth. And there was more snow and less on the side, but they had more berries on the side, so exchange way. That's the only way they had to survive is to help one another. And their critical period was this winter month that they couldn't very well go out. And that's really back in all these things were pretty much studied. Even the snow, when they could go out or when they could walk on the snow. And when their ponies could go through snow, in some months it thawed, then it crushed in night. If I can say that causes sores on the shins of the ponies.
Yeah.
So that was a thing that they had to kind of watch out for. And if they went out into the mountain area, it was also with the leader. They had to go by the leader. Grandfather related that they would dig a big hole in the snow. They would locate where it wouldn't drift over, wind, everything. They pretty much knew as to if the winds had come and drift, anything like that, that they had to avoid that. But they still think down there to have shelter. So the leader would say, well, he'll dig right here. And they would. They would get right down to the ground there, maybe 6 feet foot of snow, where they would all get in there and clean out snow and settle down there. But that kept them from wind breaking, draft, anything like that. Wind just blew over them, they'd be quite comfortable down the bottom.
Almost have a snow house.
Well, we did like snow house. And sometimes they would, well, they always more or less had to kind of scout out. Sometimes when the snow fell so deep, then these elk, they more or less form herds and cover within a certain range. They would pretty much know as to which one hit them too, I guess, and they start to say, kind of walk. And that way they survived just eating off the limbs once a minute. And that was pretty easy target for them to make report that these their dogs were ruined someplace. So they'd go up there and get what they wanted. So they drove them up in their hides and wherever they could coast it down off the hill, well, and that's what they would do. They always slide it along with their hairs laying. They don't slide where it's opposite from the hair green. That's where they go out.
Make a sled out of the hide.
They would make their own snowshoes. Our group of people here didn't know too much about skis, but they knew how to make their own snowshoes.
Oh? How did they make them?
Well, they made these green limb, or one of these ones that won't break so readily. They use about their choice and spin around and weave these buried hides, strip them off, and line them up and net them up like, wouldn't it much like they have at present time? Yes. And we take a certain portion of an area, like more or less in a flat country here, in their blankets are pretty much woven by rabbit hides. I have seen one made by one lady that came in from Wyoming, was married, but he came from this area over here. So every rabbit he or her children kill, and she never would throw it away. Turned inside out, and get the brain was a great factor in carrying their help, make it flexible, and the way that they'd work it, the leg wouldn't brittle up to break. To strengthen it all, and as well as curing the hide. I think our people on this western area here, they pretty much went on the rabbit pelts they killed, and they'd weave them into a blanket to sleep under. Of course, we take our other members, probably farther east from here. They went pretty much into the buffalo. That's what they would have.
And these rabbit hides, they left the fur on them?
Yes, they left the fur on them.
Cured them with the fur on them.
Then they weaved them into a blanket.
You say you saw one?
Yes.
How was it woven?
Well, they pretty much knitted together in a cross weave, like pretty much as I've seen. They have some strips come down, and they'd weave one in between here and there, pull them in together. Pretty much like the Navajos make their rugs, but this would be more or less rabbit furs.
Was it a warm blanket?
Would it make I'd say they're warm. Well, you have your fur inside and outside and in between, I guess, so.
White, I guess. They wouldn't weigh too much.
Well, they didn't weigh too much, and still at the same time they're awful nice. And in our older times, I wouldn't relate as to just what kind of a shelter we had here. Whether it would be made out of buckskin to make a tent. But I imagine we did. Of course, we always had other groups of people now that would come in from other parts of the state of Utah here, along with our people that were wandering down there. Of course, I would imagine they brought in some pines too. They run pilch in there, some people in there. They were, as I see it through the state of Utah here, there are quite a few bands of Indians. And they call this western part of Utah here.
Did each one of these bands have any kind of a territory that was their own, or did everybody use whatever territory they wanted to?
Well, they didn't exactly say they owned it, but it was recognized that it was a portion of the location that they more or less migrated on.
I see.
They would say it was their own. But of course it was their own when other tribe of Indian or other band of Indians should come upon that, of course, and they fought for it. I guess any of us would if it was our own farm. It was when we thought we have our rights within that area there. But if someone came in there, it'd just be pretty much like trespassing.
Would they fight between the bands? Like,
well, I don't think that have occurred too much, because I think rather than fight, they would rather go off on other parts of the country or just ban from the studies and would be in with other group of people that were within reasonable distance or whatever it might be, but still had some other band. One portion of the band was here, and someone is migrating to Colorado. This Wilkerson's history reveals, that's what we call them, so-called White Rivers. And there are others that I have understood say that history gives and would be found did establish agency around gravity had passed one time
Oh.
on the yard to by a southern group of people, what we call a southern group. It's our Uncle Indians from that particular source that I have understood from them. They migrate clear into Denver and circle around down that portion of the mountain. I have heard of that.
Where do you think the Utes came from originally? I mean, where was the original home ground of the Utes?
Well, I think like all other tribes of Indians, we wouldn't say that we just originate from this one area, because we pretty much on the move. More, I guess you heard the history that they're more of a moving tribe of people that's on your own.
Well, what I was wondering about, do you think that the Uncompahgre, for example, were they originally over here in this Utah area, and then did they migrate over into Colorado?
Well, as far as that, to my recollection, as to what I have heard from Ouray Indians, is that probably like Indians from here went into Colorado, and from then they went on further east, and they circled pretty much around, and that we do speak one another's language. And Robert was led by leaders that they had come round into the northern part of New Mexico and still migrated back up in there. And some had stopped to reside in Ignacio, Colorado. They all speak our language. And the southern group, or Uncompahgre, are the ones that came from within that area. Then there's another group that are around Toya. They migrated over there, over by a group of people. One I have always heard them mention the name of Ignacio. I guess he was the main leader of that particular group of Indians that had settled there. The leadership of this, as to my knowledge, I'd say was Ignacio. And same way the people that had migrated further north were under Chief Ouray, as they have always related to that name. He was Ouray. He started to migrating up further north.
Tell me about Ouray. What about him? Was he a full-blood Ute?
Well, I wouldn't say this to be fact or anything other than we all have heard from any part of the people or any tribe of people or any nation of people. There's always something that they say he was so-and-so, and so to actually be fact about this thing that have heard some stories, but I wouldn't say that he wasn't, and I wouldn't say he was, or anything like that, because beyond the time of me saying that this is so and this is not.
Was he raised by a Spanish family?
Well, he might have been raised by, because they're fluently have spoken pretty fast Spanish language. As like, and they call it back down to on my grandfather's side. He more or less was pretty much associated with the white Mormons that were here. That's why he could understand pretty fair English, and he was recognized as our interpreter on the reservation at the time that we established over there. By all the groups among Ouray, Flag Rivers. He was their main translator over there at the time.
Mm-hmm.
It was through his knowledge that he had been among the white people to learn to talk the language,
Mm-hmm.
as I would say, but Ouray probably was frequent with Spanish people at the time that he could carry their conversation very readily with him.
Mm-hmm.
So that was to make it to believe that others, like I say, there's no other just be prejudice feeling or something, but you always find this is so and so.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody never always be so perfect, but what he had some kind of a flaw in him.
Something wrong with him.
Something was wrong with him all the time. So that's about the only thing that I would say to relate him to, just to my knowledge, his thinking as to who this chief was and what the responsibility and what he had to do.
Mm-hmm.
He had to make big decisions for all the people.
Mm-hmm.
Not only by doing it by alone, but he had other members of the tribe or the group that he was dealing with, that he had counsel with, and they took quite a bit of counseling to saying, well, this is the thing that we're settling on, and this is what we will do.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, they can all get up and say the same thing, so I think it's appropriate way that we're American people living today, that you have your spokesman say talking for the rest of the people that you have conferred with. If one man to put this thing to moving and understood by every people, not only for them council, but they relay that back to your family, as I said.
Mm-hmm.
And then from then on to friends. We have in past years experienced that quite a bit. When I first member of the council, our older Indians on White Route, I was I'd go up there and they'd ask me. Then I think we never, council members, hardly ever moved unless we consulted with some of our older Indian people. I think Warren would know that, and he always had ideas from other people as to whether he's going to approve of this certain action at his next council meeting or not.
Mm-hmm. Well, now, would the group meet every night?
Well, they more or less met the procedure for a business thing, or they had some other discussions that they may be talking on visiting.
So after the day's activities were over, then the leaders and the older people would get together almost every evening and
It seems to be
discuss what had happened and plan for what they were going to do.
What would happen, or else they have other things they discuss as personal matters, and probably some kind of comic remarks about one another, laugh. Well, if it would be of the only time that they had more time to get together to discuss personal problems, their tribe's problems, and of course they always had little things to laugh about and joke and carry on. Something had happened, an instant and comical, they always had a fool in all of them there that they joke on, and when he was doing something silly, and all those things like that. Always, they more or less got together frequently, I guess, during winter times as they did in summer. Other than something drastic came up, where then probably then all the leaders would kind of form in some unit, someplace to discuss as to what's happening or what they expect from happening.
So the group got together every night.
When they
could.
When they said that, like I said, when they came to the more or less the winter location, it's time that they were more or less closer together than they were during the summer.
During the summer, while they might be spread over there, they couldn't get together. So the group got together every night.
When they
Or when they could.
When they said that when, like I said, when they came to the more or less the winter location time, that they were more or less closer together than they was during the summer.
During the summer, while they might be spread over an area where they couldn't get together,
Not
very often.
Not for every night session as they did in winter. But they more or less all congregated pretty close around to where they would be together.
Do you know where about where the group used to winter? Where did your grandfather's group used to spend winter?
Fort, related. Our Spanish Fort was my grandfather went back to the old man John Duncan when he was living. He said he could. He also was medicine man. At times he may be one of our leaders and our chief. He'd be recognized as our chief, being that he would have these certain cures or certain gift that he had received, other than being a wise counsel for his people. He did have some big capacity in that line. He was only, as we'd call him, chief in terms he had to have knowledge of these various things that I tried to explain to you, and their beliefs and traditions that they tried to live forward to. And it was quite a problem for these people having these beliefs to live by according to the rules that they had believed in. As I was telling you, it's not only the chiefs, but the lady folks in time of their delivering babies, their diet, and even other members of the tribe. They believed, some of them, not all of them, but some of them believed in certain things, in certain diet they had to live by, and it used to be quite difficult for these people to get anything like that. It would get scarce at times. And so these leaders or chief medicine man, he was pretty much in leader, and he's like in their wars that they have, they always considered their chief, their medicine man, to be the first in line of fire. I guess he was always in the lead. He was the man that was in the back. He was the man that done leading and attacking. And also they found it kind of difficult to subdue the enemy, something like that he would recall, and it's pretty much in the line of the military movements of today. As I said to you the other day, that all of these things were not done just overnight. It was during the times of the meeting, gathering, as I related the other day, that they had these things going, and to the younger men that were coming into the time when they would be matured and probably someday be a leader, they were told that, and they were cautioned about certain belongings of theirs that would either have them found in certain movements that they were doing, and in certain place they may leave something, forget something, and so that would give to the other tribes or whoever it might be as to what tribe that the particular Indian was that camped there or was on the move. So all of that was counseled by their chief, and as I say, the chief mostly was likely to be a medicine man, because he was the person that had to care for the wounded if anyone got wounded, and so therefore he had to be something other than just a man to counsel. He had to have something that he could help his fellow men in case he got wounded or something. And probably he'd have 2 or 3 more that would be in, we'd say, these medicine men were just like boys that are Red Cross and doing the battling one thing or another. They would counsel them to not to slow them if they were fleeing from the enemy, things like that. And all these counseling from these leaders were all patterned out so they knew just about what to do, just in the case of things should happen to one of their members. And this being a medicine man, it was either inherited at the time of the birth. Probably their folks, their mother and father, may have had some gift. It wasn't a practice, it was more or less a gift to each individual that they had to abide by. I think you'll recall when I told you that they believed very much in their dreams. And that way it seemed that they were spoken to while they were asleep, and they would practice that. They were quite a believers in the dream, as we call it today. But to them, it was something that meant for them or anything that concerned their movements. Of course, they had other dreams which they may have ignored. It wasn't all dreams that they would say that they could make any sense out of it, but there's certain times and certain dreams that they would have that they would think it meant something to them. So that's why in the beginning I told you these chiefs and Indians, that all they had their dreams that's given power to the Indians at that time by some person or party that's greater than the peoples living today. It was their gift, and I don't think there were too very many kind of sickness. That was more or less in sickness where all these medicine men applied gift to heal these people were mostly in sight, not so much healing on, say, on your skin problems. That would be taken care of by other, like I related to be some powdered form of some roots or seed or berries or whatever they had knowledge of to cure you.
Now, would the medicine man be the one who would say which roots and berries, or did everybody
No,
know that?
well, it's more or less it would be most everyone, but he would have some idea as to kind.
I see.
And he would seek for a certain kind of seed or berry or root of leaf or whatever they thought was the best cure for certain flesh infections. And,
Could the medicine man stop bleeding, like if a person
well,
or something?
we'll come to that, like what I'm saying is that all these are tied in with the medicine man and going about, and never everyone in the movement and through these people to believe in things was pretty much in the council line to, even if they weren't wrong, where they pretty much knew how to handle these things to see what they could do. But as they were saying in these wars, they probably might come in contact with other tribes. Then there would be this flesh wound, or probably having been shot. So that's a part that was that these medicine men or guy with these certain medicine that he went about to perform his knowledge in stopping the blood. There is it wasn't every weed that you can find. It was more like a guided tool, what they call war medicine. I have heard of this, but I have never seen it. I've tried it. It had been quite a delicate plant, and I don't know just what kind it is. They find it in mountain area mostly. I've heard them say that not everyone had the gift to go to a certain plant. They had to go by the vision or dream that they had. That was a gifted thing there that it must have been very strong, because they would take any grass or anything that's quite flexible to pierce through his body, that they would take a small amount, just dust it on with a piece of particle to run through the wound, that it would seal, and at the same time it would help cure. Just one application. They didn't do it continuously. It was done only once. And when I come back to say that this gift, or this medicine man or doctor, or whatever we may call him, is a person, he had ways of approaching about. You mentioned this, Jack, about a person bleeding. And we know that if a bullet or arrow had been inflicted into your flesh or something, there is always blood that not only in the wound, but it seems to carry out in quite a portion over your flesh from inside below your skin, which we don't see. And like, for instance, if we kill venison, why you always see, if you shoot him on the shoulder, wherever you shoot him in the body, right? So when we get to skinning hide, right, then we always find quite a quantity of blood that has been caused by this bullet wound or shot that killed. So in proceeding into getting this wound and the blood out, why some used the hands, and this would be something like suction. What that part, why I wouldn't know. But anyway, having placed their hand on the wound, it would come through their arm, and it would come into this person that was performing this in their mouth.
Oh, I see.
And they would show to the people that sitting there as to what he was doing. It more or less suction through his hand, but mostly all of them have used their foreheads, pretty much go above the forehead, low over, putting it to your head. You got right in here is where you've always found these, you'll find the infant child. There's quite a soft spot right about here on the head. And I think that was the proportion that they had. They pressed that on their wound, and they would get the wound, the blood poured out through that means, and it would come into the mouth.
Oh, I see.
And of course, it wasn't done. It wasn't all drawn out over night or whatever time it took him. Probably it would take him a couple of weeks in order to help heal his wound.
I see.
So performing that, these men that were doctoring this wounded man, we would say, they had certain procedures in being approached. Some member of the family that were calling for aid from one of these medicine men would either approach him with a feather or any other thing that their belief was, if they knew him. But if they didn't know this person, they would ask some of their members, I would like to have this man come and see what he can do for my boy or son or man or daughter or wife, something. So probably through their experience, they would say, well, to approach him and get the best result, you would have to have a certain article or certain thing when you're approaching him to come and talk to, or probably say, come and sing over your son. So it was all these things that was done through their procedure in approaching other men and doing that. That was about these people that you hire in to work for you. And sometimes it would be 5 or 6 of the medicine man probably would all come to this one person that's sick. Sometimes they'd come upon their own self and just to go over something and see if he could help this doctor or the one that's singing for this person to help him, cure him, and see what was ailing. And that was the way it's been about. But other sickness, it was a problem of the individual, as if he would come to this person that was sick, they sit down and talk, chant a little while, get round, get things ready. Their room had to be clean up, everything that they knew to clean out of their tents or wigwam or whatever he happened to be in. So it had to be cleaned up of every foreign particle, much as they had to knives or anything like that. It only had to have their bedding and pillow or something like that, whatever they had on the ground. And they didn't have these candles or anything. Light was mostly by a campfire, something like that, to go. And he most generally wore a blanket, medicine man, when he came in. Of course, he'd sit down and have a smoke with all that would smoke in that particular family. He'd talk and he'd turn to his patient and probably after he'd smoke and turn to him and probably sit there and more or less put this blanket over his head, kind of concentrate on on this person, I would say. But then he said there, and a song that he would sing probably eventually come to him. And these songs, they all differ out from all the dances and all the ceremonial acts that the public sees today. They have a different rhythm, and they're not all the same. I guess the way it sounds to the public is they're all yelping and don't make any sense. And in terms that when some lady sings opera with them, or sings cold hogs, or so we all have that sense to there, but it does mean certain things to certain people. Maybe to me, that opera singer with them, so I just walk out and probably cowboy song, I might sit down and listen to that. So all these songs just mean the same way with the Indians that are singing that song. And so that's the way it is with our medicine man chant. He is singing the song which he had dreamt of, and they know that song. He would sing, and he would go through his procedure for maybe, say he would stop to rest twice, 3 times in going, and finally he would have some kind of a knowledge as to why he was sick, and then had been caused by something somewhere along in his way. So he would rest and probably smoke. So he would then ask his family or relatives that were within a room present at that time, question them as to what they might think and say caused his sickness. What had he done to make him be sick like he is? Then, to the best of their knowledge, they would try to explain. And then he would probably continue singing again after he made his smoke again and went around. So probably he would stop. I think, I don't know for how long a time it took in between his smoking periods and the time that he was singing a song and performing his work. So at the time then he would ask the patient what he had done or what does he know of himself that he would think had caused him to get sick. As I read and I say that is that I have related over and again that they had laws of their own. They had to abide by. If they broke it, well then it was easy. It caused them to get the sickness or get, well, must be the punishment or something, I don't know just how, but it would sometimes relate back into things that they're not supposed to do that they had done. So in finding that, this individual would explain as to what he had thought and what he had dreamt and what he knew of himself would help this man that trying to solve his ailment. And when it was pretty much in his line as to what he was doctoring for, then he was sure to go ahead and more or less cure this individual. If it kept secret, he would tell. But then he had no, the medicine man would know. But he would be sure. They had to be very sure that they were doing right. So that was the reason that they would ask their families and also the patient. And if he came out with what he knew, and if he was guilty of certain things that he'd done, well then it was possible that it would expose himself, and a medicine man would cure this individual. And
Sorry to interrupt you. I wanted to be darn sure that it
I
worked.
think so. And that was the procedure of our medicine. It wasn't only give to the men folks. Some of the ladies also had power of that nature that in regard to this, why the later of certain part was that the men were quite scared of this the period, you know, when they had their monthly period, or when they had their delivered baby. But the bloody, some of the men folks, the doctors, they did not care to go to a woman that was in that stage at that time, and probably would be sick. But there were some that didn't care. I wouldn't say they didn't care, but it did bother them to go ahead and perform their duty to women that were in that stage, where others, they wouldn't. They differed in some of the men. So therefore it was more or less responsible for some lady to have the same kind of power as men. So they wouldn't be too far from the lady folks, but would they take care of them. So I guess that was for that reason that some of them were given the power, and some of them actually had it from their mother and father. They had such power given to them. At some time in relating these things, some of the doctors who their procedures which varied as to how they would give part of their power, part of their way of doctoring to individual if they wanted to. If they were a child or a young man or any adult person, if they thought this person was right and could help some of the people sometime, why they would talk about it, of course, and then accepted it. Then the terms and rules and laws just had to be carried out by the individual that was accepting to be one of the medicine farmers, why they would do so. And along with that is the song that they would have to dream of, along with the thing that they had a lot of songs that when I say that they sit down to the patients, why it would come to them, and they only sang their own songs. Not everyone, not every medicine man sang the song which this other man had sang. They had their own songs to sing, and it was more or less a custom for the family that were within the room to go along and sing with this medicine man when he was chanting his song. And that kind of helped him and kind of inspired the man that was performing as to how well they would sing along with him when they're performing, because the secrecy to get this working in his procedure, he would have to stop. He couldn't be singing all the way through. He just stopped there. Then, of course, folks in the room would have to continue singing. Then he would contact them as to how far they were singing their song. And it also, in going about these very performances, going along, I guess we'd call it a theme song. That's when he was making his final act, that this was the proportion that was caused the whole thing. And he would have to get it out of his system, or whatever the thing was applying that he had. Then his main theme song that he sang, that by the time that he was getting the spell out, or what the nature of the sickness is, and he would sing that. And sometimes he would perform that and probably say he got it. He got this aching or evil part, or whatever we may call it, is the thing that he would suck out. And of course he'd sing 2 or 3 more songs after that, and probably they would retire for the night, probably be after midnight, and probably a little earlier, all depended on the party that was sick. But sometimes it continued all night. That was when he was very ill. They would be either 2 or 3 singers, medicine men there, or this one man, he would continue all night long. So, till he was satisfied that he was doing right, of course, the next day he would find conditions of man, whether he's feeling better or not. If not, why, came back to, well, then his last effort would be sometime to signify this gift power by means of, he would either call on any party in the room there to perform something to what he would do to prove that his power was working, that he was doing all he could. Probably sometime they'd hold a glowing coal in their hand without burning themselves, or they had feather that would perform in the way we would say like position or something. It would either lift itself from the ground, float in the air, or it would go, and he wasn't pressing on the right place. Probably he would have movements of things. Feather was quite largely used, and it would float through the air and probably glide on as to where he should have been ministering his work. So he had to prove that, and probably some of them they had club, I would say, or anything that he had to prove that his power wasn't a fake. It was a fake where they would kill him or it wouldn't harm him. And they hear when they had begun, heard of some of them that they would take these rifles and shoot this medicine man. Tell him, you go ahead and shoot me. If I'm not what I'm telling you, representing what I am, he said, you'll kill me. But he says, if it's true, he said, it won't hurt me. So, more or less, they never heard of anyone being killed or anything like this. It was the gift that they had, and I guess that their body just was different when they were standing their songs and so on through. So that was one way that they had proven, and of course it was going on. Mostly all of them would come within that, and some had other ways to going about what they were telling and how they're curing. Now, for instance, I would say this Ouray, not only on personal doctoring man to perform it. I had my boy, Billy, I had a medicine man come to him one time when he's small and he's sick. He told me this, he said, "Don't, if I'm telling truth," he said, this is what you will have to do. He says, after I get through singing, he said, roll in a cigarette. Take one stick of match. Take it outside, put it away. He says, tomorrow you'll go there and look, see if you can find it. So I did. And I went out there and the cigarette wasn't there, or the match. So any time after that, even to today, if I know you're not feeling well, all I do is roll smoke and I can put it out. And it won't be there next morning.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know, some of our people in the younger generation don't seem to take that as seriously as we did in our earlier days.
Mm-hmm.
I think some of my old people were known to be medicine men, as well as took part in every other thing that to live along with the people.
Mm-hmm.
And that was more or less kind of respected by our people. Certain people had certain things they wanted to do and to help their people. They were always recognized for that, and they respected this person. It wasn't only medicine man. They had to have a little entertainment, a little recreation. So always find some other individual that would come out with some recreation for their people during the time.
Mm-hmm.
He was also recognized among, we'd say, their leaders. They all had their positions in life to do,
Mm-hmm.
like in racing or their dances. And their dances varied. Present time we call this turkey dance. Don't know where that came from. But my grandfather used to say that, telling me of these, what we call war dance, that it kind of, to me, it feels like when we are rousing up peoples with war that's confronting life. They always have these dances and music sounding through, kind of inspires some person they want to get in service and go now to defend the country. And he's telling me it was likewise. He said when they had the war dances, that probably 2 or 3 young bucks would be laying around watching the dance. So they would kind of get inspired. They say, well, we'll join the war party.
Mm-hmm.
So in time they would go there and say, we would like to join with you.
Mm-hmm.
So they were either accepted or they wouldn't accept it. They would have to go through some test or some knowledge,
Mm-hmm.
but those accepted were then, as I said, they had to go through a lot of things. They had to remember a lot of things if they wanted to go on to join their band.
Mm-hmm.
And go and, I don't think it was more of a, they'd say they'd go there just to fight. They, to me, they had kind of a tendency of roaming different areas, seeking different things. like for salt, paints of various kinds that they knew it only is in very few places that they could get. And supposing like a pipe they used to have that goes up into Dakota, I guess.
Oh.
So in farming and things for them, because by the creek you get up there and get by without meeting other members from other tribes. See, I've heard of salt in Denver area that some of our Indians would go over there just eating salt. Of course, they had buffaloes, plains, too, and whatever they went for. Then that was where this conflict came in between different bands of Indians seeking certain things. They would go out to get or get some things that they thought they might want. So they would either counter one another as they were coming or going. So that was how I think that they had to have their battle right there. Of course, some got killed and some came through alive. That's my version of this thing, that how they never declared they were going to go to war and do this. But they knew it was a dangerous mission that they say they were going after things, salt, or go after some buffalo or something like that. They likewise, they was aware of it. All of our different tribes that they had certain place they wanted. Of course, more or less when the white settlement came into the eastern portion of the country, that in migrating toward west by slaughtering buffalo, then they brought these people like in from Sioux territory and other tribes from back east westward into the territory of our western Indians, which likewise they were defending their own hunting grounds and their own venison and so on true. So I always thought to myself that might have been the cause of bringing even people from the Dakota area over into this area. And of course we went on farther west, and of course white people just killed the buffaloes and took their hides. But they used to meet and had these hides, which comes back in what I'm trying to tell you about these medicine men. That certain proportion of the kill of buffalo or something they prized, and probably like a horn, they would work that in fashion where probably you'd have that as a trophy or something that he would drink in. Whatever use he had for things like that, or any portion of any other animal that may be killed, and they would have that for trophy and for belief, and that was the reason that our people, I say, they were all alike, all were medicine, although a gift from one medicine man to another Indian, wherein that was pretty much in line. They would pretty much be in kind of having the same theory. His power didn't differ with the man that gave it to him. It would be the same thing there.
I see. Would they have the same song?
No, they wouldn't have. Eventually, they would have the same song until he went, and then farther away, then after his power came to where it was his own individual meaning, where then he would have the song given to him. So I think on that basis our medicine man was as much chief as anybody else, because he had the knowledge of hearing. Also had to be outstanding men to lead his band if there's any conflict with other tribes. But then he was the man that was standing out in front of the line of fire, first, be the first one. And retreating, he'd be the last man to defend his.
He was almost a war chief.
Well, not exactly a war chief, I would say. He was more or less protecting his people. And that was the only strength of the means that they would call him. He was a great warrior. He'd always protect his other fellow men. And that was the only title of means that they called him. He said he was the brave, and that would be the terms. And they're calling this man that would perform their leadership and also be that last man in their retreat. They called him the brave. That was that term in their language. Or at least our language, we call him the brave. And that was a great title at the time. And that not only constituted our adult men, but the children were playing, and this one boy, he would perform other things, and then they would recognize him to be brave too, because he do certain things that other boys didn't dare to do. So naturally, he was called a brave among our younger group of children, and so on. And even some of our women were somewhat quite brave in certain action that they would have done. I might tell you one story as to how this one chief had performed one time. And people, as I said, came coming in from the Eastern Division. This one tribe, I wouldn't know which tribe he came from, but he was known as to be a great brave man. Throughout, people began to recognize this one warrior that was coming in from the eastern portion of the country. I wouldn't know just which tribe he belonged to, as there are several tribes. But some way or other, he'd got possession of this armor, steel armor. That's why their guns and bullets and arrows couldn't penetrate him. So one of the Indians from this portion of the country, they, of course, I didn't try to get too much of the same because I didn't know what it would mean to me in time. Evidently, this one man was determined to kill this great warrior. So they went out and they set up their camp. They knew that he was around. They'd been scouting for him. So he said, I will kill this great warrior that nobody can kill. So he said, I'm going to conceal myself under this pack of ours here. He said, we'll just boil up some meat, because they said they were going to attack in the early part of the evening. And of course, nobody would dare to fight back with him. He'd come there and be out there in the lead, and just with everybody came along. So he done that, and he told people when he come, he said, you people all run and try to save yourself from being killed. He says, I'll do the killing. So he was all prepared for it. He had his bow and arrow out ready, concealed himself pretty good. So it just so happened he did attack this group of men that were out. So after he was satisfied that everyone was out of camp, they gathered about this fire where they started, and they were talking. So he lifted his armor, hat back like that, exposed his head. That's when the singing got him, killed him like that. So when he fell over that place, the band of the party of his, they just woke and run away from that.
Mm-hmm.
So he was a warrior. So it's a lot of them stories that they used to tell all relate to similar stories that, and it was a great prize to say that probably the fighting raged for some time, before one of the main leader would either be killed or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I think to a price like that, it was some other tribe someplace.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where they would come in, and they would also come in and have their song, they would be singing, they were coming in, and their people would be going, then they would have dances, and there was one or two missing that they'd return back with them. Like this particular group would tell a history of just what happened and how he lost his life and things like that, and he's taken care of. So they had songs of that too. So in going, Jacqueline is about our medicine man. I think that might pretty well come to the end, but I know what the medicine man and warrior or chief or whatever he was, he did have a great important part to play in lives of their people and curing, and they believed they had all of that, the only thing to go by. They didn't have to go to school or anything, but someplace, somewhere, they had to believe in something,
Sure.
and abide by it, which of course it had a very, very tough law if you had to abide by it at that time, or the way hold down and paper or anything. It was directly told to them, and they had to listen and gather what they could and live by it, not say to ignore it. They did, why, you just find them as well, we find people today living in slums or something. Of course, we had some of our members were like that, not all of them. That's a good thing. Didn't believe, just like any young people sometimes. Sometimes probably they come in line, and probably some of them never did. So that's true too, I think. All kinds of people that are living today. We have some good people, some bad. And some of them, like I say, coming back into this being a medicine man, some of them did use it in bad phrases too. They'll probably make a bad wish upon or cause some sickness that could cause this person to die. Saying, well, I don't know whether we call it evil spell or anything, but it was within the power that they could say that this person would have to die. They weren't sure to do anything but through the belief that they would use that for a bad cause too. And that's where some of our medicine men see coming back in, probably they would know, and it was kind of a puzzle to them, so they would, these particular kind, it took quite a bit of doctoring before they could trace or kind of find as to who this individual was. So probably that's where we took 6 or 8 of these men to perform on this person, because it wouldn't be in the form of anything. It would more or less be inflicted all through his body. So it would be pretty hard for him to press as to why it was aching or anything like that, because it would be his whole system. So it was quite difficult to find. But I may relate to what did happen to anyone that was found that was making this person sick, or that this man had used his power in something else, killing somebody else. I heard a story of a certain man causing the death of another Indian, that these men that all talked about it pretty well fixed up within themselves as to what they was going to do. So the thing that they would do was to get this certain man. They had found everything they could, and it led to this man, to bring him in and let him talk to this man that he had wished his death on. So he did. And while he was, and they wanted him to take that spell or whatever thing that was causing his death, that he would be the only one that could get his own medicine or thing back to his own self. They said, you do that. And of course they sat around him and they told him they wanted this man to cure him. Said, it's your cause. You know it. And it's your belief. So they asked him to relieve him of that, get it out of him, so that he'd be alive again. He said, as he'd done so, like I said, they had this theme song when they was going to perform that certain night to get that out. When they were satisfied he did right, it would kind of done that thing there to kind of knock this individual's medicine men out. It would sometimes require 6 or 7 men to hold him down. He would just more or less fly. He'd spring out from his pressure to where he had to be held onto the earth. Even times that I've seen the medicine and one even low water, it took 4 or 5 husky men to cool him down to where he'd come to. It looked like he'd just go out of existence. He would know after he'd performed his main feat there. And of course, in doing that, there's a lot of people would sit on him. A lot of people by the legs or by the arms, whichever could. Because when he did go, then he would more or less bring back to where it was pretty difficult to hold it.
This is the patient or the medicine
No,
man?
the medicine man himself.
When he got it out, well, then
Yes, he would have such a strength in him, more or less free. He didn't, because any object in that reason for that was for him not to hurt himself. See, because he came back so hard that he was liable to hurt himself in doing it, because he would know. And it took him probably about 5 minutes to finally relax and settle back down, and then he would come to his sense, seemed like relax, and probably he would kind of laugh after it was all performed.
Well, now, did they actually get something out of the patient? I mean, would there be some object or something?
Well, that's what they said. And then when he came back to his sense, probably he'd walk outside. Then he'd come back in. When he would show then what he had thought that he was getting in his hand. The rock or feather? No, it would be some kind of object that he would say it was.
Oh.
So, in going about, I want to come to that just to what the thing is, or what it meant just in my thinking back into to say this object. There's several objects, or we would say, that to them it meant something. So he would go ahead and perform, show the people what he actually thought it was. So likewise, he would swallow this thing.
Oh.
Again. Well, he made a great bellowing noise as he would go outside, and took him quite a time to get it. Then, he went through quite a little act by himself outside.
Well, now, when he got it out, he swallowed it when he got it out of the vein, did he?
No, it would more or less be in his mouth.
I see.
It would more or less be in his mouth. It would either be moving object or something that was moving. A thing that all depend on just how much power it had in there. So when I came to that point is that this man he was performing the thing that he cursed as one individual with. And of course he said the man knew what they was going to do. So when he came from that certain position and had said he had gotten it out. And they got hold of him when they had a knife. They just cut his head off right there.
Oh?
Killed him. Man, right there.
Boy, and they would do this to any medicine they had used in the power.
And they found that was doing wrong. Nobody said anything. That was the law, and they could prove it. Or it took quite a that's how they proved that it was this one medicine man that had done that. And he was the only one that could get it out.
I see.
And when he done it, they didn't want no more of him, that kind of man around him. So these other men got up, and of course one of them had his knife. They'd already sharpened his knife. And when he came out of the spell, well, then that's when they put his head back and took his head right off. They said, going about, this man walked around for some time in that room there too, with his head off.
Is that?
He was such a powerful man that he just didn't fall over dead.
But he walked around.
He walked around. They said he was a big medicine man himself. And of course, these other men, they were quite knowledge men too. And it wasn't just from one particular group of Indians that had been around. I guess they came from different parts of it. It was more of a prized individual, just person that was respected. That's when you found these other, well, they would find out from wherever they were at that this certain individual was sick. Then he thought he had a gift enough that he could go help his other friends to see if they could cure him, if he could be cured. But if they didn't cure him, the main one that from this thing, well, then he would lose all his power at that time. If he lost a case, sickness, he would lose his power. Probably he would try to doctor maybe for, say, 3 months or something like that. He would have to recuperate back, to back into his strength again. If he lost a patient, one of the men in that group would be the one that would have to then be relieved for at least 90 days. Then they would probably start out on the smaller minor cases and gradually build himself back up to where he was supposed to be. So that was the reason why I said that his medicine men wasn't getting his objects or whatever it was that did put him into great strength and carry him beyond, and these men were to hold him, to keep him from injuring himself. And during that, well then, of course, these other men pretty much knew as to what the fate was going to be to this one man at that one time. So there was nothing said by any of his relatives or friends or anything, because it was pretty much understood this was when it happened. And that was the only way that he had to justify it, taking this man's place instead of him. He was reversed around so that there's no one facing him. Nobody said anything. That was the law, and they could prove it. Or it took quite a protected doctors, I guess, that time. And that's how they proved that it was this one medicine man that had done it. And he was the only one that could get it out.
I see.
And when he done it, they didn't want no more of him, that kind of man around him. So all these other men got up, and of course one of them had his knife. They'd already been sharpened his knife. And when he came right of the spell, well then, that's when they put his head back and took his head right off. They said, going about, this man walked around for some time in that room there too, with his head off.
Is that?
He was such a powerful man that he just didn't fall over dead.
But he walked around.
He walked around. They said he was a big medicine man himself. And of course, these other men, they were quite noted men too. And it wasn't just from one particular group of Indians that had been around. I guess they came from different parts of it. It was more of a prized individual, I guess, person that was respected. That's when you found these other, well, they would find out from wherever they were at that a certain individual was sick. Then he thought he had a gift enough that he could go help his other friends to see if they could cure him, if he could be cured. But if they didn't cure him, the main one that formed this thing, well, then he would lose all of his power at that time. If he lost a case, sickness, he would lose his power. Probably he would try to doctor maybe for, say, 3 months or something like that. He would have to recuperate back, say, go back into his strength again. If he lost a patient, one of the men in their group would be the one that would have to then be relieved for at least 90 days. Then they would probably start out on the smaller minor cases and gradually build himself back up to where he was supposed to be. So that was the reason why I said that his medicine men, when getting his objects or whatever it was, that did put him into great strength and carry him beyond. And these men were to hold him, to keep him from injuring himself. And during that, well then, of course, these other men pretty much knew as to what the fate was going to be to this one man at that one time. So there was nothing passing said by any of his relatives or friends or anything, because it was pretty much understood this was when it happened, and that was the only way that he had to justify it, taking this man's place instead of him being the reverse around. So this one Satan, one ill man did come back in normal shape after going down. He got his own.
Well, I see. So the sick man did get well after they killed this man, and then he got well. Could any person put a spell on another person, or did it have to be a medicine man?
Well, it was more or less not old people. Just probably be a certain man would be certain of that. Of course, that was for cure for certain things. Well, when they find the surgeon when he's good to be cutting off limbs or things like that, where other doctor, maybe profession, didn't do some other part of the body.
Sure.
So they did have a place for these certain things. Like I say, sometimes they would overdo it and then would cause the sickness or death of another person by just going beyond that. And this is one.
We use these materials as bases for literary creative efforts of one kind or another. And they've gotten the students themselves, if it came to us with the idea, we sure didn't suggest it. But once having said, well, now we have these materials, they said, well, why don't we, would this preclude us, if we support them the first year, from going out and collecting more? Far from it. We'll give them the tapes and lend them the machines and so on, so that we're going to have, through this literary journal then, with our own Indian students, another outlet for the project. And for the first year, the funds and so forth will be comparatively small anyway. I feel no qualm at all about giving them this kind of support.
Well, and the money and the fact that we published this, or that it was published, has benefited our relations with the Indians enormously.
Sure.
Able to collect more and better material by the existence of the so
A thing about this one that should be noted too is it's, you understand, the first one that's been adopted on a county-wide basis, right? And Indians for Indian things. The concept here was that probably even greater than the Indians need to know about the whites need to know about the Indians, and then the other side of the educative value of it is greater in my mind than.
How much in point of fact do you have BI boarding schools involved with the Indian groups in Utah at all?
We have one of the largest boarding schools.
But I mean for the local people.
Non-Indian local or Indian local?
I'm asking because you see that there are in Alaska right now, which is a kind of strange thing, that there are no school districts, and what you have is a whole series of really weird. Almost every village has some kind of different history with respect to if there is a school there. Some of them are state of Alaska schools, some of them are BIA schools, some of them are mission schools, some of them are seat of the pants schools run by a trader. And then BIA does supply money then to take people out of these hodgepodge schools to boarding schools, and they go to Chimayo and they go all over the place. I had quite a few Eskimos down in Oklahoma from my village last year. And they get what they get in these boarding schools is a really, I would think that something like this in the boarding schools themselves, representative of the different groups of people that are in fact in attendance at those schools, would be enormously valuable. Because the Eskimo kids, for instance, come back and they have all kinds of statements about other Indian groups, for instance, that they don't like, and there's factionalism in these boarding schools of an enormous variety. And it's something like this, I would think, would be almost more valuable in those Indian schools themselves, where you have multiple Indian groups represented.
Yeah, we've tried to suggest this to the federal government. Some of the Tlingit and Athapascan kids that are down going to school here, I taught them in Colorado, they suggested to me that this kind of thing was desperately needed. But we attempted to sell the idea to the social studies people in the BIA, and oh my gosh, they're still in the Ice Age. You can't even talk to them. It's
Why don't you have Indian advisory boards, though, at your Indian schools here now?
they're just starting. Just
I
starting.
know that, yeah, they are.
And
I think that would be of any advantage.
I think it will be of an advantage in the future, and I see this as a wave of the future, just as you do. And we did think of it, not because we wanted to do it on our own, but because the people themselves said this is the way it should be going. Why don't you ask BIA? Well, I have never failed more utterly in trying to communicate with people, and since the recent administration, the chaos in things is.
Oh, there's a court case entered. I guess it entered about 2 months ago in the district court in Alaska, which, if it goes the way it seems to, will eventually go to the Supreme Court and test the constitutionality of the Department of Interior being involved in education at all. This largely is coming from Athabascan and Eskimo groups in Alaska, where once statehood was granted, the state has essentially said, we're going to assume no responsibility whatsoever for the education of, quote, Aboriginal peoples. We're only providing education for the urban centers. This is not completely so, but this is pretty much the writing on the wall policy. The feeling on the part of the local people is BIA is picking up the tab by flying everybody to Oklahoma or Colorado or Washington. We don't want this. We want local school districts. And so the only way to force the state of Alaska is to come up with some way in which the BIA responsibility could be clobbered. And it looks like it
over into HEW.
It looks like it is unconstitutional.
Worse.
The briefs of the lawyers that the Department of Interior has no constitutional rights to be involved in education at all. That this is clearly in the Constitution, that is the responsibility of the state governments.
See, there's been an effort in the last several years to get Bureau out of education, but to put it in HEW. To me, I think it would be worse.
Well, no, that's not what this suit's trying to do, though.
No,
this suit's trying to set up schools.
Locally, that's right. But
It's trying to put it in the hands of the states.
Of course, this is actually the
Don't
route
have
the
something
Bureau
to
is
say
trying
to
to
do,
do.
rather
This is the
than
route the
try
Bureau is
to go.
trying to go right now. That Raymond School is a good example. You have a contract school, and
But
give them the money.
the briefs I heard, and I've only had a chance to talk to some people in Fairbanks Route for a very short time, was that the briefs all the way up were that in fact it would be shown unconstitutional at the Supreme Court level, and BIE schools would be a thing of the past pretty soon.
we have size sometimes 20-25% Indians in public schools. I know boys. Universities conducted countywide in-service training for the teachers. Usually only people as more or less lectures.
BIE schools in Arizona are in another 5 years, even without this. There just won't be any. They're gone.
I think BIA in the next 10 years will be just probably management, trust lands.
Well, you see that there has been just an enormous attempt on the part of the state government in Alaska to shove everything off on BIA with respect to these isolated communities and one thing and another. And
This is a parallel history to the states in the West.
Parallel history everywhere.
Everywhere you had a new state, they attempted to avoid this responsibility until well into their histories. This parallels our experience. Yeah. Yes, and many of the school districts are now wise enough to hire a special man to milk the federal programs for every penny they can get, because they educate Indian students. And the neglect of the local communities toward their Indian citizens is just a continuing part of a pattern that's been going on in these parts for a century.
What's the quality of the BIA schools, Johnny?
then
I think they're improving pretty rapidly. I don't think that the Indians, at least the South Dakota ones, realize how rapidly they're improving. But they're, my God, I think they're just now a lot better. In the last 5 years, it's just been dramatic as far as I'm concerned. Besides, people don't realize the type of student most of them have, stripping it on the circuit. They have a student who is welfare case, he's investment case, he can't attend public schools, he's next going to a reformatory, he or she, and that presents a different kind of problem. It's either you go to the VIA school or you go to the reformatory. See, but it ends up too often. They don't make the effort locally, like you said, to keep them in public school. It's too easy to say, well, they're an Indian, let somebody else take care of it. Well, there's this one justification for it in South Dakota, where all this trust land, isn't that tax base is so shrunken in your county and regular school districts that you've got to get those kids either educated by the BI or some form of impacted area program so that the money is there to do it.
What happens in Arizona, where we have 1/4 of the land base of the state, the Indian zone, is the school districts are actually formed on a reservation, but they're wholly federally funded. But the money comes through the state Office of Education. So it becomes a state responsibility, but granted that the money is ultimately federal money.
Well, this is going to be true for not only Indian school districts, but everybody else's pretty soon, I suspect.
Or we leave under publication.
He was trying to be subtle, but it didn't work.
He wasn't trying.
But this shows we become involved with our subject matter.
I guess we must think in terms of termination in another year. The question is then, what kind of final document did we produce? I envision that there might be more than one kind of document. But right now, I'd like to discuss the matter of what kind of final report should we make individually, something individually, or collectively?
I mean, I don't know if this is a good order, but these are the ingredients that I think should do it. Some of the things that should go in it. I think there should be one general report, one sort of summary report, and I would suggest that as Utah is taking over this role, it'd be a place to have it. So, beginning saying something about the history of the project, the purposes, you'd like to get date these. The second thing it should have is the nature of the archives. That would include things like the tribes covered, the number of interviews or some quantitative measures, that is the work accomplished, the limitations in the use of the archives, where the archives are located, what's in each archive, some record of this. Another separate section on Indian participation. I'll slam
It's a third section.
A third section on Indian participation. And then say a fourth section on a summary of each of the 7 projects at each of the separate universities, where each university might want to make its own individual statement. Sounds fine. And then maybe a 5th final section of publications resulting from it, papers and meetings, articles, books and monographs, or public service projects, or whatever other kinds of yields other than research yields, because there's many other kinds aside from the archives as such. I'm sure there's things that are left out of here. I don't know. But what I'm suggesting is that when the time comes to that each university takes the responsibility of writing this as much as they can for their own claim, sending it, say, here.
Let's do say here.
Presumptuous. Huh?
Let's do say here.
Yeah, about that. And then having it put together and sent back to materials, and then sent back to the goal. So we will tell you something like that. It's that we have one kind of a final thing.
I like the splendid idea. I would envision a letterpress volume which would carry this with the individual sections authored by the individual directors of each.
This would be the little where we have our little individual reports.
When you say
Where this you're talking about where we would include the individual reports under section 4.
Under section 4.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, section 4.
Yeah.
One of the sections would be Arizona, Montana, and you would literally report the achievements, accomplishments of your project. Just wouldn't that?
Well, there's 2 ways to look at it. One is you could, on one hand, you could have a final volume of 7 separate reports. Because one way to do it. The other way would be to have no separate reports, but to have everything organized by uniform headings, like the amount of materials in the files, the publications, accumulating it all. And I was suggesting some kind of a compromise between those 2 extremes
Too, because I think that the programs have been run on an individual basis, but yet we want to come through like a unit. Which we have I think this is a way to approach it.
Actually, the individual reports would be fairly brief, I would imagine, in that what we would individually do was try to explain how we individually have proceeded, because I would assume that most of the other information that we might want to tell would be embodied in Greg's whole report.
Would you envision section 2 as being the larger part of the book?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's on the nature of the archives.
Yeah, what's in the archives, how somebody can get to use it, what limitations there are on it, and
This is where the old IBM machine sure comes in.
That almost automatically set up the institution in the separate areas.
I don't know. There's a real question about the organization of sections.
I think that would be an opportunity to collate some of the stuff. In other words, if you've got stuff on Hopi, you've got stuff on Hopi, we've got stuff on Hopi, then the way it would be organized here is Nature of the Archives would say, we have the following materials, and it could be probably more expediently organized there with respect to tribe.
I think tribes are good.
And then cross-correlating where the materials are. There are materials here, there are materials there.
We're not turning out an index of the collections or anything. We're general.
No, a general report saying the vast majority of materials on the Utah is in Utah. However, there are some 11 pieces at.
Or that there is an index available by.
Yeah.
But what about we're nearing 100 hours now on urban collections. Does this go by, will our tribal designation work, or can we put in some special categories?
Well, I think we might realistically think about the kinds of units that you might talk about Indians in terms of.
Right.
In other words, there are tribal Indians, and then there aren't.
Right. On some of these urban things. We're going to have to do something with the urban things, and
hidden.
They better talk about the Chicago tribe, and the Salt Lake City tribe, and the Los Angeles
Well,
tribe.
and also, you got, like we have some interviews with Lake Project.
Right.
On Indians.
Yeah.
And I think that
Is that an awful word?
simply gonna have to list it the way they want to, and then let these people make sense out of it. Now that's now you're opening what's legitimately the bag of worms. Yes, which is how to organize number 2.
Right.
That's
And
really
I
a
can-
lot.
And
Nuts
when we
and
were
bolts of it.
volunteered by
See, we'll
Montana, I
supply
started
all the information
getting
you need. We go
nervous.
ahead and organize it if we want to.
Let me go back over this. We had to see if I'm thinking the same way you are. You envision a final report, a single volume,
Right.
which would contain a summary history. And then from that point on, you would have what amounts to individual reports from each of the projects.
So I had in mind the one unified volume in which the first section would be that Greg would write the purpose of the project. Secondly, there would be some way in the second section on the general archives. That's a problem we're going to have to work on, whether to organize it by urban Indians, tribes, how to correlate it, how to put it together.
the nature of the archives would be
That's
the
the
second
basic.
section.
The basic thing would be the nature of the archives, and that would be collated. It wouldn't be done separately. And then 3 would be a separate section on Indian participation, which would be collated. I mean, every Indian participation. Now, obviously, we'd have to give you the
Now,
data for that.
Would you envision this as a discussion of the different kinds of roles which Indians have played, or as sort of an inventory of the Indians that have been hired? Because I would think that Indians have been hired in varying roles.
I would say
They participated in numerous roles in the project, from the standpoint of either data collection or providing information, and that some kind of role breakdown here might be.
Right. In other words, I think we have to do more than say just list names of Indians.
Yeah.
And we have to really, there has to be some unified discussion of the role of Indians in all of this, which would include the different,
collectors,
different roles
secretarial, the whole thing.
and
An inventory and description there.
yeah. And then the fourth, just to get the whole picture, the fourth section would be an opportunity for each project to state its own thing. That would be, in a sense, a purely individual one, which is say editing by you. And the fifth thing, a unified publications and public service projects that have thus far resulted from this. So the only separate thing that each of us would do would be in what is here a fourth section.
What would be wrong with this, where literally each project submitted its own separate report under all of these headings, because the nature of the archive collected in one place is going to differ somewhat from the others. The extent of Indian participation and everything else, and I would think, just off the top of my head, that a single volume containing 7 different sections, which would literally be a breakdown by this.
You could do that, but I was
An introductory.
this I suppose there's 2 different purposes. One is, for example, I don't know how
You
thick.
could eliminate a lot of redundancy, I think, by putting it together.
I don't know how thick the Illinois thing is, the index. I don't know but if you start getting all the indexes, you couldn't do it in one volume, in number 2. So I was thinking of some synthesis of it. Maybe it would be a 30-page summary of what's in the archive and how to use it and where they are, based upon the individual data. I don't know what.
Well, I think that we can sit around here and outline this in broad terms, but essentially the people that are doing the editing are going to have to make those fundamental decisions about this.
I envision such a report as being a very dignified and fitting statement of what we've done, literally a summing up. Now, this introduces another idea which we've had here, and perhaps we can introduce at this point. We feel that the material we've collected, and I'm sure you all feel the same way, is immensely valuable material, and it will be used more and more as time passes. We are contemplating, as a part of our final document, a letterpress catalog of the collection, which would be a detailed index of the entire collection. Now, if we were to attempt to do this, bring all 7 projects into a single volume, it wouldn't fit. That literally, I think there will have been enough collected by each of the projects to justify a similar volume if you choose to go this route by each. Now, I have a bid from the GK Hall Company. They are willing to undertake the publication of such catalogs. And they say if we want them to do it, it could be done, all in the same format. And they will pay for it and even give us royalty kickbacks.
This would be the publication of the card file.
Of the catalog, the index, if you want.
See, one of the sticklers there for me, is that the terms under which the materials were collected vary, and I think each institution would have a responsibility for producing its own report of the materials in its archives and for the regulation of how the material is going to be used, which would depend on the understandings agreed upon in terms of how it was collected, and I think it varies among us. To put all that together, the detailed index of it in a general publication, it has a lot of advantages, but it has a disadvantage in that it advertises something, that might presume to be generally accessible, that may not be that generally accessible.
I think that has to be specified. In other words, if you're going to publish a catalog of the archive, presumably you would also have to publish information about how that archive may be used.
Where it is and the restrictions covered.
That's right.
We put it on, we plan to do that.
The Keene system will say if it's restricted,
We're going to do what Utah's going to do with our total collection. We look up this and we say what we've got. Restricted, but what do you mean, Ed, by the nature of the archives?
Well, maybe to jump back to this again.
Yes.
And I have I don't feel strongly about these particular things. These are sort of items that should be in it.
Yes.
I was thinking of some report maybe no more than 100 pages.
Well, I don't think
That's a different
that he was offering this as a suggestion, as an alternative to yours. I think it was simply that this is something that may be done in addition to the final report, which we as would make, presumably to the Duke Foundation.
Right.
Which would also be published.
No, I'm thinking in terms of a summary report, the very kind that you suggest. Your outline to me sounds great. But rather than try to crowd into your summary section that any kind of detailed breakdown of your holdings, that you would simply summarize these and refer then to another volume pertaining to your collection, which would be a detailed catalog of the collection.
I think that's very reasonable. That's perfect. But the question is, should that other be published for general distribution? In other words,
Well, I think so.
Why
And
not?
I think a catalog is not publishing the contents of the archive in any way.
No, but what Ed means, and in a way I kind of agree, because if you go and look at any of the things that GK Hall has published now, certainly any of the ones that I know of, the Newberry collection, the New York Library, and the Bancroft, and so on, the fact is that the stuff in those catalogs is available if you go there and consult the.
All you have to do is
Say.
But all you have to do is specify your position.
But we're talking about now, though, pretty sort of super restricted conditions, and I wonder if G.K. Hall really knows how restrictive we're going to be.
I don't think they'll care a whit as long as somebody will buy it in books, which
I'm-
I'm sure the library is much up to do. They're Indian oral history, they'll all buy it.
But what this will do, though, ultimately, is put a terrific demand. Maybe not.
It'll also make
Maybe
it
but
plain,
something
you know?
about it bothers me.
But maybe- I don't. Let me try to, or maybe somebody could interrupt you to describe what it is my uneasiness about
Well,
it.
just do.
Because
That's what we're here
we agree with this, and we agree with that there should be some general statement in each place. The only question is whether it's published. To me, to say, John, I think of the Illinois collection, to publish it is a little bit of a fraud. And what's a fraud about it is that it's not the kind of a thing that's available to anybody that wants to use it. It's not like publishing a library catalog or things in a monograph series. And if you publish a catalog, you're going to say, in one sense, you could always put your limitation on, can't you, Ed?
Ed, this reminds me of a conversation that went on at the Oral History Conference. The New York Times is putting on microfilm everything in the Columbia Oral History program. And those things that are restricted will simply be the document page and so on will be put with the restriction on them. And they said, well, will you microfilm the restricted material? Yes, but it will become available with its dates and so on. But it will all be microfilmed and it will all be cataloged in the New York Times catalog of oral history collections, because not to do so with restricted material will then make you, will force you to go back and destroy an organizational process that will have to be followed at some time in the future. And I think we should look at the future of the thing, although I will admit that this one is more restrictive by far than Columbia's ever thought it to be.
Well, I think that you can sell this very well, Ed, by first of all, in your introduction, just right out there that a lot of this stuff is restricted, and that you should write to the individual projects before, to the individual depositories perhaps, before you make a move, and then you can also put the individual restrictions on each single item, and I don't see how you're accomplishing any fraud at all if you do that.
Here's the Columbia Oral History Collection, which is a very comparable situation. They catalog here everything they have. Then they give you a page or two of notes concerning the use of the collection, and they advertise the fact that to use this, you have to go there, and you have to have permission, as everything else that's required to use the collection. But at least the world knows what Columbia has and the conditions under which it may be used. And that's what we're generally thinking about here.
Now, let me ask another question. If we were to go this route, are they going to insist on our having it on cards?
I think they're prepared to do other than that rather ugly format that they generally use.
Well, they just photocopy library
Yeah.
cards normally.
Yeah. But I haven't entered into any further correspondence with them until I could get some.
Because you've seen the route we've taken. I mean, where you go from this general thing down to the catalog entry, down to the actual individual index of each collection. I know.
Well,
Well, it would be the middle one that I presumably
Yeah,
would be
the
published.
inventory
Of tapes or
of tapes.
transcripts.
We'll print the inventory of our tapes and come out and it'll be available to anybody who wants to buy it all over the country. We'll have restrictions in there how we're going to use it.
We're prepared to do
I'm
that now.
decided personally, and our committee, not to we decided what we will Xerox material and mail out. The person paid for it. It's not particularly restricted. I think that's all CK all asking. It's just a new problem.
Well, if they want to give us some money, fine.
all it wants to do is publish the catalog.
That's what we can do as an institution.
And they're willing to do it on that with using their money.
We do it institutional wise, or we could do it just as a total project.
Well, they take each institution.
Yeah.
And they do it any way we want to, I take
The
it.
nice way to do it would be if we'd agree, if they could bring it out as a series,
Series.
Yes.
so that it's all the
You-
same binding and so on. There would be the Doris Duke American Indian Oral History
You know, I've seen some of our indexes that are on the way in other places where there's an item, 3 pages, 8 pages, 10 pages. Here, 685 pages and such, and 40 pages. We have a lot of items where
We have a lot of one-page items that fill up about a half a page.
and
Still an item, it doesn't matter really.
you know, and we've all done it. We've all done our own indexing somewhat differently. I mean,
Well, that would, of course, that would be Hall's problem, wouldn't it?
There may have been a decision. There may have been a decision that we should have made 3 or 4 years ago or something to set up some common indexing.
Yes, that might be a problem.
Between
And I believe it would be wise for us to think not in terms of total cooperation here, but if we can get the publisher lined up and agree that this is a good route, that we then deal individually with the publisher.
Yeah.
Because I'm quite confident that each one of the projects is going to take its own time in completing its work. From that to Fontana may be through in January, and the rest of us will be through 5 years later. So I think we would have to have it as a kind of an individual contract basis with each of the projects.
I have another question. Are we talking about an index of the tapes or of the typescripts?
We're talking about the typescripts, transcripts. But if it's tape, I suppose it's still acceptable if it's indicated in the catalog that your tale remains on tape.
Right.
But we feel that it's important to facilitate use, to get it out on paper, and without enough money so that we were terminating tomorrow. We think we could have enough money to get everything, get the transcript.
Well, I'm in the unfortunate position of still having the option because none of this has been done in New Mexico. That is, the indexes have not been generated, and the inventories have, although there are kinds of inventories, there's been not a systematic accumulation. So this is something I have to get done in the next year. What are the recommendations in terms of your experience for the best ways to go about generating a catalog of the types that we're talking about?
Joe's got some examples here of the catalog, which is, these projects.
I sent the first volume. This is just worth this up. This is just a Xerox, or I'm not dead. This look a little better.
Yeah. This is one of the things you're right that we probably should have taken up earlier, but we had just a few meetings of this.
We didn't know how much money we'd have or how long or what it was going to be. We started. Thought it was possible. And I became the director. We had 2 different systems of indexing. One, the Library of Congress, the other, the Murdoch. They were using us both, and they still hadn't gotten around to the proper names. And I just jumped them and turned to this. It's simple. It tells you enough. It tells a real researcher enough. It doesn't tell a general member of the general public enough, but it tells a real researcher plenty. It's fairly fast. I think something like this, which is essentially what you did, is the way to go. It's one of the things that when I might just thinking out loud, if I might, part of the whole way we did it the other way was to have each field worker do his own index, so we get quite a bit of variability. And I think it works for distribution for people coming to Illinois to look at it, and it works to distribute it among the other projects. To state something general about it, I don't know how proud I'd be of it. If I want something published in Illinois of the index, I don't know if I want to leave it up to each field worker to do it, not have it like uniform.
Would it be,
In terms of how we did it.
it would probably be quite an undertaking for you to prepare at this point or at the end of the project a systematic index.
I have a report on indexing. I'll send you a copy of as soon as I get back together.
We're kind of, well, pardon me,
They give some value.
we sort of jumped a step in a way because rather than striking for this kind of middle ground, what we've done with this IBM Xerox business here is our middle ground one is very brief. It merely tells with whom the interview was conducted, where and when, with no information about its contents. But then you jump from here, you see, to that absolute kind of index that has a hell of a lot more information in it than this one does. So that we would have to back off a little if we were to get involved in this and hit this kind of compromise.
We're halfway between what two days and what's this one. We're not quite as big a jury. God, that's it. We didn't do our job.
All I have to say is bad thing.
No, he's showing it's right. So he said one here, 7,168 pages. One item.
One item.
It is, only 5,000.
See, I mean, that's really getting it down to.
The secretary in the interior during this period, his memoir is 5,000.
You can't tell from looking.
It's her memoir.
The subject.
She talked that long.
It is.
Francis Perkins' memoir.
Oh,
5,000.
is that the one? I didn't
Yeah,
know.
there's Sachs, who founded Sachs Fifth Avenue.
Great.
The Art Man, 7,100 pages. You find it's good. God, they're just inconceivably when you look at it.
Well, we're over 1,000 on some of ours. One that's already done is well over 1,000 pages.
We have one up to about 500, but
I would suspect that this one man I have from Collis will go quite a few pages. There are lots of different tapes, but this is one format over a number of subjects, and I guess would be handled as a single item. I don't know.
I don't think we have any shorter than 40 pages, and they all go up to the average about 200, 300 shots.
Yeah, we had probably supposed to concentrate maybe outside of the briefly 5 pages.
One thing we started doing at the beginning was to make a card subject index as we transcribed, and I blush at some of the subject headings in this card file. This is something that greatly facilitates the use of the collection, and the few scholars have come to use it, and they shout our praises, and they can just come to the file here, look up education, Navajo, and we've got education, Anshana Education Navajo, and Paiute Southern, Sioux. Because in using this material, very seldom is the user going to want to consult the author file. It's the subject.
You've got 3 quite files to do the subject file. Only found the file.
See, we have the same thing in the indices, the original
Raise my budget request
real
real quick.
Because I was worried about getting just the transcript finished.
But we've allowed the transcribers to make the subject card because they're sick to death of the thing as they get through it, but at least they know what's in it. And although they don't always do a Library of Congress job on the subject selection, it's pretty good. And what we think we'll do in the final index volume is to roughly follow the cache method here, and then in addition add a subject index.
And the file.
In the printed volume.
Well, you're thinking of a printed volume plus this whole thing, or
No,
do the printed
we're
volume?
still talking about the hall. Whoever does it.
But that would be the index.
A catalog volume of the entire collection.
About the Utah collection.
I think every project probably has to do some final.
Well, I think it would be
Catalog
desirable.
but
Desirable because there's going to be a continuing and growing interest in this collection. And people are going to want to know about it and what's in it.
It would certainly be to our benefit if we're going to do it. It would seem to me to the benefit of the whole collection. But I'm sure that Hall would prefer if we could agree on some kind of a bit of time. If Hall would come around and talk to us individually, see where we're at, and do this as a package, so that he could bring out Utah's, and Illinois, and New Mexico's, and Arizona, South Dakota's, and Oklahoma more or less at the same time.
It would be desirable. I'm wondering if we're all going to conclude the operations at roughly the same time.
I would certainly make no commitment on that.
Like we're going to try to do it. I'll keep using the personal pronoun all the time. We're going to try to finish up the index, the catalog, just have it ready for the printer about the time we spend our last nickel.
Well, tell them, man, to come down and talk to us. We're obviously we're in pretty good shape in that respect, because all this really entails now is sort of going back and hitting a compromise between the two kinds.
I wouldn't think so. I would think that these two together, in other words, the catalog would be in two parts, a catalog and an index. You've got the index. You've got the catalog of the actual items.
Well, maybe,
and then you've got the index to the items. That would seem to be a perfect combination.
Well, maybe if they want to publish that, that's fine.
But wouldn't you despair of us all trying to get together on a
format? Yes, I would. However, that still wouldn't preclude their going ahead and publishing them more or less as a series.
That's right. Yeah, even though the format's different.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Don't make the format will differ too much from the end up with it. Because you're in the same hurry, well, same light as we are, same reason.
Well, if you want me to, I will give the publisher your name, and let them correspond with you in this. But
have you decided to do that? I mean, exactly.
We have not necessarily decided to go with DK Hall. We just had an invitation from them.
But the idea.
Yeah.
And we want to do something of this kind. We think that the collection deserves it. I believe it's true in every case, because as I said at the outset of the day's proceedings, after a couple of 3 days at the Oral History Association, we're all convinced that this is the greatest oral history project going on. And it's the only one of any size, comprehensive one of any size in ethnic research, in Indian history. And as the Indian movement gathers more steam and headway, there's going to be increasing demand for this kind of material. And I think the world ought to know about it and where it is, what restrictions governance use.
You're going to get an invitation probably to the virtual home press used.
Yes, I'm sure that some of the university presses, Illinois, Oklahoma, might equally be interested in this, and this might be an even better way to go.
So GK Hall is really geared up to do this kind of thing.
I think they do it faster. As Oklahoma, with its huge backlog, might not get at it.
It'll be faster.
Also, are they not specialized to do this? Is not their effective distribution to libraries and so on the one that's most likely to accrue the most advantage to this kind of thing? You know, just no one except scholars look at GK Hall publications.
They're immensely useful.
There's no university library in the country is without them.
Actually, the original was supposed to be made for combined sort of publication and to cure these smaller institutions.
Do we have some consensus, getting back to Ed Brother's suggestion for a final report? I think this is about an important piece of business we could do, to agree as to what the basic outline of this should be. Now, I started out a minute ago by saying that if we publish the catalog volumes, maybe this would affect the content of the summary volumes. What I think would be desirable, rather than have this come out under the auspices of any one of the projects, to have it literally a 7-man report between two covers, in which there would be a preface of some sort, and then each director would say his own thing. No.
What I want to do is send you, Greg Crampton, all the information in all those 5 categories. And the only one that would be published individually is the little individual report, which would state our own purpose and the way we've handled the operation, and let you take the stuff that we send, so that we do have chapter 1 or section 1, section 2, section 3, section 4, section 5, and then 1, 2, 3, and 5 end up being essentially written by or pulled together by you. Because I would much rather do that than read, here's Utah 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and New Mexico 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's have a unified report that tells about, that makes this thing look like what it really hasn't been, in a way, a project.
Well, I think in terms of publishing audience, if you can use that term, I think that would be a much more useful kind of publication. That is, if we do plan to put out separate catalogs, which scholars presumably would use, what the function of this kind of publication would be to announce the existence of the other things and give some background material for them, so that some kind of unified presentation would be much more, I think, useful than one in which each area is handled independently.
Doris deserves this. We asked Bernie here what he would send to you when you come down to the nature of the archives. What material would you send? Very good.
Well, I think you'd have to.
Be clear what you're talking about. You're talking about
Well, I think that one of the things that he's taking steps to, Greg would have to decide what he wants us to include in that, and he might write something to us to tell us that.
Yeah, and I would be inclined to send him more than I would ever expect him to use. So, because an editor,
what would you send?
I'd send him the Xerox pages, perhaps, or at least a concise summary of them, feeling that an editor likes to have something he can throw away rather than they have to write and say, I need more information.
In other words, as I begin to get some notion of what the function of a publication like this might be, wouldn't it actually in that area be more useful to have the statements about not so much as what's in the archives, because we're going to publish that, but what is the organizational basis of the curatorial responsibility? How, who or what agency a scholar contacts in order to make use of the archives? What kind of facilities are provided? That is, can he Xerox? Can he not Xerox? May he take microfilm? May he not? This kind of information about the actual organization of the archive as an institution, rather than the content, would seem to be more appropriate in that part of a publication like this, when we anticipate publishing the contents independently.
Except
this final report is something to, first of all, to give Doris dupes.
Yeah.
Secondly, to give people that might be interested in picking the can for some more of this sort of style. I think this is essentially a propaganda device. This is going to become my doubt.
That's part of it. It also could be used as our own instrument to
Fuel. I think some of the things, for example, just to answer your question, the tribes covered.
Yeah.
About how some weighting that, well, we have a lot of data on you, but we don't have, and we have a lot on the Cherokee, but we don't have any on this group. You might put a map of the United States and we're trying.
You might put a shaded map.
Shaded
in
map.
terms of quantity of information. We got in the archives is this area is black and this area is nothing.
You might have a little bit maybe maybe you would want to take a page or a paragraph or 3 or 4 pages, say, on urban Indians that the collection has with this kind of material in it. Just as sort of a summary.
Yeah, this is
maybe a tribal breakdown.
Lou was explaining it. I was concerned about what you're talking about, rich tapes and tribes.
Yeah. The quantitative thing is probably less important in this part than some kind of a summary.
Until we have the typescripts, these quantitative figures don't mean much anyway.
Anyway, this will probably be done before the final indexing is done.
Yes, yeah. And I appreciate you're all volunteering us to do it. I have to do it here.
Your suggestion.
Yeah.
Well, it's unanimous.
Well, you're the coordinator.
All we're going to do is any material you just put together.
Uh,
But you may want to make us style more things.
Well, he obviously has more facilitation.
Well, we can do it. My aim to do it, assisted by an able staff here. I would want to put the pressure on to get this thing out, but fast, so that we would hope to get it in print soon after the project terminates.
Put a statement in there, if we get another year that this is not a complete, in the catalogs, if you're gonna mention each institution not be available, later they keep putting these catalogs out, and it was completed.
Or we can make a summary statement, even though this project is not actually completed.
Or you're talking about a year hence.
You're talking about, what date are you talking about? A year from now?
January the 1st, 1972.
No.
Of course, now the history and the purpose of the project, you'll simply have to remember and ask, and we've all got. I guess you have a set of those notes of that Los Angeles meeting, don't you?
Yes.
So that there's just that, and then whatever gossip.
Gotta make that section short.
That'll take care of
I don't think New Mexico will submit such a section.
Oh, you got it.
In some of these stories.
We may get in trouble at from the informants, but from the ex-director's level.
Nobody knows a New Mexico story like New Mexico.
Come on, juice up the document for us.
And I think it should be done nice, but the form of the publication.
Yes, you got distinguished publication.
Something that really looks nice for Doris too.
Should we think of holding a
But
little,
not with a wide market necessarily.
holding a little money in our budgets to kick in evenly on the publication of the thing?
I think this would be a good thing to do, although I believe we can get a Remy University Press to take it on without doing such subject.
Well, I suggest that you keep in mind a chit chat about this and just go ahead and ask us for what you want, and that you find out as soon as you can if you're going to need money from the individual projects. Ask us for that too.
I mean, if your own individual university presses, you might look into this in Illinois and at New Mexico and see what they would do and if they would guarantee an early publication.
I could get you an early publication out of the Dakota price that you're going to subsidize.
I think we can get it maybe without subsidization.
New Mexico's been turning out, the School of American Research in Santa Fe has been holding seminars in anthropology, and New Mexico Press agreed to publish these. And I was astonished at the publishing dates. Literally, I reviewed a manuscript of which in late August, and the book's already out on the market, been on the market. They didn't require a subsidy, so I might
See what you could look at that, because I think they might be particularly attracted to it.
They've had a history of publication in history and in Western history.
It'll be a quality publication.
What would you think of in terms of length?
I think this 100-page idea of the sheds is a good one. I think knowing something about Miss Duke.
You mean 100 published pages?
Yeah.
Which
Maximum.
about 280 manuscript pages.
We want to keep it short enough that if it's going to be looked at by busy people in other foundations, not to mention Miss Duke, that they'll read it. And once we've heard it many, many times, is the way to deal with Miss Duke is to be brief.
I think that your material is going to dictate the length to suit. But I don't think we should aim for a tall map.
You don't want ponderous tone.
much of the voice, they can't very well limit you to pages at this meeting, I don't think.
And there's no reason to why once you get a first draft.
May I ask a silly question, possibly? Is this section on Indian participation going to be embarrassing? Or is it going to be helpful?
Well, this again, the editor is going to have to decide whether he sees what comes in on.
I think that we should be given the latitude of bagging that whole subject if we don't like what we've got.
I think it's important, though, to put it in if you've got anything to say at all. And surely we all
But we
do.
don't have.
I'm sure we're going to
Yeah.
end up looking good on it, and I
Yeah.
think that we need to make that fact known.
Otherwise, it'd be criticized by Indians,
Yeah.
no matter what it was.
Yeah.
We will be anyway.
Yeah, but
Yeah, well, that's inevitable now.
But you can always, I was going to say before, you can always use us to send detailed comments on the first draft. You can call us for a meeting. I mean, there's lots of input we can put into it depending on how you want to do it.
Well, I think Indian participation could be any kind of significant participation.
You have to combine participation.
Apart from the actual informants. For example, the other day we counted up the number of Indians we had employed at one time or another, and what was that? 25 or 30.
Yes.
Which, given the total number of employees we've had, is a pretty respectable percentage. We have 2 on staff now that we haven't counted that many more.
We've had lots of kind of deals. All the people that have been connected with this and have been trained,
Yes.
who are going to carry on, so then work like this. And so,
I'd like to see that thing of participation, Indian and otherwise, because the number of college students, work study and otherwise, that we have supported all of us is just tremendous. And I don't know why we would ignore our contribution in educating people.
No, I agree.
I think you can
And
count.
such things as numbers of theses produced, which may not constitute something under publication.
oh, why not? That's the place for that. I think.
But the Indian participation, I think if you add up the number of Indians you have had significantly involved.
So that this section now becomes simply who is involved in the project.
well, we got to have a special thing about Indians. I think if it turns out that if you get together, you see you can live with it.
Well, I'm sure that we can live with it.
We're all going to pool.
We're going to give you all our data.
So somebody, the Illinois conceivably could be a little light here. It could be made up by someone else who's living in the midst of Indian communities.
I'll bet if we counted up the number of Indians who have received incomes of one kind or another from this, not informant fees, I'll bet we'd be over 150 right now.
Oh yeah, in terms of I've had a lot working in translation and this kind of thing. And there are some now for the first time, I guess. Well, no, there were 2 before, but
Well, it's exactly much on our talking about Transcript day we left off, and that's our war dance and our dancing that all called on. I guess for various purposes, what we interpret war dance and trouble sometimes. And the rhythm, one thing or another, don't differ everyone. It probably be named for that occasion at that time. So when I left off the other day, we were talking about this, probably the last part of the dances toward finishing to where they would quit for the day or afternoon, whatever it was that they were stopping and the particular dance meant that the person getting close to refreshment time and it was going to quit. So the special dance where I think 8 individuals participated in there along with their leader. And this special good or prepared meat that they had in the pot was part of the act, along with various dances put on that rhythm into where they would approach their costume that they had laid out in the line there. So they would glance it and then kind of dance there and kind of turn that dancing procedures kind of swerve away from it, and quite a little act there and quite entertaining. Until the final act would come through from this prepared thing that was special in this pot that they would have. And as I told you, this one man, he was one of the warriors, I guess, one brave man that had this thing I told you that was trimmed with a lot of feathers, some eagle feathers. And he would be the one that would be participating with him. There was at the time that they would find an opening that he went through and probably inject his spear or whatever he had in his hand and come out with a certain portion of meat there that was prepared. Well, that was the end of their performance. And they went about, and every dancer, time I told you, were seated in a circle with their more or less it was their main warrior leaders that would be known as the whip men. Of course, they either had whips braided by some kind of a eye dipped in hand, and they braided and always had decoration of either feathers or something on there. And had a man probably have a club or something, spear, whatever it might be in possession. Along with it, in that particular group, we had a man that would probably be out and saying words to the people gathered there, be talking in time, and sometimes I have said that some of the men learned the language of other tribes that probably associated with, was don't know when, but they got the language, and he would come up with, say, for instance, the Arapaho language and some with Sioux language. We had these people talk at these various moments in time that would come in. But sometime we had some real old warriors been living long time, and he had his little old song. We could always hear him singing around, and of course that was his way of going about and much his entertainment, and probably for his memory one thing another. A certain song that probably didn't appeal to our younger people at times, but that's what probably the things that we ignored and didn't try to get his song at the time. Younger, we get into our generation, why these various things are kind of drifting away from us. But it did mean something to the dancers and how they went about these various things. And of course their lunch or whatever they're serving were mostly done by the leaders of the tribe, like I related to you, that was probably more or less in the recreation department, something like that. They had individuals in that line with other followers, and they in turn, like very well financed member of the tribe, they'd either donate a beef if they had any cattle. Like for instance, Mr. Wise, he would make a statement time that he would furnish a beef for the feed, and that was supporting the program as they were putting it on. And everybody a week to whether they donated a few dollars or anything what they wanted to do. So we didn't go to, like present time, had money set aside for our righteous. We wanted to hold, like we do at present time, our bag dances or sun dances. It was all donated by the people that were in this line and sought for the people, and they would do it on their own accord. They come there and they said, well, we'll do that. And of course, we had our different personnel that would come along and talk, at this dance. And that was what we today call eat a turkey dance, war dance. We did have that dance what we call war dance, and that was the time that I told you the party was going on the mission, and they knew it was dangerous. So in order to do that, they wanted probably younger people to participate in there, and they were selected from their various leaders that would go on the mission, and after it was accepted, right, and they were rehearsed into a lot of things, like I say, their equipment or whatever they had to pack with them, such as extra shoes and probably extra needle or something like that, and repair their shoes or anything that they've had. All these things would be prepared to keep securely. It meant their clothes by other enemies, they should lose portion of their article. So therefore, that was quite important to them that they would have it quite securely in their possession all the time, not to leave anything where they rested overnight or where they were at to be found at the particular band of either Indians were there. Happily identifying from one tribe from another, from that kind of thing that was in their possession. So they was awful cautious about that. And during the dances, again, if any of the dancers lost a feather or something should have dropped to the ground, and he would not go there and pick it up himself. It could be more likely some of these things that have been in combat with other tribes was brave, and he'd go over there and pick this flag of the individual that so happened to have dropped it on the ground. He'd pick it up, and then he would tell our brave act certain time, certain place, before he would return it to the individual that owned it. And that was our chiefs that time. They had to tell a history of their own personal action one time of their bravery. And that holds true to any other of their dances. And that's more or less relating to our so-called turkey dance at present time. Of course, they make their leather garments more colorful, much as they could, and create many of their costumes or these buckskin suits. So they had these buckskin suits, and they put on fringes, and they were likewise their size suits. They could wear them on occasions, and later years had wigs and things of that nature done to them. Fringes on there where they were always taken care of. For instance, like in the fashion here, we have, they know 2-3 plants that have quite a sweet fragrance to them any time of their blooming or flowering part. They would go and gather some of these and tie them into either a bucket, napkin, or whatever they made to hold it. And when they would put their costumes or the belongings that they used on dance occasions, something like that, way they would, some of them, they would just more or less choose some of those seeds or flowers, whatever it was that they had, and kind of sprinkle it like by, getting ornament. Take them and put them away and the kids in turn like that. Well, when they would unravel it, it would give that fragrance along with it. They like to smell it.
Sure.
Just like where people today keep their like moths and one thing from getting into them, I guess. So it's like that present modern age of where people put these mothballs in their clothing belongings, where they're going to keep them for about months or so, something like that. It's similar to that I think they lady people done that. But they didn't take their fancy garments out every day. They done it on occasion, but they would care for them. Their paint. Certain people knew where different paint was and how they go about it. Some of them were, must have been really good paint there. I recollect just one painting of Ouray there, a man and a horse, and that was done by, I think, by Indian paint. It's kind of slowly fading now, but it has stood rain and sun beating on it for a number of years.
You're there.
And them arts have faded from our present generation. And even just so before my time, then I'm talking about it was gradually dwindling from them. But it was our forefathers that actually viewed the main arts of our meeting, our dances, and various things that went into their life. So I think, that's a message for that, Jack, and we had to start a dance that we call a bear dance. I have heard of it so-called bear dance at the time. How it came to known there was a part of a bear act in it one time. But to my thinking and going over the thing is that I won't say it ain't a bear dance because there was a time after they've had these dances for whatever days it might have lasted, 4 or 5 days in the afternoon. Dance is what it was. And there we found these costumes again that are repeated. And them days it was like we would take a modern cowboy today and try to get in the line with some of our people that had these various buckskin suits and other clothing that they had made. They were dressed for that occasion there. And it was quite odd to have a person coming in with Levi's and dressed just common like that. As well as that's the day that we go in there dressed past Levi's and Transcript boots and so on through, and you see someone come in there with a kid suit right then, it meant so thing one way or the other at that time. Now we find the same thing with the modern clothes. To see someone come in there with clothes that they've had before. And that was your same difference with them that wore their costumes, to find some individual coming out with Levi's and what they have the clothing at that time. And so that one part that is vanishing from our people today. We're going on dress pants, fancy boots, 10-gallon hats, and then these war bonnets were not typical headdress that they wore at their bed end. It was only in this either war dance or other dance that they had. That's where these men wore these typical war bonnets today, but it's more of a headdress that they had. And that part and other things that they represented to going for their head dressing, feathers. They had certain ways of decorating their feathers for different occasions, like war dance, or what dances that you would want to call it, as well as your bear dance. They didn't wear these war bonnets in their bear dance. They would either have two feathers back here or feathers alongside the head. Not these large ones, it would be more of these ones that they pluck with the finer quality that you find under the table. But they most generally had them. They would either braid right alongside the cheek here and have it right up here. But later years they got into copper, had a little tube there, and they'd keep it from their hair and go through them, braid it, and have fancy little work done on each end of the feather. So, going to what I said about the bear dance, the bears represented this one particular night dance they had to decorate towards the ending of the dance. They danced all night by their campfires and in their crowds. And but break the day, well, we had an entertainer then at the time that the bear came in. At the time or other, the people had seen the claim that the bear had put on a dance. And the individual would kind of imitate this bear. They have his hair down and come in, and they had certain songs for him to come in and for him to be the one individual to act. He'd go along with his cars up in front, and nobody dared to move. Anyone moved, well, then he'd go there and imitate or flashing or attacking the same individual. And sometime he'd have a mate be or one of the ladies would be along, and they would be in their standing position, but they would have their hands up like they said. They had to say music for him, and they'd go from, well, not from one end to the other, but they'd be dancing around about in front of the people or the party that were in the crowd at that time. And that was the reason for that they called it bear dance, I would presume. But on the final day, or any part of the dance, I would trade with more of a social or departing sign of the people that had came to this particular winter camping. And after these dances are over or were coming to an end, the tendency of this man that I'm talking about that came and talked during the dances and intervals, and probably about toward the end there he would come talking about people that had participated probably a year before.
I see it.
So it was more of a farewell address by this man to remember certain individual that they seen dancing and probably they had missed him, and there was kind of sadness fell there for for a moment that people were crying and mourning for this individual probably wasn't participating at the time that they had seen probably a year before, but due to some illness or something that he wasn't present. So it was kind of a speech in that memory of the person would talk, and of course it was kind of that moment there for
Was this the
everyone.
person who was dressed up like the bear?
Well, no, it was just for anyone.
For
That might be, that concerned all the people that were there. It could mean there or any certain people that might have been dressed anything, but just bringing a memory of some relative that might have been present at this one time that they were having dance and so on through. So it was just kind of a farewell, I guess, to some deceased person. Or get it. And so to me, it was kind of a, this is my own thing, kind of a memory thought and kind of farewell to a deceased party, as well as their social gathering for to amusement and to say to have a bad react that they would have to, in a thought, to be more friendly with the bear, or so they were going back into the mountains and a certain, so they had fought for the bear himself and not attacking them or doing anything. They always spoke good of him when they were in, and he would pronounce their presence. And that way, where they felt that the bear wasn't apt to attack the individual rat. So it was kind of part of all, I guess, in the particular dance that I gathered at this present time.
How did this bear dance get started, Connor? What? How did the youth get the bear dance?
Well, I think it's just by, as I said, that there had been a time that the bear has went out and they seen a sign of this bear Ouray went to, not too big of a tree, but a tree that you could wallow and scratch and break the limbs off and so on through. So I think in their flags, you'll always relate or always see an Indian with a bear. A bear will be either clawing on the tree like that there, then you'll see that Indian standing there with a stick. Not exactly a stick, but they make it into kind of an instrumental way that they think they choose some from a limb, some hardwood limb that they find, and they notch it. And notches on there was counted, might have been counted one time, but there's that many notches that's supposed to be, I think I wouldn't know. As any of us have people living today, only thing there's so many notches in there. But I guess originating the things that must have been something in that notches, and they would get a bone, foreleg of lower foreleg of the animal. Makes up on its notches. I guess that before they had 10, they would have a hide over something to make the noise. And it has rhythm of itself, and that's how they dance back and forth. I have witnessed, they call it social dance from people down the southwest, but they're not in time that our dancing, we more or less have one straight line. And we call maybe two of them, they would have a willow and one was kind of slacking down and wasn't putting the rhythm to it to suit the man that was supervising the dance right. He would tap him across the leg, just like you would if a horse slowing down or something to make him get his gait up along with the rest of them. Correct, but that purpose having a willow in there to feed the slower gated ones to where other people were in that dancing. But like noticeable clips and people winning that dance with all that content, but the other one would kind of slacken down. And of course, funny thing, thought for people at that time, he was chosen by a squad that seemed to favor so well, where then he could put on all his effort and energy trying to please his partner. By other part, probably he was tends to his content because he was satisfied with his partner. So that was just some of the things that probably the people was kind of observed. And there was this going, well, we take both generally it was Lady Troy. Probably this lady would be married and have a little more dancing with certain individual over the others. So it goes back why they would have their family squabble, I guess. Either the woman get her garment so torn up so she wouldn't be so well dressed the next day and so on through. And some had few bruises like scratches and one thing or another. So down back this there, well then that's where they did well after the bear dance. And they all expected that. Every time maybe 2 or 3 of them would be just didn't have to play that. Well, you're passionate or whatever you're thinking, but this individual who's in there, well then you'll be up to the slave up there because one who danced with him. And probably this man, your husband, might have this jealous feeling. So that started there just as well as if she was married and you're dancing with a man, or the man reversed back to this lady. So her man would likewise give her the feeling or when you beating her up or tying up her dress or something, as well as on the other hand, woman do the same with her man. It was pretty well evenly matched with who was on the other side.
It came out about even.
Yes, I would say it came out about even. But anyway, it was, as I said again, it was always believed and there was nothing nobody could do about it. It was their own family feeling, their own thoughts. So that kind of livened things in that way. And the old bear just caught up with the other bear and they laughed about it, folks were, well, they expected that. That was how, I guess, those bad things came about. Person parties went and probably was curious about some time and probably for that they believed pretty much in their dreams. So in that probably it came to be worked out and they had the song for her. So that's how it went, and of course her bear had to take the part in that. But all that together with them, that it was more or less their meaning of saying they were going to a different location. They were going there. It was kind of a farewell social dance or this bear dance thing. Putting that combined all of it all together there.
They held it in the spring?
They held it in the spring.
And,
early spring. Sometimes some of them said it would be either have a little snow on the ground but they would keep their whatever brush they had and sweep the snow off and try and take care of it as best they could. So, but their costume wasn't that any dampness, so they had to be pretty careful about it wasn't too wet, and they find a spot to hold it down. Take the trail, and that's I think was my way of looking at that. I would say the interpretation of the begging, because as I said, it was meaning of memory of some disease that had been with this group, and of course there was the kind of sorrow there where just a spell. Then they went on with the dances. Then toward the end, it was kind of a endurance dance. For a while they still had another song for that was the ending song, and that's where it wasn't. Now we present days we find two pairing off and having a lot of that, but in our older chanters was very seldom you see track, and there was a kind of comical act in procedure of this dance too. There would be probably a family or families, and they would, I don't know, just for fun or just rouse something from other female sexy woman would go to choose a partner. Probably he'd be well dressed, have pretty good outfit on, you know. And this woman would go and choose man. They talk this thing over. So instead of releasing him from the dance, the woman, lady, would get the man by the arm and escort him down to their group. There they would groom the man up, fix up his costume, you know, take his braids down and re-braid it, or he'd be sitting there, you know, they'd have his arms on him, and of course that by the other group, I'm relatives in group chat, and from me and from my side with them, they would want to keep revenge on the particular group who was taken. So they go then and choose another one from their group over there, see, and each in turn, and so that was kind of a thing, kind of amusement, and trying to rouse people into either going dancing or whatever they were doing there. They give him a drink of water and groom the man and have him there for maybe 4 or 5 minutes. Something that stirs whatever the intention was in there. Wasn't to say that they were feeling this man from the other woman or anything like that. It was just kind of bring the enthusiasm or bring the fire into the other group to where they would get up and do the dancing and things like that. It was that kind of act that they used to have there. So people would laugh about it, you know, those were going to sit down and give us 40 years and one thing or another to get things going, wait to them. Or they see some, as a feeling that they choose this one guy all the time, and then that's where they had their revenge back onto the other group. That's our symbol of what we call begging today, to get go with it combining.
How long did the bear dance last?
Well, then they didn't know the weeks. They would say maybe 5 days, or this person would say, well, we'll have dances maybe 5 days, or whatever numbers they named. They would say today's Sunday and we'll quit on Sunday, or it's Monday, anything. Because they would say to them, they didn't know Sunday from Monday because they didn't have a name for each day like we do at 7 days. So they just did 5 days or 7 days. But they would, it would be more left up to the people that were putting on the dance. They would build a crowd and they would gather wood for their night dance and get all prepared.
Now, would somebody volunteer to put on the bear dance?
No, it was pretty much known to, as I said, to people that would entertain so-called bear dance.
All right, the same people would do it year after year.
Well, it wouldn't be exactly the same people, but probably the same people be involved in it. We have somebody else. We do a bad day where we recognize VOF people over there to be a bear dance entertainer. And if any of them can go, as we recognize some of our Sundance leaders, we have a few of them, and they participate. We are the ones that will. And during the bear dance, that's when they would make the announcement in later years. Of course, the Sundance, as I recall it, was introduced from the Shoshone or Arapaho tribe, which was brought into our reservation by call him Grant now. Might have been Bullet Head. Talking about Bullet Head, the two I don't distinguish in between them, but whether they were brothers or not, this old man called Grant, he had 2 boys living at the time, that's Neil Grant and Morgan Grant. But we still have parties by the name Bullet Head, and you'd say he was shot in the head with a gun. That's what they call him, Bullet Head. And I think them 2 brothers, they might have been brothers, I don't know. They're relative part, not to say whether it's 2 brothers or not, but they were, I would say, were brothers. And they got the so-called Sundance into our reservation. And from then on, we have it. Unfortunately, years we have our way, they have theirs. For instance, we take the Arapaho tribe, they don't dance to the pole as we take our Shoshone Indians or any other tribes that hold a Sundance. Probably originally way back in Oklahoma, I understand they have what they call Sundance there. But probably they have a little different procedures there as they do to the Arapahos and the Shoshone Indians, the same as our tribe over here. But actually was inherited from other tribes, as I call it, to our western tribes, like people from Idaho. And some have that started in Montana. For a number of years, they did have their Sundance. I happened to be in Fort Washington the time the delegate came down from Montana. And they time got the gift and it took back with them. And I think the present time they're having a Sundance is now there.
Is that right?
Yes.
You were at Washi when they got it.
Yes, right. They're to revise back again. But I think they had it sometime before. But they kind of banned it. And a certain group of them, they want to revive it again. I just happened that one year that I happened to be there when the delegate from Montana came down there. And they got the mechanics of how to proceed and what to do and what it's about. And I think they reintroduced it back into their tribe again. I think they have it now.
Can you remember when you got the Sundance out here on the East Reservation?
I wouldn't exactly know. I just period of them.
I wondered if it was since you. I wondered if you could remember the fruit.
No, my first my personal stuff when I seen the first dance, but I would say like I was just before my time on the
When it first came to the
yeah. I've heard that they had it in several places. They had it about what is known Farm Creek now, next to the forest. Forest at that time they had lay on the flat there.
full time.
And I've heard them having it and they locate and lower down after that. Till finally, I guess through the procedures of allotment and one thing, so they allocated what they call Sundance down as place to hold their Sundance. Or less, we would call it a grazing site with you. So they hold their Sundances in what we call Sundance down today. If there was then that particular thing, Sundance, so much as we're on it now that it had been brought into a reservation by these two brothers for men. I won't say unless I required to make definite they were two brothers or they were father and son, but they were closely related. And we have the names of these particular two people at the time. And that has quite a well that and along with our I try to explain to you as to the meaning of a bear dance and how it came about. But I am thinking about present time and the means of kind of a farewell and at the same time social and then meant something to the bear because it was more of an imitation from the bear at the beginning as to how he proceeded and what there seemed in there, then made friend with the bear and that's how they was coming to their spring activities. They had been winter quartered and came to spring activities and that meant they're going back into their territories or to where they could go. And that's pretty much understand when I say they kind of centralized for the winter from different bands, groups that went out for various means for their livelihood during the summer. More like they might have not got all of them, but it was pretty much all with either being faithful communities throughout various parts of our country here. It's like we have our own band quartered down here, what we call Springwood. Then for the eastern people, as I have heard it put together from south side of Blue Mountain down into Wheaton. Then it was just group after group within it there they pulled in here. Of course we had some visitors with cold call from one place and all to whatnot. And the communication, as I said, to meant through people traveling. They had dances there and so on through.
Would the group go to more than one bear dance?
No, that was that group more or less dance for the spring. Yes.
So they didn't travel. The group at Springville wouldn't have theirs and then go over to Blue Mountain.
No, they couldn't do that. They too far distance. So they had their own dances, more or less been introduced by this particular group of Indians. Mountain countries where the bears are would be a little different. I don't believe they call it into these plain people like Sioux, Oklahoma, people surrounding us. We haven't heard of that.
Yeah, they don't have it there.
No, because their beliefs are so different from ours. We have our different beliefs, and as I said, we don't all have the same beliefs, but it's more or less similar, and they don't have this what they call bear dance. Said we had one group down here something similar to what we call bear dance. They call social dance, and it was in our line that we have it there. They more or less dancing. Well, anyway, bring party like on woman's side. They most generally bring the livelier group always bring the whole portion to unbalance it. Of course, they just kept on dancing. But here we more or less try to hold them in line. That's why the stick man, when it's got off balance, one was little with them, they get in line with everything.
Oh,
Just made it more or less in one straight line as possible. When you start to off balancing with it, that's when these willow men seem then to step up and get in line with the other group. More or less kept them in line. I witnessed in the Southwest Indians where they were getting smaller groups and they were dancing sideways, or they've always been a rhythm to that. And that's why from the things and that well with commandments or various things so happens in calling of our men that works with our creator of the universe is the symbol that they tried to was kind of a thought in having the 12 poles.
Oh.
They symbol and pointing over the earth because they have it all sitting round here. That they have these 10 drummers. They would have 10 drummers. Penny may be 10. And drum and the pole was what could break the whole universe, I guess, or whatever you may call it. Is the message that they sent in all parts of the world by these 12 poles that circle into this one working pole that can be bent, symbolize that place that we say the dream is to hold up the universe and sending this message through them. And they had the symbol of the dark, basically just a dark stripe on coal, and lighter paint on there was the light of the day. So that the dressing of the coal warmer days. Of course, at that time, on end of the main pole in the center, they would either have a handkerchief or some belonging to some person that might have participated in dances and that had the field or what they could tell. So they would take the belonging, either be something that he had worn a handkerchief or just whether it handkerchief, I don't know what it was, but they would put that on end of the working coal that they have. That, of course, would symbol that they were not only trying to help the men much as they could, but trying to cure them as possible. Of course, that had real it's all in itself. We can go in when they said you had so many days to dance, and that's just so many days to it. Regardless of how that you got to men that had to believe you various things, and they used to come out such an hour earlier to when I was small. They both probably toward the latter part of the days that they're coming to things way will come out their own symbol. Some have a hide of an animal, feathers, the bow and arrow or the buffalo horn, and they would but I say there's these things that meant for certain things, working up to what I have knowledge of the Sundance that had great other things other than the ever since or told being put in that seemed to me that so-called to be the Sunday, which fosters working clean. We stopped through a riding up and down the river. Likewise, I'm a big delegate to Sunday Short Week to go into the mountains and the route because they, of course, they didn't have roads like Madden, but to these places it's been cold, cold. And these other big poles that they had to put these poles down. All of them were counted and they knew. And the main headman was dancing at the gate opening toward the sunrise. And he would also observe where the sun was coming up from the location of the crowd to be. So when they went into the dance with him, he would more or less tell them this is where the sun will be coming at this time. And in my day, time that they was coming just to see the Sundance was that the chief would go and strike his place for his center pole, and then he'd go and have some willows along with this other party, friends, or whatever it might be, and they would take off in circle. They were to make the camp within the circle. It had to be around there. And no one was camping beyond that any further than they could. So they more or less kind of went along with survey's line. I call it. So more or less they were whole camp close to the survey's sign that they had made there. And we very seldom find like we could get it back of the line there.
You have the Sundance Circle then, and then you have this other big circle out around like there.
Not out around, because this is more or less the cheese cut here. There's nothing to be in that. It would be more or less in
the back of it.
Yeah.
And then everybody was to camp inside of that circle.
No, not inside, around, outside of it, but not inside of it. Not inside of it, very thick that they had there.
But close to the edge.
It could more or less all kind of pull in rather than pull out from.
Like they do now, where
like they do,
got it over the side out
there. Yeah. And I think that they would camp there probably 4 to 5 days, and the songs that they were singing, they would come in, and some of we'd take man that was to be the leader in the Sundance. They had another little small circle there where the drummers would come, or any individual that had a song. They rehearsed the songs there, probably for or 5 nights or whatever they designated.
In some circle was
Found
that
some
out.
circle done within the area, more or less close to the leader camp, because the most generally camped right now. Then there's a so-called marking that they put in there.
Oh, fair.
It was more or less in the center, so it would be close to his camp there that they would have this rehearsal of their song.
Oh.
And probably 4 or 5 of the dancers would dance with him at that time. They were supposed to be there dancing when each other groups would be rehearsing songs, man coming with songs, because nobody knew what song he had, so they had to rehearse it. So when they did proceed with the dance with him, they would more or less put object of having many women in their classes to help sing, and even if he was alone there, whatever, he had other people that would come with him to help him sing his song and songs of other people that was introduced to at this rehearsal. So they came up with different songs. Probably some songs might be a little older than others, but that was the purpose of having this rehearsal for a few nights, a night and back for a Friday night, so it would carry on. Meantime, people would be getting in the camp there. And after that, in the final night with him, all these things would be worked up to where these people would be designated to go after these pine poles. There were so many required for it. There were so many required for these other racing and going through this another wagon or whatever they had to bring that in with. So they, like I said, it was close to the forest when they first started to get through that they might have got in on a horse or they might have packed it in, you don't know, but of course the means to say that they could drive clear down to where they had it at the present time. Until in later years when they got the wagons later, they could plug off the mountain and bring it down to so far distance.
For
So I think that was the reason that they had to dance up next to the timberline. And later years that they got into wagons and so better horses and so on through wagon, they could horse up there and bring the whole down. So on the final night and all of this had been known to the individuals that were going for the polls and so many for the other means to for the support of the other wills that to be brought in. So a day was checked at the last rehearsal of their song. So this individual is going for the polls. I realized that everything of me ready to go. Horses, it was all done anyway, probably for 2 or 3 days. Certain people knew that there's one up there and they sweep their wagons. But it was renounced to them again that everything was in order. At the team, everything had to be in order so there wouldn't be any delay in people. They had to go together to help one another out. So all of that was all done probably 2 days previous. But the final announcement, they announced it to the gathering people there that these people are going to post, and these people are going after these other 12 posts that they're supposed to get, and these other people had to get the will to make the final criminal round. So all of that was all worked up. They know that who was going and who was going to go up there with axes and ones that went on horseback to cut these poles down. Probably they'd be those feeding men that would go up and have many of them poles down ready as possible for the wagons to come up.
Mm-hmm.
I went up one time with my uncle. He used to dance well as my grandfather for a number of years. I don't know for how many years that he had danced with Sunday. So, as I kind of grew up a little more, and my uncle told me this one time, he said, you go up and help. We had a little better horses, and everyone had a little better horses. And I took more or less roam about, and I did at that time have a satisfied horse. I mean, very respectful. My uncle said, you going up and help these old men to see what you can do to help them with the poles. And they went fix me lunch, and I didn't take it. Anyway, by the time the sun come up, the wagons would be pretty well up on about one creek there. That's where the horse, in the meantime, after the thing was announced about daylight, where you could hear them wagons taking off, dogs barking, and there would be one of the old warriors out there arousing the people to waking up as they're taking off. We're expecting some enemies. They're going up scouting, don't know what's going to happen. Everybody had to be alert. You hear them wagons taking off, rumbling off, just getting light. But that's where the sun would come up. Of course, roads wasn't like that daytime, rocks and everything. So that's where they would be what time the sun came up. And they went up to one spring there, right edge of the picture line, and they would uncouple their wagons there. They would just take the front end of the wagon, the team, and leave the left portion, the two hind wheels back. Of course, they set them in a way that when they couldn't break it, I guess. The hill was so steep, and they had to go as light as they could with their team. At the time I went there, I said that I had a satisfied horse under me. And I was a great help to them. They were more or less on their old lazy one thing and then keeping the poles out. I had my lariat, I'd come out with 3 or 4 poles, I could do it.
Cool.
And they were quite satisfied with it. I said we had made better time than we ever did all the time that we've been here. But you've been quite a help to us. Maybe you don't know nothing, because that's why you get more poles at a time there. And I really had them going there. So they would come down, they'd find me. I think 4 poles went onto the wagon.
Hello. Oh, is who? No, this office isn't being used by any of the hospital staff now. You're welcome.
So I was great help to him at this one time that I happened to go along. Of course, going down, that was the only means to break from one thing, and then, of course, there was some that went horseback, they'd kind of hold much as they could with the poles and getting it off down to where they could couple the wagon and put these poles on the rear end and hang them secure. We've done that, and had everything done by, I think, we didn't have a watch by the noon anyway. So, cut the gun this spring then, and then they had to like this talk to him. I didn't. One old man, he came from Wyoming. He'd been a warrior. And they all recognized him for that. And he was also a medicine man. And he hollered at me, kind of had a funny voice there. Called me, come here. Come by name was Son, come over here. Said, I always bring extra. Every time that somebody comes like you. You're first one, first trip up here, you don't know. But I said, I always manage to have few sandwiches over what I have myself. And well, I enjoyed that. I was like there with him. But all of them always had extras, you know, because they didn't know as to who would come in and help and who didn't. Times were a little rougher at that time. And anyway, I was satisfied, and it symbolized approaching the next fire, coming up in the hills there for some sagebrush. People down to the sunrise down, they know that they were returning. So, like where our highway is now, they would find raised poles down. They put all of them on the ground. The people went out to big trees. They would have it there. So the next morning, bright and early, you'd hear probably one team come out there and you'd be stripped down to this probably have a breechcloth on. He'd come open by the camp there on the ring there, announcing their enemies were being spied. So it was time for some action to be done. Because people started gathering, they always maintained to get their best horses, get their dressing guns ready to clean it evenings or that night or when they would be. They put on their clothes, put on paint, and probably here they have a drummer. Probably four of them. They would finally wind up in 4 or 5 or whatever come to there. A small drum, he like take the hold in the hand, ride the horse, and he'd beat on the drum. That also had rhythm of itself. He'd come up. He'd come up singing the song. He went, they'd be joined by man or woman would come out dressed up, horse all decorated up, and probably it would go on there, probably last for an hour and a half or 2 hours. Each time the group were getting larger, and they would sing. Finally, the main leaders would come out. They'd be dressed in their headdresses. But these guys, these party that was singing, they were in the front. We had that Indian, as well as those outlaws or robbers or whatever they represented. They would be shooting their bank bullets and marionette pistols, you know, quite a commotion carried on there. And for some parties, horse would be gotten away. And it always happened, something go wrong with somebody who ain't participating, all that thing. Just in the camp activity, it used to be quite active that morning, you know. Probably some certain horse appears when participating in the parade that gotten away. Or they'd go ask me before a horse, so they're trying to find the horse, be gentle enough, and some never did have this dressing on, and the horse kind of gets spooked, and all they had quite a little rump there, and it took them about a couple hours. Then they would go over towards to where he was going to load their poles. And meantime, I said these old robbers or hoodlums or cobblers, whoever they were in the group, and they were shooting up in there, you know, dancing going on. Women would sing the songs that these men were singing, you know, go along. I had quite a parade
Okay.
When they would go over there, they could bring going over toward that river there. And where it goes to the river is kind of well. Now it's all big holes since they took the rocks and put gravel to pave that road across them then. But that's a huge flat area and then they would stop there. So they would simulate the war acts there. Then already been on this parade. He's been a couple of scouts over and spy on these groups that would be on the other side where he pulled for. But they left there and they had their keys, and that was this center post that they have. And that was well protected there. They had 56 walls, so probably 8 to 6 feet long, you know, at least on end. And they likewise, they'd go and spy on these guys that were approaching. They see this war party on across there and make counsel there how they're going to defend themselves. And they would be the one that would be attacked when that was in the trade. So their warriors where they would all counsel there and those participated in the trade where they went over there and watched the act over there. Finally, these people, time they come in, they were horseback. These people with these poles and poles and these forked trees, they'd be over there, they'd be on foot because the team would be back. That's why they had their town battle there. They would be defending the chief and they would likewise defend the Red Chief. This chief was to kill Red Chief. They had these walls and they'd come charging and they'd hit them across the road. The face was so close and I'd keep them away. They would charge by then, probably attack 3-4 times. Finally, the chief would break through or it had a gun. And that's when he cut the tree by the fork there. And everybody gave a hoot and hollered and they dismount and they'd bring in their team and everybody got in and loaded the wagons up with the poles and whatever they wanted to do to go there. Meantime, they would have a group over there digging the hole for the center pole. And they would, so they had their own camps over there. These old men, you know, they nailed camps down over there. And they had quite a lot of activity and amusement going on over their own self. And of course, they'd have the wagon floors up and we never had no bridges to get them across the creek there. And by the time they got partway over the clearing there, and the trail found these outlaws again. And they'd come charging these groups that were coming back with these poles. They would get charcoal blacken their face up, you know, half humpbacks and pins and everything, fine pants tied onto their saddle. They'd come charging these braves, you know, braves would break away from, you know, retreat. And all at once the leader would come in and they'd pick after these old outlaws and they would retreat. So they had their battle of swimming, just going back and forth 2 or 3 times, maybe 4 times. Finally, the old outlaws, they would retreat away and go down through them old safe stretches, you know, flipping the old ponies over and under. And that was when this, what do you call it, going my car turkey dance, the word and whatever dance was kissing. And that group was active at that time too. They would come put on dance at that and at the same time they would make their gun dance crowd. And that's where there's a special kind of a meet that was to be prepared, these outlaws. Meaning was they would take a dog. Dog would run out and it was target your kids and it so happened sometime that one of these dogs ran out, three cowboys or outlaws or whatever you call them, would come in and come in and was going to get one of them dogs and that was the end. Now they're trying to get called them dog cowboys.
Oh.
That's just the way they go back into the right. There they change it, shift dresses, and that's what the kids that they had before they had their restriction place. And that portion is they told me that they went and similar to some guilt that they would present to the dancers. To book for them that certain time that so happened to this individual, and of course everybody knew what that meant, and they give their whoops and laughs and point at you and laugh and carry on, and of course there big brave scenes where they had to be brave, and of course the guys had to flee. So that was quite a action, and after that was a fashion they came in like that. I heard one story of one instance, this man had lost his wife, and she had a dog. And when he goes cowboy, choked the dog, which was quite a thing for this man. Wrong his wife away at the scene. Perhaps when your dog cowboy hooked that dog, he got on his horse and had a gun and was going to kill him. So that's why this other party at least came in and calmed him down. Said talk to him and told him what they're doing and what he would do if he just something. Although it just so happened that it's something that wasn't meant intent or anything like that, because the act of this particular group in doing that, and that was what they had to do. Sure. If they were 5 dogs, the way you should have had him pretty well secured, tied away from the reach from each side. So any dog can done that, and so happened when these old dog cowboys catch it by them, that was it. And no one could do anything about it. That was the rule and law that they had. So they calmed him down, and so went on peacefully. That was that. So that was when all the dancing thing come on. Finally, probably the pole had to be erected at the stage, and there the announcer, the talker, or this man they called, that would be a talking person now at any of their dancing time. You try dance, some dance, or water dance, or whatever it is. Always recognized probably at least 2 or 3 of them. At the time they would make announcements and say want help or anything to help raise up this a center pole, where then they did. Of course, it wasn't like I've seen it in later days where they had these hydraulic lifts on these platforms, so that's the way they did take many. But they had to have their ropes and take so they could pull it off after they erected it. And after this certain way for sometimes people to dance down to that way to stand. So they had quite a little juggling on that, and was thankful to the fact when they tied it. They had them for braces, some short ones, and they had to get longer as the thing went up, and their rope seemed. So they took several people and pull about their means in earlier days.
Mhm.
Just as in later days when we started to go highbrow real fast and it just lived that big house, but there was too much to it.
That kind of ruins it when you do it there.
Just like where they had these post holes, they used to crank this thing down, make some holes down in a little while too.
Yeah.
So that's the modern way of doing.
Yeah.
But the other time, why they just had heavy old shovel and old crowbar and what
Rope and a horn.
and but all them it was quite active days drilling of that Sunday stuff.
Mhm.
Structured well with the other things that were happening, all them things were happening all at one day.
Mhm.
And of course at time that they went into where they'd been rehearsing for the dancers, they could go in there. So when he went to the dancing where he's going to have his dance, he would lead, and you could tell just how many days he'd represent, maybe 3, maybe 4, or quite a number of times.
Oh.
The leader went round with what is to have the dance
Mhm.
before he went in.
Mhm.
And after everyone placed themselves as to where they want to be positioned with individual choice to where they want to take the certain side to parallel or northern part or wherever they want to after they got in there and they would let it be friends, I guess, and they said, well, we'll stand together over here and so on through it.
Mhm.
So after that was done, Jim Holmes said, and Gum would come in and from that leader, he gave credit to all the people as well as the people that participated with the dance,
Mhm.
and to everybody listening to Senator Cole and to all the polls that represent to carry their message over all the portion of the world through the polls that represent to cover the whole continent, so everywhere, not only for certain tribes, but for everyone concerned with existing insects, birds, as well as animals, and everything. He gave us pretty long prayer. Then the God would come in and then when they would start their dance, probably a goofy dance. And then one of these warriors at that time would come in. He would have his kindling wood under his arm. He also had a song for him, so he would sing it, and he would more or less dance in one place with his kindling wood to start the fire. And after he'd done that, then he'd lay the wood down that he's going to make fire with. Then he would relate his great act in some war that he participated in and what he'd done. He would tell that everybody cheered him and they beat the drum, and then he lit the match and he made the fire. And that continued through the night. We had more older men, and that one went through the second, and there was always 1 or 2 guys on hand that kept the fire lit all the time, and every time that he had to put on either amount of wood he wanted to, or whatever they had there, he had to relate the story that happened to his thing. And every time he made fire with him, of course, carried in that fashion. That was not all the time, but during the time when anybody go in and get wood and make fire. But that's like I say, our tradition, our actual dwelling, what the main intentional purpose was done for. beginning of the so-called Sundance. It's not only worshiping, but there have been a lot of people that have went in sick. Like, for instance, one man, he's dead now, called from the pool. Just what I relate to icon and scene. They patched him on the mat and quilt, and he could walk. And he walked out of there.
That's right.
And this other man, George Manning, was done the same way. I seen him packed in,
Oh,
and he came out walking. And we have so-called 1/2 degree. First now, named Roy Smith, who's living today. He was kicked by a horse one time on the lake. And he was pretty well off. He had a lot of cattle. He went to all the doctors' help. They couldn't do nothing for him. He was crippled in one leg. And they always tell you they went for 4 days. And came out on the 4th day. He was pretty well cured, and he's still alive today. And he really believes that's very strong. And I think that's only due to the faith we have today as well as in the days that have gone by. I have lived here among various sort of people here, and I to observe that. They say the intention is to get well. I think it's great deal with their own personal effort, but they can look forward to that. But if you will, well then you don't believe in your own self as well as running age and go on for a few more years, well then you just don't. You can't make it. So I think the right and the belief in that has played a part in all thought for we call it for doing it. Will never home. You won't know to Christ. But for various means of bleeding and coding and driving or drinking food dangers, being dangerous is not only how people driving their beliefs, their theories. Some of them don't like coffee, some denominational states, as well as thinking combine the whole thing together. It's like a rolling and putting in various things in that to what nature there was in them to believe in certain things which constitute the very thing that we believe in it no different from any other nationality today. It's in our own soul, our own belief, our own individual self. Not for me to tell you you should be that way or any other way. We have it, as I say, that the human race is more or less in them than out into expressing their thoughts. I'm saying that I'm not doing it, but rather people within themselves, people satisfy them way. They don't come up with that emotion. They feel it and they're grateful for it. Or a lot of people think maybe they don't appreciate it, but they do. And that's kind of a belief that I think carries into the various dreams I'm trying to relate to you. Just from my own thinking and seeing in myself that how that I sometimes describe to you as the cultures as well as the dancing dwellers, medicine and dwellers, that we call kings and doctor ladies and doctor and everything. It's to me not any different from what we call the civilized, so-called civilized people of today. we take a different denomination, they live certain ways, and this other denomination lives certain ways. But in the final act where Howard talks about Pastor meaning, is only one person, the creator of all things. Regardless of how we dress, or what we eat, or what we drink, it still constitutes tying to the home language. And our home language is that we recognize this one creator of all living things of today, plants and souls and everything. That's been great creators that have made all things that have served from what little light I have in the hand, formation, ground, and first wonder. You listen, sweet men to make the plans the way they are doing today. You know, first wonder, it's just like that. You don't have to have certain days to go there. The only thing that I say is live it. You can't tell the other people how to live it. So I couldn't be in position to tell you not to take for certain days, anything like that. But I think so within that, but I wouldn't say to myself constitute to whether we're right or whether we're wrong. Because I related that to you in what part of meeting in creating of this. So the thought and meaning is we know it's wrong one side and we know it's right. There's no in between it. You're either wrong or you're right. So that's only two meaning species that I would say that exist. Same as dark, the same as light. And I think Indians pretty much on that thought. Of course, they can't expect it just the way they should be, but we do. And we have our people that with trade has they don't go to certain product cooperative affairs and in their home. And they do. They share aware of that. And one way that we say their particular leaders says that sometimes to symbolize belief, not only for themselves, but everyone concerned of all living things on earth. Blessing for like a good symbol in when they come to performing what they believe in, to come to their belief or through attitude, their belief in some animal or some feathered bird or a thing of that kind. They display it. They would have that. They call it a medicine. They come with some kind of symbol of something enough to which you carried on probably by the last day toward the face of the sun coming up. Clockle. Look toward the sun. And that's because all living things are life. And it's just that deep thought. That's where they come up to the symbols and I believe in the thought. And they come up and you see it. They all have the same kind. And performing and creating at the same time, like I said, they prove it. First of all, there are different things. Better, you squeeze the water out. And that's the green horrible from traveling to see the water come on the chest or any part at all for you to whistle. When a person has this gift and strength and can probably wouldn't have the strong for me probably hadn't developed into that, and they could readily help the individual that could people in France, he probably keep dry, awful down, and then good kind of healthy would go over there and probably put their hand on him. Mostly put that kind of message kind to revive them, physically safe, and kind of feel they have more to give them that they would kind of come out of it revived and good hurt. And as far as come back into the thinking like this woman in the day, the blood book was very skeptical thing for any person like that to come within what is having this, as we call it today, Sunday. It's more the birds and what they're doing there. And they said that any woman or anything like that should come within common existence at all. It would affect one of the dancers. Mainly the one that had the power, or gifted power that had enough strength in it. They were pretty sensitive about it. And he would be able to rowdy at that time. And that's when folk and the one that was talking, he would get up and he would immediately go to their women folks and member of the sex within the area shouldn't move here. It would be practical. That's pretty quick. They please remove from here. You can't let them, you people would know, and probably here for a year so you won't say it's this person that they're guilty of it. Probably between the women, get on maybe 10, whatever, and then please do it. And maybe trick we won't say it's tricking, but they could bust it. Lady or girl or whoever was in that state at that time. They could see which one acquired. There's a power to beg one and very anybody to this man and turning to spokesman, kind of announcer or whatever. The past is the trick. He's the one who could say that something is wrong. And we, and then when you say folks depart from Bill, we know, but we don't want to tell you. There's always other older leaders who took that long, like sidelines over there. So we put no smoking, talking, watching the dances all the time, kind of observing them. And some of their old, like for instance, my old grandfather, Dan Bill, he's quite old. These old timers of his time, they sat there and cheer for him, you know. He'd come out dancing at my closet, like only him, there's other older people participating in that. One of the older men, the group would come dancing, you know, and sometimes one or two would get up and go to the center pole, you know, and give him praise and talk to him what their symbol was that he was doing, and give him more encouragement they should be put down, dream, kind of talk glass and drums would be used. Or any time things come in that he wanted a little help through the fact that they would tell the person that kind of willing, drying, and they would know that he was wanting no drink. So this individual, he would also sometimes happen that he would fall over. Because just well, you wouldn't directly say or anything like that, but it was just a child that wished to put him unconscious. And he would sometimes run to the pole, you know. He had rowdy, run, and that's when the singers, they would sing with all their might, and that's when the lady folks, they give their chanted chatter, and the older men, they start talking. Time to go on. Sometimes he'd revive out of it, and sometimes he'd fall over. For the leaders, for the men, they let the leader there, he put the other men go there and position where he was laying and lay him down. And lay him to the center pole there, whichever way it was supposed to be. And there he got up. Then they say then put the same function right where you had your gift given to you then. It was not just straight. It was some of the things that so happened, and they knew what was going to happen. They could foresee what was going to happen. And that was the way that he had received his gift. And of course, before it's known that way.
And her gift, was it the song?
No, it could be song, and he had the power of changing it first with him.
He acquired his power.
We wish to make some sort of proposal. But the point I make is that we need to think, I believe, in terms of how best can we wind up the project and what form will this take? What kind of a report shall we put together for a final report? And I feel that we certainly owe this to the donor. And it is the kind of final report that we make which might very well be used as the basis for request for additional funding, either from the student or from another source. So I'd like to have us think about that and see what we can come up with this afternoon.
This is where we'd want to get such things as a statement on Indian participation, for example.
Yeah, it should be.
I would like to ask a question just to help me a little. When I took over this job, I assumed that and there's very little paperwork to show that there were any guidelines, at least that I had access to. So I assumed that the level of operation was somehow established in the early period, and this is something I gather from listening reports that this is not necessarily so. And I have reference here particularly to the budget. For instance, I think that I could, if we had one more year, quite realistically, in terms of what I think are some real potentials, ask for more funding than has been generally asked for at New Mexico. I didn't know whether to do this, that is to try and keep the budget request roughly at about the same level that it had been in the past. I think I could quite easily justify a larger budget request. Is this, in other words, do all the institutions roughly operate on about the same level, or what is the guidelines here?
Anybody could justify more, I'll say that.
We haven't really had any guidelines to speak of.
We've always sort of gotten a clue, though, in advance, haven't we, about what we might expect.
Last year, we
we got the definite word that to cut her down a little bit to fight people.
And I think
cut ours down last year. I played mine cold. I think I did mine from hospital bed. I think I cut her. I don't know whether I cut her throat. I hurt herself financially, but I got a letter from the department saying that we had 2 years. So we got 2 years. She didn't say any amount. I reduced ours almost in half last year, assuming that she meant what she said in her letter.
Well, I think the assumption is now that the next budget request, which we ought to have in soon, should be predicated on what it will take to wind up what you've started. Though I'm sure that in some instances, I know we will initiate new projects because many of ours are quite short term. But nonetheless, the projects will be based in areas where we have had good results before. And that the sum requested for the next year should be not far distant from what it was this year. She didn't tell me this, but yeah, this would be.
It's like the first year they said ask whatever you want as long as it's around 50,000.
Yeah, that's right.
You know.
Yeah. One of the magic things that happened to us this year is I think we picked up a little on the stocks. $100 or something.
If you didn't sell it, and if you kept it, I think Monday it went up 1.25 points on one day.
Well, whenever they sold it, we came out a little.
Yeah.
Most of you asked for about 60,000 for this current year.
I asked for 35 last year.
I had figured out that
This year,
in order to
35.
fund the projects, which I thought, in terms of priorities, about the same for field work, but given the fact that the clerical work at New Mexico is way behind, with only about half of the tapes that have been brought in were transcribed at the time that I took over the directorship. So that in order to finish in a year, I'm going to have to add at least one more full-time secretary and another work-study person, and then we're going to be cutting it close, I think, to finish all of this in a year, given what hopefully new material will come in. So that I figured up that to realistically do what I thought should be done, plus the additional secretarial work, it would be somewhere around $59,700 that I had in the proposal this time, and I think last year it was $50,000 or something like that. The major difference is for clerical help, because we are far behind at New Mexico in this task.
Yes, I mean, I have no instructions to give from her office, and I certainly have none of my own. As long as you have it justified in the proposal, what you expect to do with it broadly, I think that's the guideline we need to follow. But I believe if it went some distance beyond what was given this year, then it might, just an impression that it might not be accepted.
I've got a $31,000 budget for this coming year. I think we do.
I think we need to emphasize in the proposal that what you're asking the money for is to round out, to finish up, even though within that you may be initiating some new projects.
Let's think of a minute, just a second, about the word finishing up, because we've used that. I hope the conception is that we get refunded, that then 1 year later we're not all done, because there's
We will never be done.
I mean, it takes a long time to wind up some of these things, and people work on the data. Is that, I mean, I hope
You mean done in the sense that what we do need, though, is we need to conclude to a point where we can present a unified report,
That's
a
right.
summary.
at some point,
Right.
Well,
after
I think that they would look with, they want regular reports, which they have not received in the past, most of us. So that's why I've asked for this report now, and I think we should plan to submit a report of progress every 6 months at least.
We've been sending them the reports twice a year.
This was something I was not aware of.
I wasn't
I
either.
was supposed to report that.
Well, let's discuss this after lunch and come to some agreement as to what we want to do about reporting and the number of other things as well.
We'll just matter of publication budgets, I wonder what happens to be on making a separate request for publication.
I have some input on that. I'll feed you after lunch. Why don't we get together and we have transportation for you to go down to the panorama room where we'll have lunch. And we will bring in, let's see, Everett Cooley will be there, who is director of our Western Americana collection in the library, where all of our material will be deposited. Dean Alfred Cave, College of the Humanities, will be there. Dean Caves has direct supervision of the project through the Center for Studies in the American West. Dr. Sturgis will be there, the chairman of our Department of History. Who else?
Dr. Miller across the hall.
Yes, Dr. Miller.
Will we be stopping by the hotel? Because I brought the wrong things. My reports and everything are in my hotel.
Well, look, let's go to lunch, and then on the way back, one of us will take you down to the hotel.
Okay.
How's that?
Because I brought the wrong things.
This in your office already, but I think it would be handy if we were to just put all of these names on a single sheet of paper saying that to this person, check, stock, whatever should be sent when refunding takes place. So if I can have those names and the proper address put it on a sheet of paper and send it in with the budget, whatever This morning we reviewed what we've been doing, where we've been. So we want to try to figure out where we're going. Certain things were touched upon which need to be developed a little more. Might be some priority here that we not established. Someone brought up the matter of handling what we're doing with the material once we get it. I recognize that all of us were, with the exception of Dr. Binford, were at the Tucson meeting earlier this year, where we went through many of these things. And I think when it comes to archival matters, processing, and so forth, that maybe we don't need to spend a great deal of time on that. I do think that one of the most important things that we can talk about today is how we want to finally wrap up. What kind of a final wrap-up report do we want to try to do? Is there anything beyond the wrap-up report that we ought to think about doing, such as Ed Bruner brought up? What is there some publication that might emerge from our combined experience, which would be something not thought of perhaps in the original mission of the Duke project, which we maybe ought to do to give the rest of the world the benefit of our combined experience. While we're waiting for Joe to return, let's see if there's anything significant that needs to be said about archival handling and processing and that sort of thing. We don't need to go around the table on this. But boys, didn't you have some comments you wanted to make about this matter?
It was on control really of certain, what we might call classified information from the tapes. It might be, we would use them as a first control, based on eyewitness, where we can be placed. You
gonna have people come in that write for True Western and use affection. If you're not students or researchers, how much can they use? They're doing it now to search. How do you eliminate these people? What kind of identification system and set up? What kind of standards you're gonna set up for?
Do you have releases from all your appointments?
Oh.
From any of them? You have a form?
I do. Yeah, most of them have, when you actually ask them, they hadn't thought about it. My experience is most of them say, well, after I'm dead. So we have a lot of this kind of limitation on the use of the materials.
We tell them exactly what it's for, where it's going to be, and who's going to be using it as far as who's in control. And that quite often we have to do it by interview rather than tape. They don't want their voice on the tape because they can always deny something if it isn't on the tape.
The big can of worms on this one.
Yeah, we're in a great big binder on this, and I would say at the moment this is the most crucial issue that we have to face. We have no releases. I'm not so much concerned about the legal aspects of it as I am the ethics that are involved. And it turns out that in one sense we're now in a position, at least as anthropologists, of giving Indians more rights than if they weren't Indians in this respect. I was just about to send over to Santa Fe copies of everything in our collection that I knew wasn't restricted. I mean, we have some materials that we know are restricted, and I was willing to do this on the say of the individual who actually did the collection, who knew the people involved, and if he said okay, that was going to be fine. But as it turns out, somebody in maybe Ed or Lou know more about this than I do. The Navajo sued an anthropology student this last year. We were just finishing up and then were subsequently hired at Princeton. I don't even know who the guy is. He was going to sue the anthropologist and he was going to sue the guy's publisher about invasion of privacy or something. And one of the upshots of this action has been that now the Bureau of Indian Affairs lawyers and OEO lawyers are admonishing Indians not to talk to anybody unless you have it all absolutely down in writing, signed, sealed, and delivered from start to finish, all very legal and fixed. So that now, with this sort of threat in the background, we've come to a dead stop. We've told the people of Santa Fe nothing we would love more than to have this stuff being used by you, but right now we're just going to have to put it in the can and leave it in the can until we know where we're at. Now, one of the things we're going to do is backtrack, and we're going to get as many releases as humanly possible from people who have done the talking. And it actually, I think in a lot of instances, there will be no problem. I mean, we have talked to comparatively few numbers of people. We have long sessions with individuals, and we can work them out. And the thing that gripes me about it is that I know damn well that 99% of what we have collected is not of a nature that would embarrass anybody, hurt anybody, and so on. And yet here we are. What are we going to do with it?
I think one of the critical things seems to concern most of them is a publication. Anybody makes any money out of it. Where does it go? We use releases now for 2 years. And the form is very simple. We had available to us a study from the University of Minnesota Law School. And then we checked with our own legal people in our law school. And the form just simply says, the interview that I made with so-and-so, the name of your researcher, on such and such a date is my gift to the University of South Dakota. And when they signed that, and this is on a piece of paper, then I was advised that if they had conditions, and it was quite adequate to write conditions, colon, not to be used until I die or for 5 years, or to be used in such a manner or another. There are lots of tricky little legal ramifications involved here, but I think that you just pretty well have to ignore some of it. We explained very carefully to the people what the deal is. Most of them we have found are quite willing to sign once you explain. Very few of them put restrictions, and in fact I have restricted some tapes myself that I thought should be restricted, but they didn't. I have one of the most libelous tapes in the history of this discipline, I think. And I said, "You sure you don't want any conditions on this?" Nah.
They still don't like the blankety blank.
Oh, shooting people with thievery, naming names, the whole schmear, And so I have restricted that.
There is a very cogent speech on this subject by E. Douglas Hamilton of Columbia University to the second colloquium on oral history, and it's available through the Oral History Office at Columbia in the second proceedings of the second National Colloquium on Oral History. You can get it through Louis Starr's office for $3, that book, and it has some very pertinent points.
So is this the attorney?
Yes,
What
he's
is
the.
what conference?
Well, he's a professor of law, and he's talking about the legal implications of oral testimony and particularly tape-recorded stuff.
I read that, but as I recall, I remember putting it down in one way, not knowing even now what we should do.
Mm-hmm. And that's true. Most of the legal points have not yet been.
It was very ambiguous.
But the very fact that they give you permission to record is tacit permission in and of itself is one of the things that he brings up. Now, what's the name of the man from UCLA who spoke this time on the
I
legal?
don't remember his name.
But the new colloquium proceedings will have another major speech on it, and it will be available also at $3.
We're getting those. We were institutional members of the oral history colloquium.
Well, if you're an institutional member, a copy of it will come to your library, I guess.
Yeah, I think we have those.
Yeah. Well, the one isn't printed yet. It was just delivered 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. But the thing of it is that where there is a corporate responsibility, as there is to a tribe, Hamilton, I cross-examined him for about a half an hour on the whole thing. He says, by and large, releases are fine, and they inhibit people from suing you. But legally, there is no way you can alienate the right to the material that they put on the tape recording themselves, and they are the copyright owners.
What if you pay them for that? We pay the bulk of ours so much an hour. This work. I think that would prove a different aspect.
Well, he claims not. I don't know. Are you paying them for the information, or are you paying them for your time? Now, if you're paying for scholarly material, can you convince a court that you paid them for scholarly material as such? Or is your informant's fee little enough that it represents only the use of their time? It's time. And this is the point that he brought me down to brass tacks with. He says, then you're buying time, you're not buying material. And the informant's fees, what?
I'm not buying anything. It's
Well,
a gift.
by and large, we do not, and that helps. That helps very much in yours, but by and large, we do not pay informant's fees.
The thing is, we, at least one member of our staff has attended every one of these Oral History Association meetings except the first, and this matter comes up every meeting. And there's obviously nobody well-established law on the thing. This being the case, we have imposed very severe restrictions on the use of the material, on the assumption that basically the material given, whether it's given, bought, sold, or exchanged, is still the property of the person who spoke into the tape. And that he has some kind of right to control the use of that property, particularly where it may be used to make money for the person who uses it. So therefore, we have imposed restrictions on the material we've collected to the extent that we will allow no quoting from it. And only the most reputable people are permitted to even use it. Now, we haven't established a policy yet, but we're working on it. And it's going to be a very conservative policy in which the rights and the institution which houses the material are not jeopardized.
This, what we're trying to do is put this in the Western History collection at the library. And my wife happens to be a librarian for the Phillips collection, where this collection will be. They fill out a form before they use the material, and they're saying who they are, what do you do, and what it's used for, and type of research you got to be. And I think that even then, I think it should be more restricted than what you're using for your own research.
And when you talk about quotes, Greg, you mean absolutely no quotes? What about short passages, a sentence, or
Well, a very short passage.
without identifying the speaker, for example? See, the Institute, for instance, is interested in this material, not for what it actually says. In other words, they're not interested in it so much for the history, but they're interested in having their students listen to it, to use it as the basis for inspiration for their own creative efforts, for short stories, for plays, for poetry, for whatever it may be. And of course, what scared us to death all of a sudden, thinking about not only the lawsuits, but as I say, if the word got out among Indians that, well, these guys are out there collecting stuff and then scattering it to the four winds, is that the moment we make a copy of a tape and it goes over to Santa Fe, then of course we no longer have any control whatsoever, really, over what Santa Fe is going to do with it.
Right, and that constitutes a legal publication.
Yeah.
Just sending it over there.
Yeah.
And that has been established in law. You have been published.
We've been collecting Indian songs for about 29 years. We used to go make live music and the Indians come in and put it on. And even here, for the very same reason, there's certain songs that we won't release now. You can pick it up over the radio. But to duplicate the tape that we have on it and give it to somebody, we can't do it unless the family or the people that made that original song gives permission. If we did that, we would probably never get any more songs from that.
Now, the other thing we're doing now, and you guys set the pace on this, and I think it's a wonderful idea, and that is that we are returning to the people who do the talking themselves copies of their own tapes.
And this once again, Hamilton says, is very, very good insurance.
Of what?
Well, that they did know what is in it, that
See.
it was being transcribed, that the whole process is part of it. And having that in their hands constitutes a degree of legal insurance.
Also makes them happier than the devil.
Yeah.
It sure does. You found that out too.
One of the things you suggested before would seem to imply that it would probably be wise if, when we think of the final bit, how it makes more sense anyway, each institution keeping its own tapes and files.
Right.
Because if you start sending them around, then you publish them and you distribute them and you lose
Control.
certain kind of control over it, so that the repositories of each should be where we gather them.
I think so. I think we all just individually come up with this conclusion that to create a central archive, which we talked about at one time, remember, is impractical and even dangerous because of the reason that you lose control of your own material.
Now this then brings us to the archiving thing that I do want to just mention, because we're doing something now that we weren't doing last January. we're in the process of computerizing the whole Arizona State Museum archive and making a computer index. And here's an initial printout. We discovered that once you go the initial cost of setting it up, which isn't bad because you end up using student slave labor and so on to do this kind of thing, is wonderfully inexpensive because it costs $1 or a little less actually to print this out.
Good grief.
So that for $1 you can write and say, I want a copy of the index to your archives, and we can send you the index to the whole thing. Now this is not only our Doris Duke material, but this is everything in the State Museum archive. But ultimately we're going to put all of the Duke material in there. Now the way it works is this. There are several cross-references to the Duke material in there. You can look up Duke, you can look up particular tribe, and if there's some oral historical material relating to it, it will be in there, and so on. And that will refer you to a general archive number. So suppose you want to know what we have on the Navajo Indians, for example. You look through that index. Then you write and you say, I'd like to know in some detail what your Navajo archival material consists of. Will you send me then the analytical index in some cases? In fact, for all of the Duke material, we will have an analytical index. In other words, where somebody's actually gone through the whole testimony and made a very detailed index to it, just as if it were a book, a many-page index. Or at least we will have a contents page, so that, for instance, if you look up, let's try Yavapai. Look up Yavapai in there, and I think you'll come out with something like A81 or A80.
Yavapai Indians, History Oral, A-080.
All right, now you see, so you write and you say, all right, I found out that you have some Yavapai stuff. Will you let me know what you have? All right. Then we make you Xerox pages of this business in our archival index, and here it actually lists the contents, and it tells you interview with Nellie Quayle, interview with Annie James, and gives you the dates and so on, and precisely with whom the interview was made and where. And then if that still doesn't satisfy you, you want to have a better idea of what it contains, then we can send you the actual the Xerox pages of the complete index to that whole series of interviews, so that you end up finally for about maybe $2 at the most, knowing right down to here: hippies, hillside, herbs, Henry Loving Store, hematite, Head Wade, Head Start program, Hayden Carl, Hay Pickering, and so on. In other words, we've done these kinds of indices. We're doing these kinds of indices for all of our stuff, so that in no time at all, we can retrieve for you enough information so that you will then know whether or not it's going to be worthwhile for you to come down to Tucson and say, well, may I actually look at some of the stuff or listen to it. But imagine that for $1, and it's so incredibly cheap that we were just floored to find out how inexpensive this is to do.
Before we get away from the matter of the legality, can I bring up another couple of points that I think are good things? One thing that Hamilton stressed very, very strenuously, and criticizes Columbia heavily over it: save the tapes. Put them into the library and have them run over the heads every 6 months so they stay alive. If they say, I didn't say it, and yet it's on that printed page, you can go back to an original tape recording, and he says it's one of your cheapest insurances. So save the tapes by all means, and put them into a wooden container and over the heads of the tapes every 6 months. This is one of the best insurances. The other thing is to keep a mortuary file. As people die, open things. And until he made the speech, Columbia hadn't been doing it. And we need to keep the mortuary files up to date.
Of course,
There's
even
also an expense involved once you start one of these things.
Yeah, the longer you go, the more of them you get too. They just seem to keep piling up on you.
the mortuary file business, by the way, with respect to Indians, doesn't always, in and of itself, ensure anything because
No, it doesn't.
I was just at lunch talking about the Isleta case. Esther Goldfrank published those Isleta paintings that Elsie Clues Parsons had collected. Then Elsie Clues Parsons died, and the original volume came out. Other than the fact that it was an Isleta painter, it was anonymous. Subsequently, the man died, and so then Esther Goldfrank published his correspondence with Elsie Clues Parsons. And the upshot of it is that his family is now being threatened with expulsion from the family. So that the responsibility.
Yeah, well, there are implications with Indians.
Yeah.
And Hamilton gave me no indication that he would give opinions on these. He just suggested some things that would help us. But I too agree with you that the mortuary file doesn't ensure a damn thing for Indian tribes. Because it goes back to that corporate body thing that a tribe represents, especially our reservation Indians. Now, in urban situations, I think you'll have quite a different thing. But where there's small things in Indian communities like a Pueblo, where the corporate entity can be proved, and very quickly in a court, then I think we have an additional legal implication that's really very great in its dimensions.
I don't imagine that even a corporate entity that you get legal permission to use these from as regards the individual or the family.
I think that you have to go through a tribal council, as Dr. Crampton suggested.
I don't think that
Originally.
relieves you of any liability.
I don't think it does either, but it reinforces your position. And then within that small community, they will accede that they gave permission. And this is the ultimate thing you have to work toward.
I think when it comes to use of this material, it behooves us to be pretty conservative. And we're going to, when we get through and turn it all over to the library, we'll work out a policy for use of it, which will be the product of our own thinking, the librarian's thinking, and some legal talent brought into it too. And then this, which I'm sure will be a conservative document, will govern the use of the entire collection. So the person that you are now doing wants to use it will have to sign that he's been there and used it, and that he will be prohibited from making any extensive quotation,
I think
paraphrasing
the
of
basis
the matter.
for your situation where you have this material available, the person that writes in, I think, has to have some backing authority who says that this individual does have.
Well, we don't have any qualms about letting you have the tables of context
No.
and the indices.
No,
That's,
but I mean, if a student from Utah here wrote to you and wanted something, you'd want to know more about him than just
Oh,
he's
sure.
a student. So that
Yeah.
it's going to be.
I mean, if it gets to the point where he says, I want to really consult the stuff, yeah.
It's
We
one of
won't
the
send them a document.
things that helps you here is that your project is part of a museum. And your project is part of a larger history.
Right, Western Americana Division.
So you won't duplicate a manuscript for anybody to mail out.
No, absolutely not. Because you've lost control of it at the moment you put it in the mail.
You lose control of it and then come down and copy it all. Same thing.
But you don't do that.
Essentially, if they're working in the file, they can copy what they want. It's basically you have to be careful who uses it.
Yeah, and there's
You have to supervise the use of it. So that your sign, not only sign in your party, but you warn him that he's not to make Xerox copies or even long
We
quotations.
have a man doing a doctorate on the Osages from the university in Kansas, and I let him use, actually made copies of the material we had on the Osages. What he used.
It's just like making a copy of any manuscript,
It is impressive.
I see. Yeah, and I'm a great disbeliever normally in the IBM age, but man alive, when the librarian showed me what he could do out of this, I said, go ahead. It's fantastic.
maybe this is a place to introduce the matter of publication, is it? Again, Mrs. McFarland reaffirmed something we've heard before, that if Ms. Duke, in making these grants, did not intend that the money be used for publication purposes. She wants it to be used for the collection of oral history. So, that directive in hand, it seems difficult for us to use very much of the money anyway for direct subvention of publication costs.
We can publish things like these catalogs.
Yes, no question about that. This is a good point, maybe to brag a little bit about what we've done here. Let's pass these around. This is the youth people that some of you have already heard of, perhaps. We've gotten some national publicity on this, and it represents an outgrowth, a spin-off, if you will, of the Duke Project. It's basically a text. You've applied it, Floyd. You've been through this more clearly than I.
It was an outgrowth. I worked with the school teachers of the district. You went to school district where most of the northern youth kids go to school, and we first developed a mimeograph text, then paperback printed it, then finally title, I believe it's title 1 or 2, I've forgotten the title, funds that went into it to publish this using some of our material with their permission and working with the tribe and the school district there. It's used mainly at the 8th grade level, and now everyone in the district is taught the history of the Utes, both white and Indian, and it's adopted there, and the printing was paid for out of their program out there, and it received good publicity from the federal officials who helped with the cost of printing the thing. It's caused a very lively response among the Indian people themselves. It's not a unified book. It's a series of things that can be used by the public school teacher. And a lot of the things that are in it, we thought the kids wouldn't read because of reading level. But if it's material that relates to them, it's very surprising how the reading level jumps, soars. 8th graders are reading this consumingly if they're Indians. And the response to it has been very salutary, quite to my surprise. I'm a long ways from satisfied with it. John Sylvester and I edited it here. About a third of it I wrote. The rest of it was written and collected by them from a great number of things. Outlines of history, things that they didn't have any idea of using out there, and there's no availability of the material. And so we went to work and put it together as a part of a program out there. And it really paid off very well, even for the Duke Project, because the number of people then interested in their own history, it's amazing what comes to the surface. The pictures, as you can see, were gathered up at mostly at the Smithsonian Institution and the Museum of the American Indian, and we were very pleased with what happened. It's caused them to look at their history more intensively, actually, than even during the Lyons cases.
Did you use many of the Indian informants much in this?
Yeah, they're mentioned in the back. There are some of them, but a great number, no.
I got a nice editorial on that in the Sanity Review. Read it. Editorial in their education section on May 16th. Make some copies of it for you. It's some kind of a pioneering venture, and suggests that, and most of it is not oral history collected on the project, but there is some. That there are certainly lots of things we are collecting which would lend themselves to some sort of publication.
The Navajos, are doing this themselves in great quantities.
Yeah.
They're getting ready to publish something like volume number 25. Not just history, but textbooks with the local Navajo setting.
Really informative.
Yeah,
Informers now.
right.
We bring this up now because, as you explained it before, it's the school district that put up the money largely
Yes.
for it. We provided some editorial expertise and helped assemble some of the documents that technically were prohibited from spending money to actually do this kind of thing on Duke funds. But it does suggest that there are outside agencies, school districts and whatnot, who might wish to cooperate with the projects in very similar or entirely different things.
Textbooks.
We will let you have one of these to take home, Mike.
Sure. State boards of education have amazing piles of money.
Guess where it came from? The money, I mean.
The Bureau of Indian Affairs has taken an interest in this, and where it will lead, I don't know. Many people have taken an interest in it, and we'd hope that someone would come up with $1 million or two to fund several of these texts. And the editorial actually is asking people to do this very thing. But so far we haven't received any offers.
Well, Dave is, I'm sure, striving to do this. I don't know how much he's got in the pot.
I'm curious to start thinking about
Speaking of publications, then we come around to. Well, Joe, you had some thoughts on publication. Why don't you introduce them?
Oh, I have some thoughts on big publications. Been long involved set of processes led Professor Herbert Andrew of our history department and myself to get a contract from Holt, Reinhardt, and Winston to turn out a book of readings to be entitled To Be an Indian. And it is not going to be the usual readings book in that it is going to have nothing in it except for maybe a slight introduction that is not in the words of the Indians. We have permission from Doris Duke, which was hard to come by, to dedicate this to her. And we can, if we wish, take all the materials for the book out of the South Dakota project, but I had hoped that I might get people from each of the projects to send us some interviews that we might put in this book to with full faith and credit, and with a listing of the projects and the directors and all of that sort of thing. And kind of give at least a smattering of materials from all over the country and from all of these projects. I have conceived of it, of course, as being the sort of thing that might be very helpful in maybe getting Doris to refund us some more, certainly in interesting other people in it.
Well, what is the content to be?
The content is to be oral, well, not necessarily oral, it could be printed things. He can, of course, go back and get a lot of things from sources that have already been published, but I prefer not to. I would prefer to have
No, it hasn't.
interviews, if we could edit down slightly, you know. Preferably just edit them in size rather than anything else, but some places you have to use ellipsis and so forth. And just lay it out there. I would be open to any subject matter whatsoever. I would plan to divide this into sections according to the materials that are available rather than having preconceived notions about it. Yes, if you then the criteria would be representative of the Indians, and then it'd be a good one, an interesting one. I think this could be a considerable showcase for some of the work that can be done.
What's your deadline for it, Joe?
The deadline is supposed to be in April, which means we don't have to move
Which year?
this coming April.
This is going to be information from the August budget.
We can get it.
Yours and the
Total, if I can, if anybody wishes to cooperate. If you don't, this is fine. I'll do it out of ours primarily, but I would think that it could be a pretty good thing, and certainly it is a major publisher. It will get the distribution. It will get it in the hands of people that should see it.
Don't you have a certain theme that you want to carry through there in
No, I
certain
don't have a
areas?
certain theme. The only theme is the Indian. Anything from any Indian.
How would the editing be? I'm not editing with you part of
I wouldn't require.
it. You're going to be editing it. Somebody at your
Yeah.
institution.
I wouldn't require any editing, and I would accept any editing. If you wish to edit these down yourself and put restrictions on them, fine. If you don't, we would of course have to have the right to do this kind of editing for length, with the agreement that we would not change the context or work things out of context, that sort of thing, which is certainly not our desire.
Would you have sections, for example, on religion, and sections on art, sections on
I would have sections on anything if I had any material on it. I am very flexible on that.
you talking send you 33 volumes can come out, yes.
There's certain things, like modern politics. There's the length of it that they could go 20 or 30 pages, they could go 5. I have one that is going to be the concluding one of the book that is one line, one sentence. That's it.
Each institution would determine then what they essentially would have to pay in this thing.
Right, absolutely. And while we couldn't guarantee that everything you wish to contribute would go in, I would imagine that if you selected the best specialist, you could go in and we have an outside limit of 385 pages of printed text, so there's plenty of room.
Is it possible for each institution to do the same thing in their own collection?
You find yourself a publisher, go right ahead.
And
Does your publisher want this to be national in scope, or willing to have his northern claim?
The publisher is willing to let us do it any way we want to. I would prefer it to be national, but if nobody else wants to go along, it will be.
you get back on your releases then when you get these things in.
Well, there's an opportunity to get into print.
Test out the release system. See if it works.
let Joe do this for us and see how it pans out.
If you stay out of jail, let us know.
If you're at the next meeting, we'll know it's all right.
I don't know what others has happened to the rest of you, but I've been approached by publishers, several of them, to do something.
That really is not, from our point of view, is the last problem in the world, really, is about outlets for the material. Our problem is the same as yours, Greg, and that's getting a club and fighting people off who want to do this, that, or the other.
Well, that's not the problem. I think the problem, as I see it, is having the support for the actual nitty-gritty work of putting it together. Because there isn't any, in other words, from Doris Duke funds, there's no way really to justify having someone researching the archive that we've collected ourselves in order to prepare any kind of useful document that might be prepared out of it.
Well, except that presumably the individuals who have done the collecting have a proprietary interest in the stuff they've collected up to a point will be encouraged to.
The other point on that, though, is the main objective of this thing is a collection of data that other people could write on.
That's our basic mission,
But
is to collect the raw material.
the director of our university press is a member of the Institute Committee, and he gave me a letter to Ring, and he's really interested in taking
Thank you.
these content books that each institution has and printing it. It'll probably take maybe 30 volumes. I don't know. He said he'd go up to $5,000, and said he doesn't have any idea what the cost would be because of what the volume would be. He would go as high as $5,000 to buy on the cost of it. So, press. He thinks it's important enough to get it out. Just the contents. You know, the bibliographies are bad, like I have, and you've got here, no collection.
Well, I'm certain that in every one of the projects, we have all engaged in a certain amount of research. We have, I know, we've done this on the grounds that it has been necessary to prepare the field worker properly. He must know what the hell he's doing, what kind of questions to ask before he goes out into the field. And so a certain amount of time in the library has been essential. I suppose that the use of funds to a limited extent to move ahead with some editorial work would be proper use to a point, but then this is an expenditure of funds which has to be justified individually by each project, which is really you're all autonomous projects.
What she's really saying, in effect, I would presume, or would feel, is that she doesn't want the money to be used to do the job that a commercial publisher in the university press or somebody else can do, and that however the money is used, it should be toward the direct end, really, of collecting the information.
So this little thing here, there are already 3 volumes, and it's paying for itself. You see.
Yes.
Just from people
Isn't
that.
This, you see, we put some.
Okay, we're
think that the other day, we kind of brought up this gun dance and or turkey dance, war dance, whatever we may name it, and how the procedures was and what they've done through the time that I had witnessed from a younger age to way it did to up to a certain time on the war dance. Of course, a lot of that, I told you, kind of dwindling off, and just the people of my age now, witness mostly are living now, or older fathers and grandparents are gone. And so that seems, I would say pretty much in my age that are on the reservation at the present time. Probably a few older. And for some of them that are living today, their fathers used to be singers, and their uncles were interested in, say, bear dance and so on through. And it was always recognized. A certain group always kind of headed up this bear dance and sun dance. And mostly all the people that were in the sun dance and the bear dance were these men that had fairly good voices, that had the songs that they had, even to the war dancers, and in particular men, they participated in that. So there was a group of them that was singers for their, or they had friends, and except if you had bear dance where they would kind of relieve some that probably had been singing kind of guitars and fiddling away with them, sticking bone in your hand. And so it's not anybody person that was always in and around to ask for relief of this group that would probably be present. And that they had friends and come in to compose them and the musicians take part in there. They probably a band took so many to get in.
Would the same people sing and drum for the bear dance and the sun dance, or
Well,
different people?
it's not the different people. It would be probably they would kind of band in ways that they went into. They done for Sundance was bear dance. Of course, there's probably some younger man that would come in and contract and come in with them, and they always appreciated the new individual coming in. And they did. Good his voice, probably nice tone and what they liked. And of course, they like people kind of sing, had the voice quite loud and carry the note up quite high. Get to seem to get to them a little better than just have the low voice and be way down low. It inspired them a little more in the dances, and some had a little more life in their singing and in their timing, you could say, their rhythm, their dancing. And so you would come in and they did kind of live and things up. And of course, the leaders were the first one always present there. You get bear dancers, colors, and Sundance. The chief, the Sundance chief, where of course he was with his other people that were participating inside. They were allowed to go out. Once they got into the places where they stayed together, to go out and stay sometimes for their boys who wanted to. That's about the only time they come in. Of course, they're allowed to come to the fire if they come to a little cool. But they seem to always say they're not ready and so on through. And of course, they didn't require so much bedding as I think we do at present time. That's why we found out of these tenders part of these young sprouts of willows and limbs of other trees that were preferred by their dancers to, they wanted to lay down their place. They more or less had that for their well mattress or anything that they had under them. So they, that one is blankets and things that was pretty much dry in the beginning. Now it's just modern where they have a little more quilting one thing or another. But I think it was at that time they used that, and it was only up to time that they weren't allowed to have these willows or these leaves to be brought into them.
Oh.
Probably first day they were pretty much left out. And the second day where then they would come in.
People would bring them in.
Or whatever the leader had suggested, how they might come on the first afternoon or first day or whatever we suggest with it. It was always announced to the people and they knew when to begin.
And they'd bring these things in, relatives or friends would bring these
Yes,
things in.
well, mostly their wives or some relatives come in and or they're coming over to see the dancing way. It was much better for them before they traveled, going on horses, which they had at that time. And of course, they trailed through the creek bottoms there, and they have a variety of kind they chose for their volatile friend, wherever they want, and try to bring it in fresh as they could. It kind of got a little moisture in them and tried to relieve them from the heat. And they picked a certain part in the year, some pretty much set on the mature of berries, the trees that they know when the full berries were starting to turn, where then they found, the older leaves found it to be rather getting hot, and their things that they bring in to dress on it, the limbs that spoke of, that was their tendency to get a little more in matured age to where it be a little harder. They kind of liked it when it was in that tender age. Much of the peppermint was kind of a thing they had to inhale, kind of for itself pretty good, you know, where some of them had these peppermint along with there just to be smelling it. Give them fragrance and has quite a nice fragrance. Yeah. And other fragrant leaved things that they knew of why was in great quantity. Their fingers would be just enough that probably they have enough to smell whenever they wanted to, while it was still fresh, and every 2-3 of them would try and inhale some of that, and just kind of revive them some way. Sometimes they kind of like the smell. But they kind of get pretty sensitive too, just after not drinking and eating for 3 days, or at least even for 1 day, I guess, if they start to take an effect of their hunger and thirst. And so something like that way kind of revived them of feeling some kind of wish they hadn't come in, I guess, sometime. Because these other ones that participated before, why then they would know what they had, and even in their smoking, they would have different collections of what they knew. Probably had the fact that food taking menthol cigarettes, they like food and other smokes that they would make them with such a kind of that moisture feeling after the mouth had dried up and everything had dried. that's the reason that they do give them into the dancers. You will see some of them coming in with few green looking leaves and best tenders they can get it. And of course, after they have danced all night, which in their older days continued putting it all night. They had quite a few dancers, and we had quite a few singers because that's not what that believed, that's what they were living.
Sure.
And which really, I think that we're getting away from it. Our younger people, they'd rather let somebody else do the thing and they sit back and watch. But with our older people, they wanted to join in. So that was the reason they always about had our drums and singers available throughout the night, as well as from the time they rest in the morning after that sunrising ceremonial, with the time of their meeting with the sun, and then having their prayer, and their belief, and going, they have 4 songs, which represent certain various things that they're singing, along with the prayers done by the individuals who notice that they all have to sing songs that probably the leader was the one that had these various songs, and they are in line. There's a certain song they have to sing first, and there's a second part to it, third and fourth part to it. And I think very few now will put them in order.
Oh.
They know the songs, I guess, by some of them, but it's in order that they are and what they represent was something I think our present day leaders don't know too much about, as well as our older leaders. They knew what it meant in terms of their singing these particular songs. One of them was used to sing when they was raising the center pole, one of the songs that they have after they have reached that sun and came up out of the rising floor to whatever their leader thought to be high enough for them to relight. They have a special song for that too, for the sunrising song. From the time they see the sun ray hits them, why then you'll hear the whistles more or less in one round note there. And that's when they start clearing themselves with the feathers or with the fans and not over the body. And some have some dirt and they kind of press the thing off while their tiredness or whatever, their sleep, waiting till the sun comes up and to break themselves up. And they stand on center pole after they have quit their beating the sun, get a few handful of dirt, and stand on fire for a while and joke with one another and see how they've done that night, how they felt one another. When the leader or less comes to the pole, and that's when they sit down. And when they chant this song, after the first music is completed, why then they chant their whistles and going to their whistle. For about 4, they have four different songs for that. In that is a symbol in what our people, like in our disciples and our commandments and different things that been cut into that pretty much applies on the very same symbols that I was saying about the 12 tones and 10 drums. That means 4 songs and all these symbols pretty much into the texture or white people's having different parts in music, like we say, the 10 commandments, so and so, and they have them pretty much technically in that line. So it's pretty much on the same theory there on the social emotions, I guess, that's the way that is, and white people read theirs. But nevertheless, it's pretty much in the same line as we find in here. People worshiping, and I know we don't see no people smoking when they go to church or chewing tobacco or chewing gum or anything like that. They more or less respect that. And that was a form of thought in our olden time. No kids, nobody thought chewed gum in here. Well, they did smoke, but water was also forbidden. And they're kind of tempting to some of the probably younger starters in there. Their willpower kind of wills down them where they get wanting the water, and the older men seem to patrol it pretty well in their rounds. They made the bout, they never announced that or anything, but they watched the dancers real close so no one would smuggle in water, which they knew was they should not do because they're only cheating on themselves and not doing the things as they're representing and trying to do. Cheating, it's just probably, for instance, heard some of them pretty good brothers or whatever you call them will go to church and then turn on and steal their water, something like that. So that would be pretty much in one of the members that are participating, that they know they can do that, but it's like I say, they look forward to the water just more than anything else. That seems to divert about that's faith want that they would prefer water over food or anything like that. And that was that's how they proceeded with their Sundance. And after the Sundance, if, for instance, my grandfather was dancing, or my uncle was dancing, well, they would then pay for themselves, as was known to them. Say you come into building here and you're sick, or even if you're not sick, but you're doing it for the cause of all white. You have so much to pay every day, just for a month or whatever way things could happen. That way, they either stand there, come down, give something worthwhile, like in a blanket, or most generally used to be in a horse. Horse is what they would give. And dancers more like they would give it some old warrior, some old man, some fairly gentle horse that they would ride. They would decorate this horse up, and they used to have quite a scramble. They'd bring these horses into the trail there. Of course, it was always not, kids wasn't supposed to be allowed in there. The gums and the thing, try to excite and stir in there, kind of spook up some fairly spirited horse that would be given to this person. Probably taught him there was some paint marks on him, and probably a feather or top or tail. Sometimes have blanket over it, sometimes have deer hide, your deer hide, things of that nature with him. That was most generally given by the people at the end of the dance. And that was then thing that was released from there. And also the taking of water after they hadn't had drink for 3 days, right? These other men, the younger people that participated just drink so much for a certain spell, and this is what happened, and so on through. They just didn't go in there and drink their heads off, but I imagine they'd like to, but they were told not to, because they would do themselves more harm than good. After, and also till they died after they had went to their camps and start their first meal after fasting. Like they were always cautioned not to overdo themselves, to prepare their soup and something like that, and your water. This would happen to you, and so on. So all of that was lectured to the boys who participated, and after they went, why then they could do as told, or if they didn't, why then they weren't doing anybody any wrong but themselves. And at the last song of the dance, and the drummers that had been there, they pick up their drum, and they kind of start revolving around. Everybody got up, everybody joined in. They just revolve, and the whole crowd seemed to go out in that motion. All of them just cleared from only the dancers that was into that. They had quite a time, women and men, and where they went, the bigger the crowd got round, and the beat on. Of course, that they had their own rhythm for that too, and it used to be quite lively. And they went into the last song that they had. And they said their dances, they were carefully instructed to the drinking inside.
Why didn't the dancer go in the Sundance?
Well, he more or less believed in it and wanted to achieve something. Probably, as I said, they had been thinking, probably they attempted. They were told that they would participate in the dance.
Or if they were ill, could they?
Well, if they were ill, well then, more likely they would try most anything trying to get ill for themselves. Probably that would be one way. Probably what other medicine men couldn't find or couldn't heal, and probably this was one way of going into Sundance. And, I find there's quite a few that very thing that is more modernized to white people, X-ray and Y-ray and all the rays of the sun comes in there. It's gets produced by the sun from the sun rays. And well, that was pretty much my thought. And well, for instance, times when they were living up to what they believed, and times they were pretty much the weatherman, and they could have their breeze. The people going there, see them sometimes stand up, where you stand up, pray, it's just too warm. Probably sometimes it happened just be So sprinkle rain and come about.
No.
Then was sick to sleep, and we couldn't tell if people how it meant anything, because we don't hold faith too much like that, but they were answered. That makes it good.
This was the leader of the dance.
Well, it was a leader, more or less it was the leader.
Or to any medicine man.
Well, not any medicine man, but if we felt that we could, well then probably the sick man to kind of relieve the situation sometimes. Of course, it's unbelievable now, but to them it was, let's say, it's not only with them, it is with our own people today. That's why we're just more or less falling behind on these various things that our ancestors have done. And fix that spot kind of winds up on some dances and or bear dance. And of course, I said bear dance with they bear dance is just that originally believed in the bear that after his hibernation that came out and put on his dance. They'd seen and probably got to believing in it, and they went to fire. Like that, their songs were not what they thought of singing. It all had to be in such class of music. Like I said, distinct in the various dances they have was so distinct by the rhythm of it and the way they sang it.
Now you mentioned that the creator, several times you said something about the creator of the earth, the creator of the world. So you believed in a single creator of the world?
It weren't yet.
Mm-hmm.
I think I mentioned that it's right and wrong. Man that's sin and right, and we have the opponent on the other side who's wrong, and he's the one that can persuade a little easier than the people that are trying to do the right. And all the way through, I'm telling you, it represents these things and why these people are continually happening. Not only in their warfare or their childbirth or their names or anything like that, because more or less in line with what they think is to be the right is one of the hardest problems. But
there were two powers. Then the one good power, were the people should do the right thing, and then the bad power. Were there two different names?
well, I guess there were two names for them.
What was the Indian name for the creator?
Well, there's a lot of meanings on that. You can interpret that in 2 or 3 ways, I would say. Just according to how you get one said, as well as I found interpreting for the people is what you're telling me to tell the people. If I happen to know what you're talking about, why I can present that to the people in what you're trying to say. And on the other hand, it's just the opposite. And same thing that's why we have difficulty in trying to translate into that I've heard talking, I heard already talking and kind of say it in Indian, but I never told them, but it's a little off, but most of the facts of into the subject is trying to be translated too. First, take a good politician, well then you can pretty much convince. And if you're not, well then the same thing applies. And that would be in terms of how we would say that, well, you say Savior and Jesus or whichever way you want to name it. And so it is with our people. It's, like I said, that was an imitation, as I said, that he was wanting to go between time or stories relate back in, then it does mean something else other than what you're trying to say. That Peter is has a name, same as we take God creation for one word, and sometimes they add a little more to that. There's two words that they say too. And so it's just the same difference in our we can in a way I don't know, when you swear in words, well then what that means. And same terminology, we may not swear, but we may interpret that to some other phrase. See, that's what the same word, but it's just how you say it, as well as in white men when he says name and then there's another name, and it's being line saying as to how you're expressing the thing. But well, then you may say, well, God, well, then he may have damned something, and then by that, well, then what does that mean? So it's just similar thing as that, as you go into it and kind of think about, well, then it's the same word, but still in the same mode as you're relating wording to say the true word would be meant.
There was this power, the power that the medicine man had, was that power in just in people, or would the power be in a rock or a stick or some natural object?
Well, it would constitute something in whatever form it might be as you ask. Sometimes more or less symbolize your nature or whatever you may want to call it, would be to signify that just more or less we go to the church where they have brass up there, we call it cross, some have wood, and all of them things. Why, I don't think there's any difference in that. And when we see that sign, we know that where they people go to worship. And this man goes in there and he's reading probably how he's supposed to go ahead. You pretty much determine as to what denomination he's representing, and that's what he symbolized himself. So we've taken whether he may have a feather in his hat, then they would probably consider him that he has certain rights, gifts that is a certain type of person. Probably he may have chain, or it may have some of his collar on there. He might even carry a feather on there. Or he might have a necklace, and you say it might have a different piece of wood. Wouldn't call it wood, but it would be made out from wood, some kind. Probably trimmed down the way you'd have a necklace, or you want it out, or any place in the possession. It's whether it's a small piece of rock or something that just symbolizes that he has a gifted power to perform things that they didn't recognize him as
Is the power in the rock, or in the cane, or in the feather?
It's in the belief of it.
It's in the person.
It's in the person. That is just a symbol of the thing, and then he more or less say that it is there, and this is my right to be recognized. And still, I would say it's been throughout, but of course it would be in their possession, because sometime when they performed, they would have it in their hand, or it would be around them to know that it was something to symbolize, it was something that they thought would be near or on them, or any place it could be had. As well as feathers and different colors, and some in their later years, full part of the time when I first observed Sundance, was they used to have the flight from feather, eagle, and more likely people that would participate, they had that small hat. It had to be white. And he knew it, and he would know that this one person was going to participate in that dancing that year. So, and that's why I guess it was something that they believed and they'd never seen, but we had means and ways to survive, I guess, and the new field, but they were given that right, and they could heal the people, and that likewise was like that. They were defeated where they weren't expelled from it, but kind of weakened their belief until they flagged themselves over a period of months or whatever time it took them. And they started in smaller cases then to get back into their normal point.
Connor, what happened to a person? What do the youth believe happens to a person when he dies?
Well, I think I was trying to come to that latter part of. I had this one dance I was telling you.
Oh, okay.
And that's what we call today the ghost dance.
Oh, yeah.
And I said to you the other day, it was to me it would be more like a kind of spiritual dance. And they had their own musicians or people that had the gift of song to sing.
Wonderful.
And gift to some ladies as well as men. And I don't know, there was all of our dances and all of our ways of life that we done, we always had fun for it. There was some of them did things that would have a prayer, more of blessing, would give a blessing. And they talk, probably they would have songs, there's few that would place their hands on that was pretty much in what we would come to with ghost dance. And of course that was, as I have heard of, I have seen it myself, they more or less danced on a more small tree, which they would pick their place and make it this tree or something of the nature that they stand out there to where it's going to have a dance. They'd come in at first done in the evening. And they would have this, well, if they've danced, it more or less one circle, hand in hand. More people that were participating, the bigger the circle was. And of course, they would sing the song. They would all form this ring, many as it would, and sing along with the man that was singing, or this lady would sing the song. They'd carry on, I don't know for how long, but finally one of the men in them days would get in the ring then, and he had this plume of their eagle white plume part that next to their tail is right underneath there. That's the one that they most generally tied along with the tail. And he would be talking more or less to the what we might call a spirit, or the people that have died, that had went on. And I think on your question on Jack, I would say that I think our people believed in hereafter. And that's why that I would say that the dance was more glad them in their as a spirit of life to go about their own way of life and not to rest on this earth which they had left.
I see.
So that was kind of a more or less in our dances that they believed in our former days on that would be so-called a ghost dance on our proportion. Of course, we have our Paiute Indians on the western part from here, and they have a great deal of them dances, and as to how they would sing that I would know. And they also have their own ways about in thinking about the people that have went on what they call are dead at that time, and feeling sorrow and well, it's the thought of people that passed on. And I've heard of that in the procedures, but I would go and comment on their traditions or their ideas about it, because more or less you may run across one and people someday question it too. The dance is something that we all vary. In different tribes we are not alike. So that's the way I would more or less interpret what they call ghost dance now. And they wouldn't allow this man to present it. I've heard it. He would get so spirited into his talking within a circle that he was never let out of the ring. That's where they held on to the hand tightly, and he would keep teasing truth and going and talking. And probably to us he might look like he's gone crazy or something, but he would put all his energy and stuff and stay within there while they were singing going on, and he'd be the one that would keep talking. He wouldn't be talking to the people that were singing or dancing. He more or less talking to the people that have went on. and for them to cheat on their way and never to come back to do any harm to the people that were living. And that's where it seems to me to my hearing of what had happened. And I hear that pretty much is to be back into where they were during the summer months. Probably a group of young men or whatever it was would go to some village. They would hear about this. There was going to be a particular kind of dance to be held, and of course they would go there, probably taking 2 or 3 days, whatever time it took them, but they would go there and that would be held for whatever nights that they wanted it there. There was no limit to it. And one time in my day, we did have one of these men get up and announce to the people that some sickness or an epidemic was within, was going to come within our tribe, and of course they gathered all the people just west of White Rock. Remember when I was a kid, and there's a hill over there. Everyone that was able, we had to run and dust ourselves. And that's the thing that take their clothes and one thing, and of course they had the song. Of course I'm nothing. That whole hill was all things you could get around that hill at one time. I remember that. One of the medicine men were told that the epidemic was within. So not to catch that way, then that's what they had to do. But one of the medicine men had said that. And he saved time that, like I say, one of our leading singers or one participating across there, then he likewise had the song, and everybody would and all could get in the crowd, and they would stand in line, and he would go along with his, what we call now his bear dance fiddle that they play, of course, and so on. He'd go and bless them, and try to keep the epidemic or some sickness away, and bless them, talk for them, and pray for them too. That's why I say it was pretty much in dreaming or in vision or whatever we may relate to call it, but it was just through that fashion that they had to form the part and trying to hold up people and give them the service they can possibly help them there with the power.
Now they believed that the ghost or the when a person passed on, that the spirit would stay around.
Well, there's sometime in that they kind of thought they would. I tell you, on the death of a person, them days, their personal possessions were always buried with them. And sometimes the person, unless it was through the counseling of the family or their leaders, that some possession to go in and advice should be kept by the deceased husband or relative. Then that thing still was, then it would have to be known. but if it wasn't and try to conceal it right, it seemed to make them believe that this was one way that they would be having their sickness or whatever place they would be like, because it was their rule and it wasn't done right by them. You were the party that was paying the penalty.
So if you didn't destroy or bury the person's possessions, then you get sick yourself.
Or anyone, or any, might, well, it always was. And they probably there must be some of because any one seat, unless it was fair, understood by the elected relatives and so on who would say that this would be his possession, remember this.
Now, if you didn't destroy these things, would the person's spirit stay around? Would the person's spirit
Well,
come
more
back?
or less that even practice today that that's the first thing that you do, get rid of everything. Even today that probably some other things is given like in cars and things like that, where then that's not the thing that the Indian owns. More like brought to them by one horse. They don't need too much time. Just like there was a horse, why did sometimes they kill 2 or 3 horses. Sometimes you could get 10 horses. Or whatever amount that they wanted to kill, what they killed. But more or less the best horse was the one that they preferred. The one they thought would be used in hereafter, that he would go on.
So they felt that the person would use these things in the next life.
Well, I think you'll find that with other tribes that I've heard of that they did for that you took good thing and had service and they did kill, but that probably would be for boys and six between farms and had a service. Some of that has been practiced among some tribes who were Indian.
Where did the person go? Where was the
That's beyond their knowledge.
It's just they go somewhere.
It will go somewhere, and someday they shall return.
Will they be happy wherever they are?
Well, that's the biggest belief is that they are happy, that they're not sick no more, and they're living a happy life.
Well, now, Charles Reed died a while back. You know, you knew him. Now, would the thinking be that he would, what kind of a life would he go to? Would he go to a life where he had an automobile and lived in a house like
I don't think in them kind, as I said, these things they have today is something that we don't believe in. We don't think about that. We leave that up to white people. So whichever in term that sometimes I wonder when you're 1/2 degree, why then I don't know.
But Charles Reed was a full-blood, and he would.
I think he's half-breed.
Oh, half-breed. That's right. That's right. Well, he's not a very good example. And
No.
Powini died.
Yeah.
Mr. Powini died. Now, where he would go would be to where he would live in the way the Indians used to live.
Old way.
Hunting and buffalo and horse.
Well, but they were written or old Indian way, and the way
Now, if a person's spirit doesn't go to wherever this place is, but stays around, like around the house where he died, or around the place where he died, will that spirit cause trouble for the people that are still living?
Well, I don't, there's this thing goes that we believe they don't stay around, go around anything like that.
Oh,
They more or less, I think, some says that they do appear, and of course that always varies. They say from the first time on it's a little more frequent, and as time goes on it's less.
I see.
So
So the relatives or friends, people, wives, these people do see the person after he's gone on.
well, they don't see him, but they have sensed it, that they know about certain movements and certain things happen. That that's why they kind of observe that they're around.
So they don't cause any trouble. They don't.
No, they don't cause any trouble.
Do they help? Like would the spirit help a person?
Well, we don't know what he does, and the only thing spoken of him is to be right, and that's all. They don't ask to have him help in this thing and this and that, anything like that. It's only a matter that he should be contented and not to do anything within its right to go beyond what their stage of life is now.
Would the family, would the wife use the husband's name after he's passed on?
Well, we never had no second name.
No,
We just had one name.
well, what I meant, would the wife mention or say, use, like would she talk about the person by his name? Like my father died several years ago, and I talk about Jim Witherspoon. That was his name. Would the wife or the son mention the person's name?
Well, other than just relating to telling the person of instance of things happening or time that they were journeying along or something that they want to tell, well then she would say me, my husband, or more or less it would relate that she would say it was her husband or her son.
I see. She wouldn't say me and whatever.
Well, because in the later years that probably I wouldn't know. The old Indian told me that this particular name Indian was long, well then I wouldn't even know who the individual was. But this way of saying that the woman would tell me, she'd say, well, me and my husband at that time. Probably then she might, maybe I'd say, well, what would your husband say? Maybe then she would tell me. Then that would kind of give me kind of idea of what his name was and so on too.
You know about these names, I was wondering, I was thinking the other day, each person only has one name.
Yes.
Now how do you keep your relatives straight? I mean, how does another person know who belongs in the family?
Well, that's they're more they were saying this particular band group are the ones that would say that this is your so and so, your sister's boy, and they were more closely in their knowing their relatives than they are today. We have, for example, today, even my own half sister lives down around that direction, her name. They're boys, children. Some of them wouldn't know my sister's daughter's children. Of course, we are much broader over the country than we did at that time. But they were, in former days, a little more closely associated together. When they could tell whether it was your uncle and so on too, because they were told that's your relative.
If I bring over a chart next time of, will you help me fill in the names for the various relatives, like the name for father and father's son?
No, I couldn't do that. That's one thing that I can't even trace to say your cousin, your second cousin, and so on too. Because I know many of our people can, but I never did. Even white people say, well, for instance, all I know, my sister's children, by they call me uncle, and that's that. And all their children, they always call me uncle. So to me, well, then it's, I know that my sister's daughter's children.
I won't turn this back. Are there any other kinds of spirits or ghosts or anything like that?
Well, that's when we talk about ghosts and devil, well, then we know these are wrong type. These are that's wrong. You'll cause you in trouble.
Well, I was reading a story in the magazine the other day, and the story was about what they call a haunted house back east someplace, and things happen, like doors slam and things happen in this house, and they were saying, well, this is a haunted house. Now, they don't mean that the ghosts of people who passed on are in the house, but a lot of white people have the idea that there are spirits or witches or
Whatever you term them.
however you term them,
Yeah.
that aren't really
the spirits of people who have passed on, but are some other kind of it.
Some other kind of
Do
What-
you have anything like that?
Well, that's what I say. It's a devil or ghost, whoever you call him. He's an individual that he's not in the line of what we're calling a spirit. That's just a particular person that is around.
Mm-hmm.
That's why, yes, in the times that we never had houses cost thousands of dollars, what we done to keep away from a haunted house was they burned everything that where they lived and they found that site. And they might be the horses and one thing or that they might think to make them believe that they turn to go to something like that they would refrain from that. That's why they disposed of everything they could to say that there's a thing that prayer or whatever it might attract their attention.
Would there be certain places like a hill or a tree or a rock or face with a certain rock or something where people thought there was some kind of a spirit that stayed around in that?
Well, sometime in the event, I don't know, I've never been to a particular place, but my young in-laws who were experts, and they have told me, of course, their father believes pretty much in Chapoose, but the Indian way and culture of that time than they do today. Only what's the dollar today and what they can get out. But I have heard of some of them even telling their children it's time to always respect burial place of Indians, and also certain places that probably existing today. And that I've heard women, my in-laws say that certain places that you can go in there. I don't know this last act of change to what it is today that happened, and there's in there are these skeletons of people that says 3 or 4 boys in this particular family, and my father told him because he used to prospect and trap a long time ago, and he knows this place, and told they go in there. Happens to be a grave, cave, that they can go in there, that they sit around and see a lot of relics in there. And they were told never to bring anything out, never to claim it. Because their father told them that you hear something and people are talking in their mouth. So you can go and sit down. He said they never was scared, but their father told them if you're doing right by them, they won't try to do you wrong. You go in there and respect them as the people that were people at one time. So that they probably they're known today or any time that if they went in there to sometime they go in there and you hear the people talking, of course you couldn't understand them. They were in there. And I guess that in that way then it's sort of beyond my knowledge to say when we talk about the spirit, he seems to be a person, and how that form of belief it went, I would not know. Other than we have different people in different believing. Because in some of our older graveyards, some make any difference. And coming down to main thing, try to bury the laying the person down, feel that the head should rest toward the setting of the sun. And when arriving of the time that they will greet the sun as it's coming up. And there's another fact on that some believes that just the rising of the sun will reverse. And there are some of them with their head toward the rising of the sun. And they believe that someday the sun will come this way. And so that's just a thing I don't know. I don't know the truth of that as to how this next world will be, where the sun will come from or not. And probably the oldest contention might come from the south, come from the north. So it's something I don't know.
That's kind of a tough one to figure out.
That's a tough one, but it is what kind of a to the later years. It's the belief of some Ouray. We have some down there to our cemetery. Probably will observe the belief that that's why you'd find their head marking some of them toward the rising sun. But probably most of them now is they'll believe the sun will come from light coming up. But there's a possibility it won't. It will reverse around. So tendency is that what they do awaken, they'll wake to the light rather than to the dark.
I read an article written by Homer Stewart, and written quite a long time ago about the Southern youth. And he said that the Southern youth believed in water bathing. Do the Northern youth have any belief like there? Some kind of a spirit that's supposed to live around water, or around rivers, or around lakes.
Well, it ain't actually spirit. It's I've never seen it. I've heard of it. Used to carry on Green River with where it had bigger full water than it does now. They sound pretty much like babies. And they didn't believe in it, but they used crying of this thing. Some of them have described it and have said that they have seen it. And last summer I was talking to one of the boys that lives up around White Rock. His place is right on the fish hatchery. And below there, just a lot of willows, just right across from the stores there. And he had been born and raised there. There's a lot of willows, these small willows there, thick, just right below the fish hatchery there. And he was telling me about catching fish. How you just go out there and hiking sheep to find over the fence and catch trout. And came back and just a small stream runs down through there. I've been through it a lot of times. But he was telling me, hurry for it, that time he was packing one thing. And one time he was telling me that there was a nice place where they could swim. That kept pretty clean, just neat and clean, fish and everything, there's nothing there. And good know, he went on back over to his fish toy. never believed it or never thought nothing of it, only what he seen. That he went over one time on his little fishing trip down to the wreck there, but there stood the symbol of trials that would be about 2 feet high. And that he saw it standing there and jumped into this water. Went over there and seen where it went, said it's clear blue water. So he said he'd heard of it. He had heard it. He said there were several, sounds like there were several in there. Said he did. Said they sound pretty much like baby when they're 3 months old. Like. And on the lower part, I've only heard of one Indian that had seen on the tree. His glasses said it had long hair. And it had jumped into the river at that time.
Are they light skinned or dark?
Well, they seem to, they didn't describe it to the color. But it was white or it was black or anything. They said they'd seen it.
They have long hair.
They said it had quite long hair.
Doesn't do anything. They don't bother people.
Well, sometimes they claim that well, these are just, I don't know whether it's stories or anything to it or not. They claim that in the olden days, mothers were cautioned not to have their babies close to any water. That they would come and follow the infants or something of that nature. There's a lot of stories relating to what they've done to, whether there's anything truth to that or not, I don't know. And of course, that's the summer objects that had to be cautioned of, because we used to have the baby found away, observed so closely, or things like that, I don't know. Trust it all, brings it back onto something else sometimes. So, that same way they used to say about a moose. They say that they would suck a person in. They would be quite afraid of it. There's a story that was told, and I don't know whether there's anything to that or not. There's legends after legends as to how certain things happen, whether it's related to either make people believe it or anything of true fact about it. I don't know, but I've heard legends.
Were there moose out in the basin?
Well, I don't know whether they was out in the basin or whatever it was.
But they knew about it.
Because more or less they figured they're up in the higher country, up in the mountains, other than being down in the lower portion of the country. And that's some of the cautious suggestions I was telling you, just like moving through the mountain areas where things that they strike there, observe and relate, and there's always on watching a lot of things that probably were true in a time, just like we at present time, we say, oh, that's no real kind of joy to people that we're driving towards white civilization. That's your thinking from Francis, and probably by me, and probably all of us start seeing that. Probably some of us, we do say that, but I think we still believe that some of these old things that we should try to remember to go along with our present culture, mind.
I read a collection of stories, youth stories, that were collected by Kroger, the
about 50 years ago, I think. And he published these stories in a journal, American Journal of Folklore. And there's a whole bunch of these stories, youth myths and stories in there. And all of them seem to, they're about sometime a long time ago when the animals could talk and were I guess were like people, I don't know, where they had the same form there as they do now or not. You know, there's a story there about how why a rabbit's tail's like it is. Stories like that. These stories apparently had something to do with a long time ago when the world was different than it is now.
No, that was time of the creation. One of these boys upstairs where I'm taking my tab and asked me about the arcade. So of course he's working with this, do you know time the Indians have called arcade? Yeah, we do. It's almost a long story to go about. And that all relates back into what you're saying there. We take it as I've noted on things that we take it as a story. The same way that you will interpret Bible, we'll take it as a story. But there's what's important facts on the thing is I think people that have told it that couldn't express or won't express. And I think it's true too. The youth even tribe is we can't write our language. We don't want it.
You don't want it?
Because I never seen two persons that come out and ask a word, and you and probably somebody else might ask me what this means, and I would try to tell you how to write it down, and you're hearing the way it sounded to you, and you take another person, and then you'd write it down as it sounded to him, and you won't come up. Well, you will probably have similar letters, but it will be placed in different fashions. So as I come back on to our belief, one thing to come to the fact is that what to me it's quite interesting. I'm not too far in school. I've heard a little of everything. I went with a medicine man performing. I sing some songs. I've inherited that some way. Going along and thinking about some of these things, and sometimes we get a little beyond the knowledge and do what we want to say, that we have to keep within our range of doing it. Or I would say that you will never get down to the real facts and the meaning, as you so-called that what you call it, story. It's like a Bible story too. There's things like that. You can go back on to the facts and find there's like things that come, read a verse out of that way. You can make a sermon or whatever they call it to go and try to tell you the foundation for it and what it means. Otherwise, just go ahead and read it right under the story. So there's things that you can text that main part of the thing is what part that playing in the creation is something that to me, well, rather than keep it for myself, and if I observe these things for my own thinking, the way I see it today, is compared with time as went along. And it's pretty much in changing no different boils the whole thing condensed down. White people are pretty much on the same train. It's worse in because it might be cruder to you to understand as to our function is it just might be crude for us to go into your culture betrayed thing. And for you to the spiritual motion songs I was saying that apart is appealing to me more into one song that was sang by one of the Indians as when the time had come where in the song that he is telling the people how this will come to pass. So when I think of it or making the development right, I think it's pretty much in his line of foretelling for us a song that they sang a long time ago when no one was believing at that time. But the time is coming as to how long in his line of what he was singing at that time. Like Harvey when he went back east there, where this one old Indian thought that was kind of a joke to him and he said someday that few people he was there beyond the blue yonder there and would be speaking. People start to well to look at him, you would think he was kind of a roofed old man, whistle and hear nickel he'd sing old song or he'd imitate some animal and people start to hear well off in his rocket. Another story called it sang a long time ago up to the hill creek and boy black breach up there Warwick and Hill Creek used to call that Ouray. And here not too long ago was looking on the map it said Ouray Meridian. So that's something to do with Salt Lake and he went so crazy after all as people thought he would. So that's where he's going. He said he's going Salt Lake. He thought he was a little off in his line there. That thing is that just to a lot of my people today, it's a kind of silly thing. It is. It's hard to believe. You don't understand it. And that's my thinking has been that when we went and got up into saying we're progressing, and it took us a long time to get in to learn to understand under, say, one object, one goal to go forward to. And in doing so, we had what we call farmers. They established people all that ran like areas used to all have nice kind of alfalfa. They all help one another. With the stacks and stacks of hay done with their hands. Finally modernized a little bit while they rolled it going through. But all that was all colonies with the help of what they call farm and change. They spread by buggy teams. Of course, They never covered big, large areas, but they done the work. They helped 1 million or 2 million Saturday to recommend the irrigating treatment, time to irrigate, and so on through where they accomplished in a real nature of establishing Indian to kind of material or kind of irrigating or kind of hazy with respect, so on through. So today where they can go private to your that fly stop and say how are you? Say you're just fine, well I'm grabbing rollers out of your yard again and that's all you see of you. And same way with that. I had a comment or it goes relates back. You can't go any place but how somebody could happen to hear something or see something falls back. Now first thing come there we have one of our council members, man has declared one council member of mine just take no exercise. I don't know too much about it, but he come and say, well, in good day, he said, something poorly dressed, don't look neat, dirty. But to me, to have people comment and take a councilman, the boss over man is not the boss. He's under the council. He's only there as a executive secretary of he's not to tell or to come and say this and that. I'm pretty sure you can go back there later on myself. Talk like that. If you don't like it, why then you don't have to stay there. You'd rather have some person thing like that to be out. I don't like people to criticize my people like that. To have them help them and they say that they can observe it and then we have this happen with the cold. There's an intention that should come and find out why is the reason, probably has no Washington, probably it's why it's sick or why it's going through it and to there that's supposed to be their work is to come in, not to criticize, but to observe and be trying to move in other functions to where they might kind of not make it embarrassing to people. Sometimes there's people that inherit them things from time, not only Indians, but you'll see that white people to, well, neglect and probably through lack of education or through some source that we do find some any nationality or among any tribe like that. Like they seem to people from our forefathers and from the doctor or sanitation man or something like that. Some going in the right procedure way. There's lots to be accomplished. And that's why we have employed this personnel is cold and to then it's only supposed to be tied down on money part and see how they can talk to us and asking for those subsistence some way, but to go out into their home and see for themselves. And that's more of a problem that I think that we have today. Because we discussed all of the things that we have went into, that our diet, our home conditions, our beliefs, our education that we have, and the education education that we are coming to are within our life now, and to what we will go from there to proceed on to what will happen tomorrow is in our state. To me, is our thinking today, or should be, and to have all these helps, as I started to say, that these people came out to help our Indians, and they proved to themselves to worthy of working with the veterans from the government to show them as to what to do to make their living, because that's the only way that they have to go about to produce crops to make sales to have few dollars. Some had few cows, not too many. Some had quite a few, and some had a lot of cattle. They didn't, they had them in horses, something that nature. Sold some, and they kept them. I know one Indian there had about 7 cows, and he never sold a weaned calf. He never sold his feed calf until they were 4 or 5 years old. Then somebody wanted to buy him away. He bought him. He never stole him like they do today. He wanted so much, and he gave him what he asked. Not to what you offered, not what the buyer offered. He was the price board market. Each was worth just only so much. To him, it worth so much, and you want to buy mine, you paid Indian what he wanted. Not the buyer gave him what he was worth. So today, there's quite a sad story for me to go back over the farmlands that we had in the way that I've seen them when they were productive. Now, up to real quick, they were all produced a lot of hay, well, up to them, while it's around up to see it. A nice home, and a lot of wings and breaks all there, which wasn't there at the time when I first seen it. Just taking bunches of hay stacks, holding the top load. They understood their farmer, and the farmer understood them. They come and sit down and say, time to more often yet their meals. They keep this name. They used to always have Indian names. So, 30 years when they had car where they didn't give him 10 less, he got started. Beach riders. In horseback and certain on the water in a certain place for a certain amount of time, and they tell them, well, you stay home and you trust the water. Fill the water and water up the ground. Water usually won't be enough, and so this is what you got now, and so they stay. It took them 2 or 3 days to use their water where it could be used. Now you get the water turned with a piece of paper, and you get the water turned, and you got for 8 hours, and that's all. That's the paper, crumple up, throw away, and forget about that water. So that's what it feels to me today. There's some trace of we're off balance with people today. My sense is said we need to come back into not so much paperwork. We know that there's a lot of the paperwork got to be done. We know that the fields for other things, as well as we got to provide for some of our people that would like to do a little farm and little stock raising, as well as we're licensed to go into other things. But we can't ignore one and just all of our efforts into listen to one field. We got help. The ones that go back down and say, you're funny, just out there cutting hay, sweating. To those people being air conditioned, but now with nice clean space and going through. We have something places that need fencing as well as the guys who have to be out there with these packed overhaul or packed shirts and clean shirts that I've seen in those straw hats. We need to somebody give them increase. As well as somebody that will guide you out to the mountains and take that. So that's all kind of is bad to me when we can hold all people that want to be in office. They all can be doctors. We can gather out and we can accommodate more people that way than we would try to consolidate and put them all in one basket. Nothing out of it when it would break. We'll have to have function of something somewhere to keep alive. We know that's the first thing when so 18 July was that the people had to get down there and knock down sagebrush and shovel that stream of water to get to water to portion of land to green. Now it's going by years now. And we need to raise things on our reservation. That's it. We need to bring some of our people back down earth and hold on to what we got. If we don't fire it, I'm pretty sure we're going to lose it. Because dogging the manger is no good. Probably cow could eat the hay and give old milk. Dog can't eat the hay and still give milk. It can be used so. And that's just my way of thinking as I find it.
Connor, do you know of any stories that the youth have about when the white man first came into Salt Lake City or into the Uinta Basin?
No, not to go and say that I would. Just more of a writing thing as to how it happened, how it came in. I would not know. Say that.
You don't know of any, just a story or things that the older people told about how the wagons came in or how the Mormons came in or how the white people came into the country. Or when it happened or anything like that. You know of any stories?
Well, they don't have any particular times to say it. But saying that it's something that we have no record of. Of course, to bring that all down into what might have happened is going back into representative from what they respect was Washington, white father, and he was boss man after put him on the reservation or located him or something. Was the comments I often heard from letters agencies would come to counsel to our agencies. Question was rises if you see a white man or you see a Mormon. And I think in that term, in their own history, their own knowledge, with the distinction with what they represent and what it meant to them. I think that's what they're more simplified to they're wanting to translate or excuse themselves into what actually had happened, what they tend to say. The question was, were you a white man or were you a Mormon? So I think that is pretty much can be defended by a Mormon or by a white man or whichever interpreting it. They with respect to what they call white man and the Mormon. I think too.
Which one did they respect the most, the white man or the Mormon?
The white man.
Do the youths have stories about the Spanish? When the Spaniards?
I don't believe they came up.
They didn't get up this far.
Just in long discussion. But I don't believe it was too far. I know they came in the vicinity of Ouray. But they never came up any higher than that. That's the older Spaniards, but what's called mixing today with that. That's why we got the Chapoose. Someplace you asked me about whether Ouray was a Spaniard or Mexican or whatever. You may want to call him up the way they have said about him. It's, as I said in our leaders, our kings say, never have friends or people that done his storage for him. Yeah, of course. Wouldn't be exactly servants, he's called servants, but they appreciate being near the leader and they got whatever they could for him. They call him young fellow men, and we call him brothers. And I know when next we went to work with the car in Glen Junction when he was doing Colorado for that judgment that he was successful in. Later 40. When his mother, Churchwood family, was first sister. Now, it so happened here wife and a sweet girl. These two were married. Remember the tribe and they got lodgment. The blood circular, if they were 80 part or had been Indian blood in them, could have been enrolled too. And she didn't get enrolled. And these two that married into the old man Albert Chapoose in that time, I know his name. His two sisters were married to his two Indians. One had allotment in the left, the other one I think was from Mike. And they got these two sisters got enrolled with time allotment established. This one was married to an Indian. And she never got allotment. And they're all 3, 4 sisters. So the choice is that didn't have come in that you weren't enrolled when the other two were. So they must not have any Indian blood in them at all other than they were associated with that King Ouray and the and how to use call brothers and whether they were Mexicans or anybody that was young, but often nature was used to not to call them the servants, or in our terms, we kind of orphans. They some discard that nobody cares for, or they slaves or whatever. You know, would want to say it in just this one word. So I said that when you're on how to present the thing to make it use into something famous or something more implied form within this one word would be interpreted into various ways that you'd want to put it. So that's how it come about that when I met him that he was relative to Ouray. But I don't think he had any blood relative or anything that you would say that would closely associate him to say that he was a relative of Ouray, as what he called him. Of course, some of them claimed it that way, yes. So that there's more or less kind of a binding. They did what it's called the primary thing is what it's called their brothers, sisters, and pretty much commonly used in our olden days. Like this Polycarpus, he was a Paiute Indian, and everyone in that Laureate area called him brother. Brother to everybody. Low ones, well old. They didn't call him Paiute or anybody. Rather than call him that way, they call him brother. And he's got lots of with him. Oh, was that hard? Yes. He's married into a member of the tribe here. That's where Harvey Mackey stays now. Oh, his allotment right there. Oh, God. But he was old here. I think they might have enrolled him too. Well, Connor, we've talked a lot about what happened in the old days. And are there other things that you want to tell me about the old times? What times have you got? Well, it's 12 o'clock. I was thinking about planning a little bit for the next time. Or next time we get together, maybe we can think about it in the meantime. I wonder if there are other things you want to tell me about the old couple. Well, I think as far as what we went into would coming to say if this thing went in, and probably there will be in our discretion to one thing or another might relate back into that, but probably you will put into the other things that probably I not have mentioned at the time might come up in our discussion from there on to what we'll be trying to be heading forward to at this time. So I think that way is more or less from here on through will be more of what you will have more knowledge of, and probably into respect into the type of Indian that like left you be with and him and with all of that, and we may come across on the things into a final conclusion on the thing might tie back into one or the other that were mainly based on some most part of
wanna, the next time we get together, do you wanna tell me about how the Indians live now?
Well, I think that very that